In the 16th year of Konoha, in a dense forest on the border of the Land of Lightning, the seriously injured Senju Tobarama knelt on one knee, holding a tattered forehead protector with one hand to barely maintain the dignity of the Hokage. Several young ninjas in combat uniforms guarded around Tobarama, each with injuries and serious expressions. Familiar chakra approached from a distance, and soon two young men jumped out of the woods and came to Tobarama. "Monkey Danzo, what's the situation?" Senju Tobarama said in a deep voice. "Hokage, the Golden Horn forces have set up a heavy siege in front. We didn't find a gap." Danzo, who had a cross scar on his chin, bit his lip and looked ashamed. As a time traveler, Danzo knew very well that he had to do his job when working, and he couldn't be arrogant even if he had a good relationship with Tobarama on weekdays. Hearing this bad news, the faces of several disciples and guards of Senju Tobarama became even gloomier, like a dark cloud covering the sky. The First Ninja World War lasted for more than a year. A few days ago, the second-generation Hokage of Konoha, Senju Tobarama, went to the Land of Lightning with his disciples to negotiate with the Hokage. Unexpectedly, a few days after Konoha arrived in the Land of Lightning, the elite Jonin Kinkaku and Ginkaku of the Hidden Cloud Village launched a rebellion, killing the second-generation Hokage and seriously injuring Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama and his party fled in a hurry and finally retreated to the border of the Land of Lightning. When they were about to escape, they were surrounded by the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village and fell into a net. There were blockades in front and pursuers behind, and several people were in danger. "I hope you can come back safely." Senju Tobarama was the first-generation Hokage after all. He did not blame his disciples for the tense situation, but instead did self-examination. "I regret not listening to Danzo's advice and easily accepting the invitation of the second Hokage. It was my negligence that brought everyone to today's situation." Danzo was slightly moved and hurriedly comforted. "This is all the fault of Kinkaku Ginkaku and the second Hokage. How can you be blamed? There's no need to say more about the two damn traitors of Kinkaku Ginkaku. The second Hokage failed to establish his authority and restrain his subordinates, which led to the rebellion in the ninja village. He is also responsible. Sir Hokage knew the risks, but he resolutely went to the Land of Lightning for the peace of the two countries. This is the responsibility of the kage. No matter how wrong, the leader is not wrong." At the critical moment, Danzo not only did not dare to be careless, but became more cautious. Danzo is right. It's all the fault of those bastards in the Hidden Cloud Village, and the responsibility does not lie with Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen took over the conversation, and the surrounding extras, such as Mito Kato, and Udatane Kohor nodded in agreement. They're not only the guards of the second Hokage, but also his students. They share the same fate with Senju Tobarama. No matter whether they believe in it or not, they will never come out to tear down their boss. Don't absolve me of responsibility. Now is not the time to talk about this. The most urgent thing is how to get out of trouble." Senju Tobarama's voice was calm, without joy or anger. He raised his hand to stop the students' flattery and brought the topic back to business. "If you want to get rid of the pursuit of the Golden Horn forces, someone must stay behind to lead the enemy away and buy time for your companions." Senju Tobarama glanced at the disciples, with regret and reluctance in his serious eyes. "The Cloud Hidden Village Pursuit Force is strong, and those who stay behind can be said to be in danger of death. These disciples are the talents that Senju Tobarama has painstakingly cultivated. They're the future of Konoha. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he will never give them up." Several Hokage disciples were stunned and silent. Death is the only difficulty in the history. Even ninjas who are used to life and death cannot face death calmly. Especially Danzo and his friends are only in their early 20s. They're in the prime of their youth. Who would be willing to die here and become a pile of yellow earth? After a long pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had mustered up his courage, suddenly opened his eyes wide and was ready to stand up and volunteer to be the hero. Unexpectedly, someone got there first. "I'll cover you." The trembling voice was steady and firm, with both reluctance to live and determination to die. "The Hokage's body is tied to the safety of Konoha, and no one can afford to lose it. Please ensure the safety of the Hokage." Shimura Danzo's eyes were firm, and the last word was a suppressed roar. Seeing Danzo's heroic spirit, everyone felt ashamed and admired him. Danzo is indeed the proud disciple of the second-generation Hokage. He is really the pillar of Konoha. Danzo, or Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanted to persuade, but was interrupted by Danzo before he finished speaking. No need to say, where Konoha dances, the fire will also continue. I, Shimura Danzo, will cover the rear and open up the road to the future for you. Gentlemen, I will leave the Hokage to you. As a time traveler, Shimura Danzo did not have much affection for Senju Tobarama, and the reason why he rushed to cover the rear was because he was familiar with the plot. All this was just a test for Senju Tobarama's disciples. Whoever stood up and sacrificed for everyone first would prove that he inherited the will of fire, and he would be able to inherit the great cause of Senju Tobarama and become the third-generation Hokage. Danzo had been hiding beside Senju Tobarama for so many years, just waiting for this moment. He didn't want to be the dark side of the ninja world, a rat in the gutter who couldn't see the light. If you want to be a Hokage, be a fair and upright Hokage, a Hokage respected by people. A look of relief finally appeared on the calm face of Senju Tobarama. He stared at Danzo closely, as if he was making a final inquiry. Danzo did not hesitate. His eyes became more determined, because he had seen victory waving to him. Okay, Danzo, you will be the last one. Senju Tobarama immediately gave the order, turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said, "Wait for Danzo to lead the pursuers to the west. We will go east to bypass the Golden Horn forces and return to the Land of Fire after confirming safety." As soon as these words came out, Danzo was stunned for a moment. No, the script is wrong. Shouldn't Senju Tobarama pass down the position of the third Hokage at this time and stay behind to cover the rear? How did Danzo really become the last one to cover the rear? Yes. Shocked, Danzo still obeyed immediately. This may be a small test of Senju Tobarama for himself, and Danzo still has a last bit of luck in his heart. The original person who took the position was a Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo jumped out to intercept, and some changes are also normal. Hokage-sama, let me cover the retreat. I know more ninjutsu and have a better chance of escaping. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was a little slow to react, hurriedly spoke to Senju Tobarama. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a close friend of Shimura Danzo, and among the people present, he was the one who least wanted Danzo to take risks. Monkey, don't act on impulse, and don't waste your companion's determination and sacrifice. The only way we can show the greatest respect to him is to escape as soon as possible. Senju Tobarama stood up, without even looking at Danzo, and ran his chakra straight east. The rest of the Hokage guards followed immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked at the end, turned back and looked at Danzo reluctantly, gritted his teeth, and said, "Danzo, you must work hard to survive." After that, far away Hiruzen caught up with the main force, leaving Danzo alone standing there. At this point, the last bit of hope in Danzo's heart was shattered. Chapter 2. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn one must walk the path they have chosen, even if it means kneeling. At this juncture, Danzo had no alternative but to remain steadfast in his duty, diverting the pursuers for the sake of Senju Tobarama and his comrades. From within his ropes, he produced a scroll of sealing, channeling his chakra into it, and two pitch-black blades, radiating a chilling aura, manifested in his hands. These blades, named Songyun and Shiyu, were weapons forged from chakra metal by the finest artisans of the Land of Iron, specifically commissioned by Danzo. They were designed to perfectly complement his wind chakra, unleashing formidable combat prowess. Fully aware of the harsh realities of the ninja world, Danzo had dedicated himself to mastering wind release since childhood. By the age of 12, he had already grasped the form and nature of wind chakra, developing the formless ninjutsu, Rasengan. In terms of wind release mastery, Danzo stood unparalleled in the entire ninja realm. Furthermore, he possessed a powerful trump card, a source of confidence that allowed him to remain behind as a rearguard. Should there be no path to survival, he would undoubtedly abandon the mission and flee. After all, his life was of utmost importance, and he had no intention of sacrificing himself for Konoha. Thus, the hunt commenced. Danzo's gaze sharpened as he concentrated his chakra beneath his feet, propelling himself like an arrow released from about towards the western edge of the forest. His intense chakra shone like a brilliant flame in the night, instantly detected by the ninjas of Kumogakure. Danzo had not run far when several teams of ninjas surrounded him from all directions. They arrived with remarkable speed. Indeed, they were the elite forces of Kumogakure. With a silent click of his tongue, Danzo accelerated forward. In the face of the enemy's encirclement, inaction was not an option. He had to leverage his agility and break through the tightening net of foes to have any hope of escape. Once the enemy closed in, there would be no avenue for retreat. After a few agile leaps among the branches, more than a dozen ninjas adorned with the Kumogakure forehead protector came into Danzo's view. Immediately, a torrential downpour of shuriken rained down upon him. Holding his swords did not hinder Danzo from forming hand seals. He promptly retaliated with ninjutsu. B-rank ninjutsu. Wind release, pressure damage. Drawing a deep breath, Danzo's chest expanded, and he exhaled a concentrated sphere of high-pressure air. The air burst forth in a long line, sending the shuriken flying in all directions, followed by a series of deafening explosions resonating through the forest. The shuriken were affixed with explosive tags, allowing them to inflict damage without needing to strike their target directly. Fortunately, Danzo's extensive combat experience enabled him to deflect the shuriken in time, avoiding harm. The smoke generated by the explosions billowed between the two sides, temporarily obscuring their vision. To prevent Danzo from escaping, the ninjas of Kumogakure did not cease their assault. Instead, they intensified their barrage. C-rank ninjutsu, shuriken scatter technique. One of the Kumogakure ninjas unleashed shuriken that exploded like fireworks, scattering into thousands of blades that shot into the smoke. As the smoke was disturbed by the gusts created by the shuriken, visibility returned, yet Danzo was nowhere to be seen. In the next moment, a violent wind surged from the side, revealing Danzo's menacing visage. With dual blades in hand, Danzo struck down fiercely, targeting the Kumogakure ninjas who had yet to react. Body flicker technique. This ninjutsu, which achieves instantaneous movement through various means, proves remarkably effective in both pursuit and escape, and Danzo wields it with exceptional skill. The cold glint of blades cascades down as several cloud ninjas hurriedly raise their short weapons to block. However, in but a fleeting moment, the weapons, along with their bodies, are cleaved in twain. The dual blades, imbued with Danzo's profound wind release chakra, are unmatched in sharpness, rendering ordinary weapons utterly defenseless. The frail bodies of the ninjas are as fragile as paper, shattering upon contact. Danzo closes in, like a tiger among sheep, slaughtering several foes with ease. Disrupting the formation of the Cloud Squad. The leading Cloud Jonin, sensing the dire situation, hastily forms hand seals to unleash the C-rank ninjutsu, Great Fireball technique, intending to suppress Danzo's movement and create distance to stabilize his comrades. Yet, Danzo's speed is simply too swift. He employs the body flicker technique to appear before the captain, severing him in two midcast. With the captain slain, the Cloud Squad descends into chaos, having lost their commander. Danzo refrains from pursuing the fleeing Cloud ninjas and continues his westward advance. At this juncture, the paramount objective is to extricate himself from the encirclement. The number of enemies dispatched is of little consequence. The commotion in the west successfully draws the attention of the Gold Horn unit, prompting a multitude of Cloud ninjas to head west for support, thereby reducing personnel in the east and south and creating gaps in the once tight encirclement. Senju Tobarama remains remarkably composed, concealing himself without recklessly revealing his position. It is only when the bulk of the Cloud forces pursue westward that he and several disciples dash southward at full speed. Danzo's diversion proves unexpectedly effective. The southern Cloud forces are entirely depleted, allowing Tobarama's group to bypass the eastern route and directly head south to escape the encirclement. Upon exiting the forest, they are greeted by an expansive plain stretching as far as the eye can see. The hills at the end of the plain mark the boundary of the Land of Lightning. Crossing this boundary will lead them into the territory of the Land of Moon, where Konoha has stationed support forces. As long as they can rendezvous with these reinforcements, they will be safe. Lord Hokage, I wish to return and support Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen implores, slowing his pace to approach Tobarama. The smoother their escape, the more perilous the situation becomes for Danzo. The Gold Horn unit excels in pursuit, and Danzo is likely ensnared in a heavy encirclement at this very moment. Without support, his life hangs in the balance. As their group nears safety, Hiruzen cannot help but worry for his comrades' well-being. Calm down, monkey, Tobarama admonishes in a grave tone. Danzo is the strongest ninja among you. If he cannot evade the Cloud's pursuit, you stand no chance. Returning now would not only fail to save Danzo, but could potentially impede him further. Tobarama does not harbor disdain for Danzo. On the contrary, he holds great esteem for this composed and diligent disciple. He genuinely believes Danzo has a chance of survival, which is why he remains to cover their retreat. However, Hiruzen bites his lip, struggling to trust his teacher's words. Typically, he finds himself victorious in their sparring matches, and Danzo, well-versed in all 5 elemental natures, appears to possess greater strength. Before he can voice his thoughts, 2 powerful chakras suddenly materialize ahead, causing Tobirama and his companions to halt abruptly. On the vast plain, 2 figures with long horns atop their heads stood resolutely against the wind. One wielded a sword resembling a fan, while the other cradled a gourd nearly the height of a man, one gleaming gold and the other silver. The infamous brothers, Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Sarutobi Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment, for he could not mistake the identities of the 2 before him. They were the very culprits who had ruthlessly slain the 2nd generation of the Hokage and gravely wounded Senju Tobirama, forcing them into a dire predicament. Ha ha ha. Second Hokage, it has been quite a while. You do not think that your pathetic tricks could possibly divert us, do you? Kinkaku scoffed, propping his 7-star sword against the ground, his face a mask of derision. The commotion caused by Danzo might deceive ordinary ninjas, but it would not escape the keen perception of the Kinkaku and Jinkaku brothers. They had been waiting patiently in the southern border region, prepared to seize any opportunity that arose. Chapter 3. As the 3rd Hokage, you shall hold off the brothers Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao while I sacrifice myself. Monkey. Take them and flee swiftly. The moment Senju Tobirama laid eyes on the brothers, he comprehended that survival was not an option today. Thus, he resolutely decided to sacrifice himself to cover the retreat of his disciples. No, we promised Danzo to ensure the safety of Lord Hokage. How can we? Sarutobi Hiruzen's protest was abruptly silenced by Senju Tobirama's stern command. Hiruzen, as Hokage, I order you to take them away at once. The Hokage's command was absolute. As ninjas of Konoha, Hiruzen and the others were bound to unconditionally obey Tobirama's orders, even if it meant walking towards death without hesitation. Yet, Hiruzen found himself in vehement opposition to Tobirama's command, hesitating to act. With Hiruzen frozen in place, the other Hokage guards dared not move. The only reason they managed to reach the border was because Danzo sacrificed himself to divert the pursuers. How could they abandon the Hokage and flee, dishonoring the sacrifice of Danzo, who fought valiantly? Hiruzen would rather face death than betray the trust and expectations of his comrades. Hiruzen, I hereby appoint you as the 3rd Hokage. Tobirama's sudden proclamation left Hiruzen aghast. As both a disciple and protector of the Hokage, Hiruzen and his companions harbored dreams of becoming Hokage themselves, knowing that one day, the 3rd Hokage would arise from among them. Under normal circumstances, such words would have filled Hiruzen with joy. However, in this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. The village needs you, Hiruzen. It requires your survival to fulfill the duties of the Hokage. Retreat immediately. But what of Danzo? Hiruzen lamented, lost in thought. The one who stayed behind to sacrifice himself for the others was the one most deserving of the title of 3rd Hokage. Hiruzen was consumed by a sense of guilt for potentially usurping his dear friend's accomplishments. Danzo was an excellent candidate for Hokage, but his fate was uncertain at this moment. The mantle could only be passed to you. Run. Ha ha ha. What a touching master-student bond. Unfortunately, none of you will escape. The prospect of slaying 2 Hokages in a single day thrilled Jin Xiao, who licked his lips with a malicious grin. As Jin Xiao's laughter echoed, dozens of chakra signatures converged from all directions. The brothers Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao had not engaged immediately, biding their time for reinforcements. Once the remaining Cloud ninjas arrived, the already injured and chakra-depleted Hokage group would have no chance of escape. Water release, water surge. As Jin Xiao finished speaking, Senju Tobirama suddenly raised his hand, summoning a torrent of rapid water droplets that surged towards the brothers. While Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao delayed, Tobirama had been quietly gathering chakra, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash a surprise attack. True to his title as Hokage, even severely wounded, his jutsu remained formidable. The water surged across the vast plain, swiftly transforming the landscape into a wide expanse of ocean. The ambushed brothers Jin Xiao and Yin Xiao displayed no signs of panic, as if they had foreseen this very scenario. With a swift motion, the golden-horned warrior wielded the 7-star sword, channeling chakra to cleave through the air, forcefully parting the vast waters and slicing the incoming water column asunder. The prowess of the 2 brothers, who had slain the 2nd Hokage and severely wounded Senju Tobirama, was indisputable. As their water release technique was thwarted, the already gravely injured Senju Tobirama collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, crimson blood seeping from the wound at his waist. Observing the desolate surroundings of Tobirama, the golden and silver horned brothers erupted in fury. To their astonishment, Saratobi Hiruzen had managed to escape under Tobarama's cover. Meanwhile, Dan's, journeying westward, had successfully repelled several waves of Cloud Village ninjas in the forest. Just as he sought a moment's respite, he found himself encircled by yet more foes. Cursed be these persistent cloud insects. Dan's breath was labored, and a flicker of helplessness crossed his fierce gaze. The squad of cloud ninjas, comprising over a dozen members, included 1 or 2 elite J-Nin, while the rest were CH-Nin and Jinin. Despite their coordinated efforts, they struggled to inflict significant damage upon Danz. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. As he dispatched one wave, another would swiftly follow, seemingly endless. If this stalemate persisted, Danz would eventually be worn down. His most glaring weakness was his diminished chakra reserves. Lacking a bloodline limit, his chakra was simply no match for those monstrous foes. Were he to possess the chakra of the Senju or Uzumaki clans, he would have cut through the Cloud Village with ease. The Wind of Danz found himself in a desperate plight. A cold, mocking voice echoed from the depths of the forest. Danz turned towards the sound, spotting a young man with a broadsword, sporting yellow hair and dark skin, perched atop a tree, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. The familiar features of the dark-skinned youth instantly revealed his identity to Danz, a member of the Suki no Yura clan from the Cloud Village. Who dares to obstruct my path? Danz demanded, gathering chakra and unleashing 2 wind blades with his cloud and rain slash, effortlessly severing the trees and forcing the young man down. The dead need not know my name, the yellow-haired youth retorted sharply, though the electric tattoo on his left shoulder betrayed his identity. Each Raikage bore a unique lightning tattoo, a mark of those ninjas recognized by the Raikage in the Cloud Village. Inran Suki no Yuru, Danz hissed, a smirk curling his lips. Both the first and second Raikage hailed from the Suki no Yuru clan. As a confidant of the second Raikage, why do you not pursue the traitorous golden and silver horns, but instead choose to impede me? The second Raikage's judgment clearly falters. No wonder he fell to the likes of them within his own village. Silence. Inran Suki no Yuru roared in fury, drawing his broad sword from his back. A faint blue arc of electricity enveloping him. The lightning released chakra mode, an exclusive ninjutsu of the Cloud Village's Raikage lineage, amplified his physical prowess, enhancing his attack, defense, and speed dramatically through the stimulation of his cells with lightning chakra. You shall not insult Lord Second Raikage. It seems he has even entrusted you with the lightning release chakra mode, indicating his intention for you to be his successor. I did not expect you to be so inadequate, disappointing the second Raikage's hopes. He shall not rest in peace. Danz continued to mock, unleashing a torrent of insults. In the moonlit night, the fury of Tsukio and Roku surged uncontrollably as he unleashed his chakra to its fullest extent, propelling his speed to the very limits. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Danzo. The broadsword crackled with arcs of electricity, wielding the immense force of thunder as it swung toward Danzo. How swift! Danzo could not help but acknowledge that Tsukio and Roku was a formidable adversary, possessing the strength of an elite jonin, far beyond the capabilities of mere fodder. It was time to reveal his true prowess. Just as the broadsword was about to sever Danzo's head, his figure suddenly flickered and vanished from sight. Crack! The 2 figures intersected in midair. Tsukio and Roku found 2 gruesome gashes adorning his abdomen. His eyes widened in fury as he turned and swung his sword once more, only to have Danzo effortlessly evade the strike. Impossible! How could your speed be so astounding? Activated in the lightning release chakra mode. Tsukio and Roku's velocity was unmatched in the Land of Rain, and throughout the entire ninja world, it was rare to find anyone capable of rivaling him. Yet just moments ago, Danzo had not only evaded Tsukio and Roku's lethal strike, but had simultaneously inflicted 2 wounds upon him, a speed that bordered on the unfathomable. Chapter 4. Sage techniques. The deceased do not require explanations. Intelligence is paramount in battle, and Danzo would never divulge his trump cards to the enemy, not even to a dying foe. Danzo's astonishing burst of speed is attributed to his utilization of sage techniques. Upon his arrival, he discovered his ability to sense and absorb natural energy. After over a decade of research and rigorous training, Danzo's self-created sage techniques have reached a preliminary level, enabling him to apply them in combat and instantaneously enhance all of his attributes. Danzo's sage techniques differ from those of the 3 great sage lands. Although the cultivation is slow and requires time to accumulate, the advantage lies in the absence of side effects. Even if mistakes occur during training, there is no risk to life. Moreover, practicing these sage techniques maintains cellular vitality, significantly delaying cellular aging and extending lifespan. Given the current circumstances, As long as Danzo avoids reckless behavior, surviving for 300 years poses no challenge. Should he continue to cultivate, his lifespan could further increase, potentially allowing him to become a being who has lived for millennia. Now, that is what one would call true sage techniques. Immortality that does not count is hardly worth mentioning. Danzo certainly does not wish to meet an early demise like Hashirama Senju. However, the defensive capabilities of the Cloud Village's lightning release chakra mode are indeed remarkable. It is truly unfortunate that he was not cleaved in two. Wind release counters lightning release. And despite the attribute advantage complemented by sage techniques, he still failed to achieve a fatal strike. This underscores the resilience of Tsukiyo Inorika's vitality. And the more tenacious he proves, the less Danzo can afford to spare his life. Before he could finish his thoughts, Danzo suddenly launched himself forward, employing the body flicker technique to appear before Tsukiyo Inoriku, unleashing a furious assault with his dual blades. In an instant, a torrent of blade light enveloped Tsukiyo Inoriku, compelling him to raise his broadsword in defense. This sword, forged from chakra-infused metal, was exceptionally sturdy, preventing Danzo's dual blades from severing it outright. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the forest, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Danzo's onslaught was relentless, even under the enhancement of the lightning release chakra mode. Tsukiyo Inoriku found himself in a position of passive defense, unable to seize an opportunity to counterattack. Prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure, and as the injuries accumulated, Tsukiyo Inoriku's body momentarily froze, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. It was the injury from earlier. Tsukiyo Inoriku glanced down at his abdomen, where the wound was expanding, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Danzo's twin swords, the Tsungyun, were unrivaled in their sharpness and bore the unique ability to breach defenses. The fine serrations on the blade could inflict grievous, unhealable wounds, causing the enemy to bleed profusely. During their first clash, Tsukiyo Inoriku had underestimated his opponent and was severely slashed twice. While not immediately fatal, it left a significant risk. Amidst the fierce exchanges, Tsukiyo Inoriku had no chance to heal his injuries, and the wound continued to worsen until it could no longer be contained, culminating in a catastrophic eruption. Rest in peace, foolish member of the Tsukiyo clan. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo swung the Tsungyun toward Tsukiyo Inoriku's neck. In a moment of desperation, Tsukiyo Inoriku did not dodge. Instead, he relinquished his broadsword, concentrating all his chakra to his fingertips, and thrust forward with a decisive strike aimed at Danzo's heart. Hell's piercing strike, fourfold assault. Abandoning all defense, he launched an unreserved assault with astonishing speed that even surpassed Danzo. This reckless tactic signified a willingness to embrace death. Tsukiyo Inoru had no intention of surviving, aiming instead to perish alongside Danzo with one final blow. You wish to trade lives with me? Dream on. Danzo swiftly retreated, evading the assault while simultaneously delivering a vicious slash that severed Inoru's arm. Crimson blood erupted forth, and the one-armed Inoru gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his stance. Glaring at Danzo from a distance of several meters, resembling a rabid wild dog. Yet, how could a toothless dog harm Danzo? Danzo, propped up by his twin blades, paused to catch his breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. After a series of intense battles, his chakra had been severely depleted, and he was compelled to take a brief respite before ending Inoru's life. Captain Inoru, a sharp cry echoed from a distance, soon followed by hundreds of figures emerging from all directions, encircling Danzo. The reinforcements from the hidden cloud had arrived. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. The once confident Danzo found himself ensnared like a beast trapped in a cage, struggling to escape. In the end, I have triumphed. Inoru coughed up blood, bearing a grim smile at Danzo. He had achieved his objective. Although Danzo still possessed the capability to kill him, he would soon be overwhelmed by the Cloud Ninja. The ultimate victory belonged to the hidden cloud. Ha ha ha. Danzo wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a cruel smile. Fool, did you think I delayed for nothing? I was waiting for you to walk into my trap. Inoru's expression suddenly froze as he recalled an important detail. With a speed advantage during his retreat, why hadn't Danzo simply fled? Instead, he chose to engage in battle, seemingly prolonging the confrontation. Danzo was no novice. He must have a backup plan. The absence of the brothers, Kin and Jin, suggested they had gone to pursue the Hokage. With that realization, Inoru felt a sense of relief. Danzo withdrew his weapons, spreading his palm to channel his chakra. Wind chakra converged in his hand, swirling and compressing until it formed a pale white orb. Sensing the terrifying power contained within the sphere, Inoru confirmed his suspicions. Danzo intended to use him as bait to lure in the nearby Cloud Ninja, planning to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. The roles of hunter and prey had once again reversed. Scatter quickly! Enora roared to his comrades, issuing a warning. But it was too late. The orb in Danzo's hand rapidly expanded, manifesting a circle of pure white star rings around its perimeter. With the charge complete, Danzo leaped onto a branch, using its elasticity to propel himself into the air, and then hurled the orb towards the ground. Senjutsu, wind release, super large Rasengan. As the orb struck the earth, a blinding white light erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Centered on the impact point, a tremendous repulsive force radiated outward, reducing grass, stones, people, and everything within the vicinity to mere dust. With a single strike, Danzo obliterated the more than 200 elite shinobi from the hidden cloud who had come to pursue him. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he relocated to the treetops. Gazing down at the colossal crater, spanning a diameter of 1,000 meters, created by the explosion, and exhaled a sigh of relief. The power of sage arts was indeed formidable. Suddenly, the branch beneath him weakened, nearly causing him to slip. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to grasp the trunk and regain his balance. That singular blow had nearly drained all of Danzo's chakra and natural energy, leaving him in a state of considerable weakness, vulnerable enough that even an ordinary J-nin could easily take his life. This was precisely why Danzo had delayed his counterattack until now. He needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the Gold and Silver brothers. If either of them were present, he could not guarantee the annihilation of all pursuers with that strike. He would instead rely on the enhanced speed provided by Sage Arts to escape without engaging the enemy directly. Chapter 5. Turmoil after dealing with the pursuers. Danzo dared not pause for respite and immediately altered his course towards the southern border of the Land of Thunder. Given the commotion he had stirred, it was nearly impossible for Cloud Hidden to remain oblivious. If he did not hasten his retreat, he would soon find himself ensnared by the enemy. To evade his pursuers, Danzo was compelled to take a circuitous route, entering the Land of Moon 3 days later, where he rendezvoused with the Leaf Village's reinforcements. Lord Danzo, where are the Hokage? Why have you returned alone? The voice of Hayashi Amino, an elite jonin of the Hyuga clan, was tinged with urgency, and the apprehension was palpable among the assembled ninjas. The Hokage serves as the pinnacle leader of a ninja village, the very cornerstone and spirit of the community. With the second Hokage missing, a sense of dread enveloped the crowd, rendering them nearly unhinged. Are the Hokage not back yet? On the flight, Danzo had not encountered the likes of the Kin and Jin brothers, which led him to surmise that the second Hokage's fate was grim. Yet, he maintained a fade of shock, remaining silent for a moment before recounting the events of 3 days prior. Subsequently, a returning ninja brought back grim news that corroborated Danzo's account. 3 days earlier, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and his disciple, Kagami Uchiha, had been slain by the Kin and Jin brothers at the border of the Land of Thunder, while Saratobi Hizen and others remained unaccounted for. Is it true that the Hokage is dead? How dare they kill the Hokage? Panic ensued among the ninjas, including Hayashi Amino. They flitted about the camp like headless flies. Tobarama's sudden demise, with no successor chosen, left the position of Hokage vacant, rendering the Leaf Village like a headless entity, devoid of organizational capability. In that moment, Danzo, with the highest stature and respect, became the focal point for guidance. Taking a deep breath, Danzo barked. Silence. A gust of wind swept through the camp, instilling immediate stillness among all present. The death of the Hokage rendered any negotiations with the Land of Thunder obsolete. The Cloud-Hidden Village could launch an assault on the Leaf at any moment. This was a critical juncture for survival, and swift action was imperative. Danzo turned to Hayashi Amino and coldly instructed, Amino, leave a small team in the Land of Moon to ascertain the whereabouts of Saratobi Hizen and the others, ready to provide support if necessary. The rest will return to the Leaf with me at once. We must relay this information back to the village and organize our forces to bolster the northern defenses against the threat from Cloud Hidden. Danzo's composure and clarity in command instilled a sense of direction among the group. Order was swiftly restored within the camp, and under Danzo's guidance, they set into motion. 7 days later, Danzo and his entourage returned to the Leaf Village, still without news of Saratobi Hizen and the others. Upon arrival, Danzo ordered his subordinates to keep the news of the Hokage's death under wraps to prevent turmoil and unrest within the village. He, along with Hayashi Amino and several other jonin, proceeded to report to Lady Uzumaki Mido for further deliberation. Lady Mido was the widow of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the sister-in-law of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. She, who harbors the power of the tailed beast within her, possesses formidable strength and remarkable esteem, standing as the preeminent authority in Konoha, second only to Senju Tobarama. Clad in a flowing white kimono, with her red hair fashioned into a bun and a diamond-shaped mark adorning her forehead, the middle-aged woman remained silent for a prolonged moment after hearing the reports from Danzo and others. Has Tobarama sacrificed himself? In Konoha, the only one who can utter the name of the second Hokage so casually is Uzumaki Mido. After the demise of Senju Hashirama, the two had maintained the village's stability together, forging a deep bond. Now, with the sudden passing of Senju Tobarama, Mido finds it difficult to come to terms with the reality. Lady Mido, please accept my condolences. With the second Hokage's sacrifice, I fear the Land of Lightning will not let this matter rest easily. War looms on the horizon, and I urge you to find strength, Danzo implored, to prevent unrest. I have taken it upon myself to seal the news of the second Hokage's death, and I hope for your understanding. How we shall proceed next? I kindly ask for your guidance. During this sensitive period, Danzo dared not overstep his authority, treating the elder statesman of the village with sincere respect and utmost deference. You have performed admirably, Mido acknowledged, forcibly pulling herself from her sorrow to affirm Danzo's actions, contemplating for a moment before making her arrangements. Our immediate priority is to select a new Hokage. Please summon the head of the Jonin class and the leaders of the prominent clans for a council. Konoha was established on the foundation of the Senju and Uchiha clans, united with other shinobi and civilian ninjas. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had worked tirelessly to diminish the influence of the clans in order to foster unity among the villagers. As a testament to his commitment, he even disbanded the Senju clan, dispersing its members throughout the village. Yet, despite these efforts, the power of the ninja clans, cultivated over millennia, remained formidable. The third Hokage must gain their recognition to truly embody the title. During wartime, most clan leaders from Konoha had been dispatched to the front lines, leaving only their deputies to attend the meeting. While these acting clan leaders possessed the authority to handle matters, they were not the true heads of their clans, and their influence was consequently limited. The election of a Hokage was of utmost importance, and they dared not make hasty decisions. Thus, the assembly was rife with commotion. As various proposals emerged, some suggested summoning the clan leaders back for a proper election, while others insisted on an immediate vote. Still, some argued that the controversy should be temporarily set aside to bolster defenses against potential sneak attacks from the Land of Rain. Danzo's gaze, profound and penetrating, scrutinized the assembly of shinobi representatives, and he could not help but smirk inwardly. While their arguments appeared reasonable, their self-serving motives were glaringly apparent. How many truly had the welfare of Konoha at heart? The world was a vast and chaotic stage, and Konoha was merely a puppet show within that chaos, held together by the absolute might of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. With Hashirama's death, not only was the village shaken, but other ninja villages were also poised to invade the Land of Fire. Such was the fragility of this system. The second Hokage, relying on the lingering influence of his brother, could still maintain order, but with his demise, the hearts of the people wavered, and the very fabric of Konoha threatened to unravel. Mido's cold gaze swept across the bickering ninjas, increasingly convinced of Danzo's steadiness and his adept handling of affairs. Fortunately, the news of Senju Tobarama's demise was not directly disclosed. The core members of Konoha were already thrown into disarray by the grim tidings. Should it reach the lower ranks, it would undoubtedly incite chaos, with everyone fearing for their safety and hastening to flee the village. At that point, Konoha would truly be in ruins. Silence. Uzumaki Mido's commanding voice resonated, as a terrifying crimson chakra emanated from her, forming a luminous halo around her. 3 ethereal foxtails emerged behind her, and streaks of black whiskers adorned her cheeks. Witnessing this, the crowd fell into stunned silence. The tailed beast served as strategic deterrents for each ninja village. Every Jinchuriki was akin to a walking nuclear weapon, capable of annihilating cities and nations. Uzumaki Mido's display of power was a stark warning to all. Do not harbor any illusions of overthrowing Konoha. As long as she, Uzumaki Mido, remained alive, even in the face of the Hokage's death, she could uphold the very heavens of Konoha. Chapter 6. The third Hokage, the majestic Mido. Within the depths of his heart, Danzo cried out. In the village of Konoha, only the mighty Uzumaki Mido could instill fear in the hearts of the wicked. Though Danzo possessed strength, he was still youthful and lacked the necessary prestige to unite the village under his command at such a critical time. With a formidable enemy looming and the urgency of the situation palpable, it was imperative to select the third Hokage today to lead everyone in safeguarding Konoha. Realizing that further discussion would bear no fruit, Uzumaki Mido decisively set the tone. The second Hokage had expressed intentions to choose a successor from among his students during his lifetime. With Sarutobi Hiruzen and others absent, only one could shoulder this heavy responsibility. Casting a glance at Danzo, Mido boldly proposed, "I suggest Shimura Danzo as the third Hokage. Does anyone dissent?" The representatives of the various clans could not alter the undeniable truth. In the absence of Sarutobi and the others, the most qualified candidate for the position of third Hokage was indeed Shimura Danzo. The preceding banter was merely an attempt to gauge Mido's stance, hoping to undermine the authority of the Hokage clan for the benefit of their own families. However, Mido's resolute attitude left no room for their deceptions. "I concur. Lord Danzo is a disciple of the second Hokage, making his succession entirely legitimate. Furthermore, Lord Danzo possesses exceptional strength and remarkable achievements, making him the unequivocal choice for the third Hokage." The first to express agreement was Shikamaru, the patriarch of the Shimura clan. As Danzo belonged to the Shimura clan, it was only natural for the clan leader to support him. With Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others still unaccounted for, hastily electing a Hokage seemed rather unjust to them. Sarutobi Sasuke, with a furrowed brow, voiced his dissent. As the leader of the Sarutobi clan and father of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he felt compelled to argue for his son. Before Konoha's establishment, the Sarutobi, Shimura, Uzumaki, and Nara clans had been staunch allies, expected to stand united. Yet, the stakes of the Hokage position were too significant, forcing Sarutobi Sasuke to oppose his allies in defense of his son. It is precisely because of their uncertain fate that we must expedite the selection of a Hokage. By appointing the third Hokage and stabilizing the people's hearts, we can deploy more personnel for their rescue. Prolonged inaction would only serve to disadvantage them, Shikamaru urged earnestly. While Shikamaru spoke words of comfort, he could not help but sneer inwardly. As of now, no news had emerged. It was possible that Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others had already met their demise at the hands of the Cloud Village. What could the dead possibly contest against Danzo? Sarutobi Sasuke fell momentarily silent, unable to muster the courage to confront Shikamaru. "I oppose Danzo becoming Hokage," a vehement voice echoed through the meeting room, drawing the collective gaze of the attendees. Even Sarutobi Sasuke had merely expressed his dissent politely and had not directly countered Mido's proposal. Who possessed such audacity to defy Lord Mido? "Kato Iryu, what do you mean by this?" Shikamaru exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected interruption. Having finally convinced Sarutobi Sasuke only to be confronted by yet another obstacle. The once silent Danzo cast a fleeting glance at the speaking Kato Iryu, his gaze imbued with a sense of scrutiny. After the dissolution of the Senju clan by Hashirama and Tobirama, some members of the clan, unwilling to fade into obscurity, regrouped. They dared not defy the orders of the Hokage, thus adopting a new surname, calling themselves the Kato clan. These remnants of the Senju harbored long-standing grievances against the policies of Konoha, making their emergence to incite discord not entirely unexpected. Yet, with both Hashirama and Tobirama gone, what chaos could these remnants truly orchestrate? Both the first and second Hokage hailed from the Senju clan, and according to tradition, it would seem more fitting to appoint someone connected to the Senju as Hokage to gain the people's allegiance. Danzo, being too young and inexperienced, might find his rapid ascension met with skepticism from the populace. Suddenly, Kato Iryu shifted his tone, directing his gaze towards the seated Uzumaki Mido, and proclaimed loudly, "Thus, I propose that Lady Uzumaki Mido should assume the role of the third Hokage, employing the principle of attacking with the opponent's own weapon." Kato Iryu's nomination of Uzumaki Mido left the assembly with little room for dissent, as they could not ascertain whether this suggestion bore her endorsement. Should Uzumaki Mido aspire to become the first female Hokage in Konoha's history, Danzo would find it challenging to contest her candidacy. Lord Kato speaks wisely. "I too believe that Lady Uzumaki Mido should be Hokage." Unexpectedly, Danzo was the first to rise in support of Kato Iryu's proposal. If it was futile to contest, then he would refrain from doing so. Uzumaki Mido, advanced in years and devoid of ambition following her husband's demise, would not hold the position of third Hokage for long, inevitably passing the mantle to Danzo. Moreover, given the current precarious state of affairs and the myriad challenges facing Konoha, assuming the role of Hokage would not be an easy task. It would be wiser to bide time for a few years, allowing the tumult to subside before pursuing advancement. Enough of this nonsense. Uzumaki Mido glared fiercely at Kato Iryu, then cast a reproachful look at Danzo. Did he suspect her desire for the Hokage position? Could there not be a modicum of trust between individuals? I am aging, and merely safeguarding the village has become quite arduous. Konoha requires a youthful Hokage to guide us through these tribulations. Let us not squander time. Let us proceed to vote. Uzumaki Mito, weary from the power struggles within the village, felt exhausted by the selfishness of these individuals who failed to consider her plight. With her stance made clear, the representatives of the various clans ceased their hesitations, rallying in support of Danzo's ascension to the role of third Hokage. The tide of fate could not be resisted. The underhanded maneuvers of Saratobi Sasuke and Kato Iryu did not sway the ultimate outcome. As the sole hope for the village, Danzo was formally inaugurated as the third Hokage of Konoha. On the following morning, the citizens of Konoha were gathered beneath the Hokage rock, where Uzumaki Mito announced the grim tidings of the demise of second Hokage Tobirama Senju and Uchiha Kagami in the Land of Lightning. The villagers erupted in shock, yet, thanks to prior coordination among the various clans, order was swiftly restored. Subsequently, Uzumaki Mito revealed the results of the previous day's election, confirming the succession of the third Hokage. Dressed in ceremonial robes, Danzo stood beneath a conical hat atop the Hokage rock, flanked by representatives of various clans and department leaders, all in attendance. Calmly surveying the diverse expressions of the crowd below, Danzo's gaze was steady and resolute, embodying the valor and authority of the Hokage. The sole imperfection lay in the fact that, due to time constraints, the ceremonial robe he wore was not tailored to him but was a relic from the first Hokage, resulting in sleeves that were somewhat oversized and ill-fitting. However, this did not diminish the impression he left in the hearts of the people. Although the second Hokage had passed away, the third Hokage quickly rose to prominence. Konoha once again found its anchor, and the previously tumultuous emotions of the populace began to stabilize. Standing atop Hokage Rock, Danzo took a deep breath and issued a solemn proclamation. Fellow comrades of Konoha, the esteemed second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, ventured to the Land of Lightning with hopes of peace, only to be met with disgraceful betrayal. The village of Kumogakure stands as our greatest adversary. We cannot permit those shameless beasts to slaughter our comrades and trample upon our dignity. We must fight to the end. For our loved ones, for our homeland, and for our village. This is the darkest hour for Konoha, yet I firmly believe that as long as we unite as one, with a collective spirit, we shall overcome this adversity and once again embrace hope and light. Chapter 7. Diplomatic Encirclement. Listening to Danzo's solemn proclamation, the representatives of the various ninja clans wore grave expressions. This was not solely due to Danzo's commanding presence, but also because, as the third Hokage, he had unreservedly declared his political stance. The newly appointed third Hokage had no intention of enduring humiliation. He was determined to confront the hidden Cloud Village with unwavering resolve. Such fierce opposition, however, inevitably entailed substantial casualties. No one could afford to disregard the toll of war, as even the most venerable ninja clans could face annihilation after a single conflict. The succession ceremony concluded with Danzo's brief yet impactful declaration, and the crowd dispersed. Danzo returned to the Hokage's office under the escort of his guards. His first decree upon assuming office was a reshuffling of personnel. Those who had aided in his return to Konohagakure, including Hinata Amon and elite Jonin Sakurai Akira and Hoju Ikiai, were elevated to the role of Hokage's bodyguards. Nara Akira, the head of the Nara clan, was appointed as the Hokage's advisor to assist Danzo with the administrative affairs of the village. With the sudden attack having severely compromised Konohagakure's elite fighting force, it was impractical for Danzo, the third Hokage, to remain in the village directing operations from afar. He would need to take the battlefield when necessary. In his absence, stability in the rear was paramount. Nara Ryuta, calm and composed, was regarded as Konohagakure's strategist and held in high esteem by Senju Tobirama, often entrusted with critical tasks, but he lacked formal recognition. Following Danzo's ascension, this oversight was rectified. Moreover, Danzo promoted several young ninjas from the clans, a move that served both to win their allegiance and to placate them, while also carrying an implicit warning. As Hokage and the highest authority in Konohagakure, Danzo had the power to elevate them, just as he could suppress them. He hoped they would refrain from engaging in covert machinations that might provoke the third Hokage's ire. This swift and decisive reshuffle of personnel showcased Danzo's assertiveness. The atmosphere in Konohagakure was tense under this high-pressure environment, yet it also fostered a peculiar sense of security. In times of turmoil, stringent measures are often required, and a resolute leader is essential to guide the populace through adversity. A weak and ineffectual leader would only instill fear and confusion among subordinates. Danzo instructed that a message be sent to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, requesting an increase in military funding by at least 50%. Seated at his desk, he directed operations while Nara Ryuta took responsibility for drafting the necessary documents and proclamations. Lord Hokage, we recently received an increase in military funding. Wouldn't requesting an additional 50% be excessive? The daimyo's office may find it difficult to acquiesce to our demands, Nara Ryuta advised anxiously. The daimyo and the aristocracy wielded significant financial power over the Land of Fire, making them Konoha principal benefactors. The development of the ninja village relied on the long-term stable financial support of the daimyo. It was prudent to avoid antagonizing him unless absolutely necessary. Do not fret. The daimyo is a man of great understanding. He will surely comprehend our predicament and agree to augment the military budget. Make it clear to him that this crisis is unprecedented. Konoha does not merely face a coalition of ninja villages led by the Hokage, but a threat from terrorists led by the formidable Kin and Jin, Danzo asserted. These terrorists disregard all rules and pose a colossal threat to the entire shinobi community, and indeed, to the very fabric of the ninja world. If the brothers Jinshao and Inshao were to invade the Land of Fire, the safety of the daimyo and the esteemed nobles would be irrevocably compromised. Therefore, it is imperative that they deliberate with utmost seriousness. A daimyo devoid of military might is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter for Danzo, who would show no mercy. Are you suggesting, Lord Hokage, that Jinshao and Inshao pose a threat to the daimyo? Nara Ryuta, a perceptive individual, instantly comprehended Danzo's implication, his voice trembling with shock. Even amidst the tumultuous warring states period, it was exceedingly rare for a ninja to assault their employer, as such actions would tarnish their clan's reputation, diminish the volume of commissioned tasks, and ultimately jeopardize the ninja's very existence. Since the establishment of the village and country system, there have been no reports of ninjas daring to strike against the daimyo. Indeed, Danzo replied with a steady tone, devoid of any hint of jest. How could they dare to act in such a manner? Nara Ryuta's expression turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Should the brothers Jinshao and Inshao dare to slay a daimyo, it would inflict immeasurable damage upon the foundational structures of the 5 great ninja villages in the entire ninja world. Such an occurrence could very well lead to a complete reshuffling of the villages, reverting to the chaotic warring states era. They have already dared, Danzo continued. Today, they have the audacity to assassinate the second Hokage and the second Hokage. Tomorrow, they may very well target a daimyo. Have you ever heard of a rogue ninja brazenly murdering their own kage within the village? Danzo was uncertain whether Jinshao and Inshao would indeed attack a daimyo, but he knew he must exert every effort to seize the high ground of public opinion and encircle the enemy from all sides. Through the principle of 3 men make a tiger, the more widely a story is circulated, the more it transforms from falsehood to truth. The fact that Jinshao and Inshao have assassinated 2 kages is indisputable and widely acknowledged. What transpires next is left to the imagination of the daimyo. No, Nara Ryuta replied with resignation, shaking his head, compelled to accept this harsh possibility. This is an event that could potentially overturn the very order of the ninja world. Therefore, we must act swiftly to halt the spread of this malevolence. Inform the daimyo that not only should they increase military funding for Konoha, but they should also reach out to other daimyo to make them aware of the dangers posed by the rebellion of the Jinshao and Inshao brothers. Request that the daimyo of the Land of Lightning cease financial support to the rebellious Kumogi to prevent the insurgents from gaining strength. Urge the daimyo of the Wind, Earth, and Water countries to apply pressure on their respective ninja villages, demanding their cooperation with Konoha to repel the incursions of the Kumogi rebels. Dispatch messages to the Tsuchikage and the Mizukage, insisting they immediately halt military operations against the Land of Fire. Request that the Tsuchikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage gather in the Land of Iron in 2 weeks' time. I will convene a summit of the 4 kages. Danzo, unceasing in his efforts, made numerous arrangements. With the assassination of the second Hokage and the elite members of the Hokage lineage missing, Konoha faced numerous internal dangers that required urgent resolution. Danzo found himself unable to launch a military offensive against Kumogi in the short term. However, this did not preclude him from employing political and diplomatic strategies to encircle Kumogi, especially at this critical juncture. With the sudden demise of the second Hokage and the third Hokage yet to be appointed, Kumogi's diplomatic capabilities had plummeted. Should this window of opportunity be missed, once the situation in Kumogi stabilized, Danzo's diplomatic maneuvering would become exceedingly difficult to execute. Lord Hokage, do these actions truly bear significance? The shinobi serve merely as instruments to fulfill missions, and the hidden villages operate as mere engines of violence, all reliant on force for support. Nara Ryota does not believe that a handful of letters can persuade a Wagakure and Kirigakure to cease their assaults on Konohagakure. Neither does he hold the notion that the Tsuchikage, Mizukage, or even the Kazekage would willingly align themselves with Danzo's schemes. Ryota, you are astute, yet lacking in wisdom. Were you endowed with true wisdom, such doubts would not plague you, nor would you voice such sentiments in my presence. Danzo's cold voice resonated within the office, and upon regaining his composure, Nara Ryota felt a tightening in his chest, finally recognizing his misstep. In the early stages of leadership, it is imperative to establish authority. And Ryota's questioning of Danzo's actions not only challenges the Hokage's prestige, but also emits a profoundly detrimental signal. Given Nara Ryota's intellect, such an oversight should not have occurred. However, the shocking revelations he encountered today had thoroughly disturbed his thoughts, leading to his unintended slip of the tongue. Chapter 8. The Return of the Day/Lord Hokage. I have spoken out of turn. Nara Ryota hastily bowed in apology to Danzo. Rise, do not indulge in such frivolities, Danzo replied, his tone softening as he gestured for him to get up. Ryota, having been elevated by Danzo to the position of Hokage's assistant, was considered a trusted confidant. Danzo would not fault him for a trivial matter, yet a necessary admonition was unavoidable. Sending a few official letters and disseminating several messages would not incur significant costs. Even if these directives bore no fruit, they would not adversely affect Konoha, nor would they hinder the village's military preparations. However, should even one of them succeed, it could greatly alleviate the situation in Konoha. In my estimation, a few could indeed prove effective. Firstly, the daimyo of the Land of Fire would undoubtedly allocate increased military funds to Konoha. Secondly, the various daimyos would surely grow wary of the Gold and Silver Brothers, as the matter pertains to their own safety, making them reluctant to take risks. Thirdly, while the other three major ninja villages may not cease hostilities, they are likely to agree to hold a summit of the four kage in the Land of Iron, after more than a year of warfare. With the situation stagnating and no party reaping benefits, there exists a shared desire for a temporary truce, though a catalyst is still needed. Moreover, this marks the first time since the onset of conflict that a kage has fallen, with two having perished in quick succession. The remaining three kage cannot afford to overlook this. Lastly, with the internal strife within Kumogakure, they appear formidable but are, in reality, at their most vulnerable. It would be relatively easy for the allied forces to strike at Kumogakure, yielding favorable outcomes. At the very least, targeting the Gold and Silver Brothers could justify requests for increased military funding from their respective daimyos, ensuring no losses in the end. The kage are astute individuals. They will comprehend the gravity of the situation. Given the dire circumstances, Danzo had no intention of being cryptic, laying bare the intricacies of his strategy. Lord Hokage, your foresight is unparalleled, while I, your subordinate, am too dim-witted to grasp your plans. I beg for your understanding, Ryota confessed, instantly dispelling any lingering disdain he harbored for the newly appointed Hokage. Though young, Danzo possessed extraordinary intellect and shrewdness, his methods seasoned. He eclipsed the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. In terms of acumen, Konoha was fortunate to have such a figure at its helm. A kage must be the village's leader, if one cannot conceive of such strategies. It would be prudent to resign, lest they jeopardize the village's future. Danzo closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. Engaging with intelligent individuals was a breeze, and even conversing with the foolish posed little challenge. The true difficulty lay in dealing with those who seemed clever yet were patently ignorant. Such encounters were indeed vexing. The ninja world was rife with self-important fools who fancied themselves astute. Setting aside the madness of the Uchiha clan, there were countless artists of the future who, at the slightest provocation, threatened to bring about the world's ruin, insisting that the world must endure suffering. They were merely a collection of powerful yet emotionally vacuous infants unable to control themselves. The thought of encountering such madmen in the future left Danzo feeling overwhelmed. Nevertheless, Nara Ryota proved himself to be an adept administrator, facilitating the swift execution of Danzo's various decrees. Soon, the daimyo of the Land of Fire sent a response, expressing a willingness to increase Konoha's military funding by 50%. However, due to the immense sum, the payment would need to be made in installments. Upon receiving this news, the mood in Konoha soared. Warfare is indeed a costly endeavor. The salaries of ninjas, the procurement of various supplies, and compensations all necessitate vast financial resources. The daimyo's financial support undoubtedly served as a powerful tonic for Konoha. Shortly thereafter, the daimyos of other nations began to subtly voice their dissatisfaction with the brothers Kin and Jin. Meanwhile, after several days of contemplation, the Tsuchikage and the Mizukage announced a temporary cessation of hostilities with Konoha and agreed to convene a meeting of the Four Shadows. The Kazekage quickly followed suit, expressing his agreement. The diplomatic policy proved unexpectedly successful, elevating Danzo's prestige within the village and further solidifying his position. On the 8th day of Danzo's tenure as Hokage, another piece of good news arrived. The liaison stationed in the Land of Iron had made contact with Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions. The injured Hizashi and his group had begun their journey home and would soon arrive in Konoha. 2 days later, Hizashi and his companions reached Konoha, where Danzo personally led the senior members to greet them at the village entrance. Since Danzo ascended to the role of Hokage, Uzumaki Mito had entered a state of seclusion, rarely making an appearance. Even upon Hizashi's return, she did not show herself. This action was not a sign of dissent against the newly appointed Hokage, but rather a tacit endorsement of Danzo. Mito intentionally sought to diminish her influence to allow Danzo to establish the authority of the Hokage and better control Konoha. The returnees, having fled, were wrapped in bandages, their faces gaunt and hair disheveled, their clothing caked with mud, appearing as wretched as beggars, save for the shining forehead protectors adorned with the symbol of Konoha. Upon seeing Danzo, the joy on Hizashi's face was palpable, yet he quickly lowered his head. Unable to meet his gaze, Danzo raised his hand to signal everyone to halt and approached. Without waiting for Hizashi to speak, he delivered a punch directly to his face. Hizashi showed no reaction. Even had he wanted to evade it, he would not have. He was knocked to the ground, lying still like a lifeless dog. Following this, Akimichi Takumi, Uzumaki Mito, and Nara Shikamaru also fell victim to Danzo's wrath, all struck down by a single blow. I entrusted the second Hokage to you, and you have betrayed my trust. Danzo's words were frigid, causing the leaders of the ninja clans present to shift uncomfortably, particularly Hizashi's father, who several times attempted to step forward to plead for his son, but ultimately remained frozen in place. When Senju Tobarama fell in battle, Hizashi and his companions had been present. As the guardians of the Hokage, they bore an undeniable responsibility, regardless of the circumstances. How long do you intend to feign death on the ground? Rise, and return with me to clarify the situation, Danzo commanded. The punches he delivered lacked chakra, causing no real harm. They were merely a fade to vent his frustrations, offering some relief to those involved. Hizashi struggled to rise, resembling a soulless puppet as he followed Danzo back to the village. The remaining members also got to their feet, trailing closely behind. Danzo did not immediately interrogate his former companions. Instead, he first arranged for them to tend to their wounds, bathe, change into clean attire, and enjoy a meal before allowing them a brief respite. Only after this did they gather in the conference room of the Hokage's office to attend the meeting. Faced with Danzo's inquiries, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not dare to be negligent and clearly recounted the circumstances of the situation. Upon hearing that Senju Tobarama had willingly covered their retreat, Danzo's gaze flickered momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure. Did the teacher leave any final instructions? Danzo held no doubt that Senju Tobarama would sacrifice himself to shield his students, yet he felt a profound sense of injustice. If Tobarama could lay down his life for Sarutobi and the others, why could he not do the same for Danzo? They were all students. Yet their fates were strikingly disparate. What a travesty. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at the silent Mito Minyin and Uzumaki Kushina, and earnestly stated, "The second Hokage indicated that Danzo is suitable to inherit the position of Hokage. If both Danzo and I survive and return to Konoha, let Danzo assume the mantle of the third Hokage." At these words, Mito Minyin and Uzumaki Kushina were taken aback. They had already learned on their journey back that Danzo was to succeed as the third Hokage, yet the second Hokage had intended for Sarutobi Hiruzen to take the position. How could Sarutobi dare to distort the second Hokage's dying wishes? Was this truly the case? In an instant, Danzo discerned the underlying scheme, his indignation growing ever more intense. Chapter 9. I am the Hokage without a doubt. The statement regarding Danzo succeeding as the third Hokage was made by the Hokage himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a stern gaze at the restless Mito Gate Inn, cautioning him against stirring trouble. The sun does not share the sky, nor can the populace have two leaders. Setting aside the dereliction of duty that burdened Hiruzen and his companions, Danzo had officially assumed the role of the third Hokage and gained the villagers' acceptance. Introducing another contender for the position would jeopardize the fragile stability that Konoha had painstakingly achieved. Burdened by guilt, Hiruzen wished to avoid conflict with his dear friend, and he certainly did not desire to disrupt the unity of the village. Mito Gate Inn and T-Rune Komatsu were not oblivious to the repercussions that revealing the truth could entail, yet what compelled them to act? It stemmed from an imbalance in their hearts, from jealousy. They feared their brother's suffering, yet also envied his success, having narrowly escaped the clutches of kin and Jin. They returned to Konoha only to confront the villagers' scrutinizing stares. In stark contrast, Danzo had effortlessly extricated himself from danger and, upon his return, ascended to the Hokage's seat the very next day, commanding respect and wielding power with unparalleled glory. Such disparity was indeed difficult for them to accept, breeding a trace of malice. However, without Hiruzen's complicity, their dissatisfaction could not manifest into action, forcing them to bury their resentment deep within. Hiruzen intended to let the matter slide, but Danzo had no intention of easily overlooking their insubordination. He had discerned the defiance in Mito Gate Inn's eyes. Unless this issue was resolved, they might incite Hiruzen to create discord, thus troubling Danzo further. Yet, these considerations were not the crux of the matter. The true focus was Danzo's displeasure, immense displeasure. Hiruzen, it has been half a month since we last met, and I am astonished to see you have learned to deceive your comrades. The revelation of Hiruzen's deceit left him aghast, and before he could mount a defense, Danzo interrupted him with a smile. You surely did not notice that when you lie, your eyes instinctively dart to the right, revealing a small patch of white in your right eye. You are not suited for deception. Hiruzen hurriedly turned to Mito Gate Inn for confirmation, only to realize in that fleeting moment that he had been outwitted by Danzo. The guilty expression on Hiruzen's face was laid bare for all to see, and everyone present recognized that he had just lied. The second Hokage entrusted the Hokage position to you, did he not? Danzo disregarded Hiruzen's flustered demeanor and directed his gaze toward Mito Gate Inn and his companions. The earlier resentment they held toward Danzo was now replaced by profound shame, wishing they could vanish into the earth. Hiruzen, in his foolishness, worried that revealing the truth would destabilize Konoha's political landscape, which was reckless enough. But how could the three of them follow his lead in this folly? Altering the final wishes of the deceased is a grave disrespect. The second Hokage sacrificed himself to protect you. How can you disregard his last testament and hope to honor his spirit? Danzo's words were measured, yet each carried a peculiar power, tugging at the hearts of all present. Hiruzen, in my capacity as the third Hokage, I command you. Explicitly convey the second Hokage's final words without alteration. Remember, not a single word can be changed. In the end, Danzo's tone grew increasingly indifferent. This was a grave political incident, and Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer afford to deceive anyone. Reluctantly, Hiruzen echoed verbatim the words spoken by Shinji Tobarama that day before the gathered crowd. Upon finishing, he appeared utterly drained, trembling as he addressed Danzo. At that time, I had no knowledge of your survival, which is why I was entrusted with the position of the third Hokage. In truth, I had hoped you would succeed as the third Hokage. Danzo, you are the most suitable candidate for this esteemed role. At the revelation of the truth, many, including Uchiha Sasuke, felt a flicker of glee. Yet, their hearts soon turned cold. It was not due to Hiruzen's capitulation, but rather the realization that the formidable Danzo would not relinquish his position. Danzo, the rightful Hokage in the eyes of all villagers, could not be easily swayed by a mere dying wish from Shinji Tobarama. Those who posed a threat to Danzo's Hokage status, such as Hiruzen and his allies, were likely to face dire consequences. The major clans would not stand idly by while their kin faced certain doom. Intense conflict would undoubtedly ensue, leading to unimaginable repercussions. Hiruzen, I could have chosen to overlook this matter. Had I merely documented your initial words and solidified the so-called second Hokage's last testament, you would have had no opportunity to stir dissent. Konoha could have remained stable. But do you understand why I chose to take this risk and compel you to reveal the truth? Danzo had never intended to purge Sarutobi Hiruzen. If that had been his aim, he would have remained silent, waiting for the storm to pass before deploying the four to the front lines and orchestrating a one-way mission to easily resolve the issue. Executing a mission with no return was straightforward. Refusing to carry out an order from the Hokage would result in charges of treason and execution. How simple it would have been. I do not comprehend, Hiruzen replied, shaking his head, his voice hoarse and filled with profound fatigue. He truly could not fathom Danzo's intentions. It is because I am enraged. You have not regarded me as a comrade worthy of your trust, nor have you shown me the respect due to a Hokage. Look at your own vile faces. What do you take me for? I am the Hokage. I am Shimura Danzo, the third Hokage of Konoha. His thunderous voice reverberated throughout the conference room, and the assembly, cowed by Danzo's formidable presence, fell into a hushed silence, with several clan leaders, including Uchiha Sasuke, bowing their heads in defeat. The first Hokage once stated that it is not the attainment of the Hokage title that earns the acknowledgement of comrades, but rather it is those who have earned such recognition who may ascend to the role of Hokage. When the Kumobikyu's Jingang unit surrounded us, who stepped forward to hold the line and distract the enemy? Who was it that, under pressure, returned to Konoha to relay critical intelligence? Who took on the heavy burden at a crucial juncture to stabilize the situation in Konoha? Who, through diplomatic maneuvering, turned the tide against Kumobikyur and guided Konoha through its darkest hour? It was I, Shimura Danzo, the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo. My position as Hokage was earned through my own merit, not granted by anyone's charity, humility, or dying wishes. Tsunade cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared on the verge of fainting, and at Mito Minka, who was drenched in cold sweat, and scoffed. Do you think my position as Hokage is something you need to worry about? It became unassailable the moment I donned the ceremonial robe and ascended to Hokage Rock. Do not even mention the will of the second Hokage. Even if he were to rise from the dead, he would still have to take a back seat to me. For I am the Hokage now, and within the village of Konoha, I reign supreme, having expressed all the pent-up frustrations in his heart. Shimura Danzo gazed at the speechless crowd, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. In truth, Danzo had long harbored disdain for these fools, including Shinji Tobarama. Although Tobarama appeared wise on the surface, he was, in fact, quite foolish. What kind of leader of a nation's military would venture into enemy territory with a cadre of trusted subordinates for negotiations? Was this not tantamount to inviting disaster? A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall, such a simple truth, yet they failed to comprehend it. Chapter 10. The Four Shadows Conference. After a thunderous roar from Danzo, the conference room fell into an oppressive silence, as if the air itself had thickened with trepidation. No one dared to utter a word. The prominent figures of Konoha stifled even their breaths, fearing to awaken the slumbering beast. Though Danzo's assertions seemed absurd, a significant majority found themselves in tacit agreement. Authority, after all, is transient, and the reign of a new leader heralds the obsolescence of the old. With Danzo now firmly in power, the legacy of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, faded into mere memory. Tobarama's severed head still hung in the village of the cloud, rendering any notion of his return to confront Danzo utterly ludicrous. In this delicate moment of transition, no one dared to oppose Danzo's dominion. What I say? Who agrees and who disagrees? Danzo's voice shattered the silence, not as a query, but as an ultimatum, compelling the assembly to declare their stances. He aimed to seize this opportunity to ruthlessly suppress dissent within Konoha, further solidifying his authority. Yet, a protracted silence ensued, as if the weight of fear or inner turmoil rendered the assembly speechless. Observing the cowardice of those before him, Danzo's heart darkened with scorn. He pointedly called upon one individual. Kato Iria, you speak. The summoned Kato Iria flinched as if pricked by a needle, slowly lifting his buried head, revealing a visage etched with terror. Everyone was acutely aware of Danzo's foul mood. It was evident that one unfortunate soul was destined to bear the brunt of his wrath. The power void in Konoha had long been filled, and should Kato Iryu dare to act out, Danzo would not hesitate to extinguish him in the name of the Hokage. Seeing Kato Iryu stammer in hesitation, Danzo pressed him. I demand you speak. Do you agree or disagree? Agree. Of course I agree. The third Hokage's words ring true. Kato Iryu stuttered, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. While he might have vented privately about Danzo in less critical times, he understood the gravity of the moment that concerned the very survival of his clan. Very well. Recognizing Kato Iryu's compliance, Danzo spared him further torment and shifted his gaze to another. Sarutobi clan leader, what is your perspective? The Shimura clan and the Sarutobi clan shared a long-standing camaraderie, and with Sarutobi Sasuke being Danzo's elder, a hint of deference colored his words. Yet, it was merely a hint. Should Sarutobi Sasuke misjudge his standing, Danzo would not hesitate to strike him down. Unlike Kato Iryu, Sarutobi Sasuke maintained his composure, casting a deep, contemplative gaze upon his son, whose current state was nearly pitiful. Any remnants of hope or indignation within him evaporated. The disparity was stark. Given Sarutobi Hizashi's current condition, he was wholly unfit to shoulder the responsibilities of Hokage. To force his ascension would surely bring calamity upon the Sarutobi clan, making it more prudent to support Shimura Danzo. As long as the Sarutobi clan did not covet the Hokage's seat, they could remain amicable. Danzo would ensure that the Sarutobi clan was treated with fairness. Since the ascendance of the third Hokage, his achievements were evident to all. He had stabilized the dynamics among the great shinobi villages without bloodshed, guiding Konoha through its most arduous trials. The sophistication of the methods employed surpasses even those of the first and second Hokage, truly marking the emergence of the most formidable Hokage in the annals of our Hidden Leaf Village. I wholeheartedly concur with the esteemed third Hokage's perspective. Simultaneously, I must issue a stern warning to those ungrateful miscreants. Should anyone dare to defy the third Hokage's directives, the Sarutobi clan will not acquiesce. The astonishment was palpable, not only among the other Leaf officials, but even Danzo appeared somewhat bewildered. Who could have anticipated that Sarutobi Sasuke would demonstrate such sagacity, practically bordering on excessive decorum? To express loyalty to Danzo, he audaciously invoked the first and second Hokage, shamelessly diminishing their legacy. Unfazed by the peculiar gazes of the assembly, Sarutobi Sasuke maintained his composure, exhibiting remarkable equanimity. These individuals have clawed their way through the blood-soaked battlegrounds of the Warring States era. Survival necessitates a certain disregard for vanity. Those concerned with reputation would have perished long ago. Rather than being the primary instigator, Sarutobi Sasuke unexpectedly turned the tide, deterring others from opposing Danzo, who in turn garnered unanimous support and approval. Following this incident, Danzo's position as Hokage not only remained unshaken but was further fortified. Sarutobi Sasuke, displaying wisdom, found favor with Danzo, who refrained from holding Sarutobi Hizashi and others accountable for their inadequate protection of the Hokage. Subsequently, he elevated Sarutobi Hizashi and Akimichi Takafumi to the roles of Hokage assistants and senior advisors to the Leaf Village. As for the originally troublesome Mito Gaiden and Uchiha Kaharu, Danzo dispatched them to the front lines of the Land of Earth and the Land of Water, respectively, to guard against the threats posed by the Rock and Mist villages. One was sent to the northwest, the other to the southeast, ensuring they could not conspire together to create further havoc. After organizing the affairs of the village, Danzo commanded Nara Ryota and the two Hokage assistants to remain in the Hidden Leaf Village while he, accompanied by several elite members including Hyuga, set off for the Iron Country to attend the summit of the Four Kage. The Iron Country lies to the northeast of the Fire Country, sharing a border with it. The journey from the Leaf Village to the Iron Country is relatively short, with good transport links. Danzo arrived at the conference venue after 2 days of brisk travel. Upon his arrival, Danzo realized he had underestimated the seriousness with which the other three Kage regarded this meeting, as he was the last to arrive. Leaving behind a few guards, he strode into the wooden house encircled by a barrier technique. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a cacophony of heated arguments. "You foolish bandaged one, I never expected you to be alive. Little mustache, if I'm still alive, how could you possibly be dead? If anyone is to die, it shall be you first." The air crackled with tension as the bandaged Suchikage Gofu and the Water Shadow, the slick-haired Hozuki Mangitsu, were locked in a fierce standoff, seemingly on the verge of conflict. "Enough, both of you." The Wind Shadow, shaman, adorned with a tattoo of a blue dragon and black claws upon his head and right eye, looked at the two with exasperation. Before the establishment of the 5 great shinobi villages, Gofu and Hozuki Mangitsu had been bitter rivals. Gofu, having sustained severe injuries from Mangitsu's explosive techniques, was still wrapped in bandages, a testament to their long-standing enmity. As the Four Kage summit had yet to commence, the two began their competitive banter. Ignoring their skirmish, Danzo took the last available seat and placed the Hokage's conical hat upon the table. Almost immediately, Gofu and Hozuki Mangitsu ceased their bickering with a huff and returned to their respective positions. Punctuality is the fundamental virtue of a ninja. "Young man, you are late," the monk reproached softly. "Firstly, I am not tardy. Secondly, there are no young individuals here. Only the third Hokage of Konoha, Lord Second Kazekage. Please be mindful of your words." Within the room were all the second Hokages, with Danzo being the sole third, yet he displayed no sign of trepidation, maintaining a composed demeanor and a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, upholding the dignity of Konoha. "After the death of Hashirama Senju, it is astonishing that you succeeded him as the third Hokage. Has Konoha no one else?" He mocked coldly. Although there was a certain animosity between the likes of Mizukage Gitsu and the monk, they were nonetheless familiar acquaintances. The newly appointed Hokage Danzo was a stranger to them, prompting inevitable attempts to gauge his capabilities. Should Danzo prove inadequate, they would not hesitate to unite against Konoha. Chapter 11. The turmoil at the Four Shadows Conference. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged in their youth. The rise of a new generation is indeed a positive development. However, a lack of successors when the old guard fades is a grave misfortune. Our Hidden Leaf Village is teeming with talent, while the Rock Village, aside from Inoki, possesses few noteworthy figures. Danzo retorted without reservation. The Rock Village may appear formidable, yet it is fundamentally weak, relying solely on Inoki to uphold its strength. The remaining ninja villages are not in much better condition. Otherwise, the Leaf Village could not possibly stand its ground against 3 adversaries. Inoki alone is more than capable of obliterating your Leaf Village. Danzo slammed his hand down on the table, causing the bandages on his face to quiver and produce a dull thud. Did several esteemed elders travel all this way merely to engage in a quarrel with me? Let us cease these childish and pointless provocations and address matters of significance, issues that a shadow should genuinely concern themselves with. Danzo, growing impatient, abruptly terminated the fruitless banter and unveiled the agenda of the day as conference. Each ninja village possesses its own intelligence network, and you are likely already aware of the misdeeds perpetrated by Kin and Jin. I propose that the 4 great ninja villages unite immediately, dispatching forces to intervene in the Cloud Village's rebellion, restore order, and maintain the equilibrium among the 5 great ninja villages. A chorus of laughter erupted at Danzo's remarks, with the second Mizukage, Terumi Mei, regarding him with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a jester. I expected you to present a profound insight. Yet you utter such ridiculous statements. What concern is the dispute between the Leaf and the Cloud to our Mist Village? Why should we send troops to assist the Leaf against the Cloud? We are not allies. After finishing her retort, Terumi Mei cast a scornful glance at the Sand Village representative, amplifying her derision. If even the Sand, an ally, refuses to assist the Leaf, one can hardly expect support from the rest. May I inquire, esteemed second Mizukage, if this does not pertain to you, why have you come here? Are you simply at leisure? A true shadow cannot idly witness another shadow perish in a rebellion. If we turn a blind eye to the male factions of Kin and Jin, we tarnish the very essence of the shadow's throne. For when rebellion goes unpunished, the youth of each village will be emboldened to follow suit. Will they then gather a band of dissenters whenever they disagree with village policies, ultimately overthrowing the shadow? The legitimacy and authority of a shadow must remain unblemished. I urge you all to contemplate this gravely. Danzo's words resonated profoundly, compelling the 3 initially dismissive figures to retract their scorn and engage in earnest reflection. Establishing order is a daunting task, yet dismantling it is all too effortless. The 3 elders, having emerged from the Warring States period, understood the arduousness of cultivating a shadow's prestige and establishing a ninja villages system. They were acutely aware of the terrifying state to which the world would regress should the order of the ninja villages collapse. However, each faction had endured considerable strife, and none were eager to reignite the flames of war, which led to their indecision. Observing the silence among the 3, Danzo felt a pang of frustration. These individuals seemed utterly oblivious, prioritizing trivial gains over their lives while hesitating to undertake significant endeavors. For instance, the Hidden Rock and the Hidden Mist villages are situated in the northwest and southeast respectively, separated by the vast Fire Country and a myriad of smaller nations, ostensibly rendering any connection between them improbable. Yet, under the leadership of Wu and the enigmatic guiding Huan Yue, these 2 entirely disconnected forces engage in conflict, as if driven by a deep-seated vendetta akin to that of sworn enemies. However, when confronted with a genuine threat to their dominion over the ninja villages, they falter, hesitating to make decisive moves. Just as Danz was about to offer further counsel, a sudden and violent disturbance rippled through the defensive barrier, causing the wooden structure to tremble as if on the brink of collapse. The 4 seasoned ninjas present immediately realized they were under attack. In almost perfect unison, they seized their hats from the table and rushed out of the building to regroup with their respective guards. Upon exiting, Danz discovered several lifeless bodies strewn on the ground, mercifully not belonging to Konoha. 2 imposing figures adorned with horns loomed on a small slope not far from the wooden cabin, their predatory gazes scanning the crowd below. It was the duo known as Gold Horn and Silver Horn. Shaman cast a resentful glance at the pair, noting that the fallen were from their own Sunagakure. Why were the Kage gathered for the summit without notifying us? Do they truly regard us, the Hidden Cloud, with such disdain? Gold Horn, shouldering the 7-star sword, crushed a corpse beneath his foot, laughing wickedly. The second Rakage was just killed by you. Should we burn incense to summon him back from the underworld? Danz chuckled lightly, unfazed by the presence of Gold Horn and Silver Horn. The land of iron and the land of lightning are separated by a sea, not too far apart. Danz had boldly convened the four Kage summit, pointedly excluding the hidden cloud, making it unsurprising that Gold Horn and Silver Horn would react. Lord Hokage, are you unharmed? In the immediate aftermath, Hage and several guards hurried to provide protection. The other Kage's guards followed suit, diligently ensuring the safety of their respective leaders. I am fine, but the upcoming battle is beyond your capacity to participate in. Retreat to the rear, Danz commanded. Fully aware of the formidable prowess of Gold Horn and Silver Horn, wishing to spare his newly appointed subordinates from unnecessary peril. Though reluctant, Hage complied. Stepping back a short distance to remain within reach of the Hokage should assistance be required. I remember you. You were Danz. Half a month ago. You were scurrying like a rabbit alongside Shinji Tobarama, chased by us. I never expected you to transform into the leader of a village. Silver Horn mocked, devoid of any semblance of respect in his tone. A vanquished foe daring to be audacious in front of them was laughable. Gold Horn and Silver Horn wouldn't mind adding another Hokage to their tally today. You were truly petty. I merely eliminated a few hundred of your ninjas on my journey home. Is it truly necessary to hold such a grudge? Danz retorted defiantly, asserting that what they termed as fleeing was merely a strategic retreat, not an act of cowardice. Gold Horn and Silver Horn's expressions darkened. For the majority of those hundreds of ninjas were loyal subordinates of their own. The Great War claimed countless lives, leaving the once formidable duo of Kinjiro and Jinkiro unable to quell the dissent within the village. To this day, they have been unable to usurp power and ascend as rightful leaders of the Cloud Hideout. All of this is attributed to Danzo, whom the brothers loathe to the extent that they fantasize about flaying him alive. However, Kinjiro and Jinkiro have misjudged Danzo. While he has indeed slain many, he simultaneously eliminated their gravest threat, the formidable Yagura. Yagura was a trusted aide of the second Raikage and originally the third Raikage of this timeline. Had Yagura remained alive, he would have swiftly united the internal forces of the Cloud Hideout to besiege the Kinjiro and Jinkiro brothers. At that point, they would not only have been unable to flaunt their might here, but their very lives would have been in jeopardy. This is the Four Shadows Conference. You have no right to speak. Shaman formed hand seals, and the earth trembled violently. Subsequently, countless black particles surged forth from the ground, coalescing into a colossal iron sword aimed at the Kinjiro and Jinkiro brothers. Magnet release. Danzo immediately recognized Shaman's technique. Magnet release is a bloodline limit formed by the fusion of lightning and earth chakra natures, a unique ninjutsu of the Sand Village, capable of manipulating metal to launch attacks against enemies with unpredictable and formidable power. Who says we lack the right? We, the brothers, are the third Raikage of the Cloud Hideout. You should take a good look. Kinjiro gathered his chakra and swung the seven-star sword, relying solely on brute strength to withstand Shaman's magnetic iron sword, drawing the attention of those present. The infamous executioners of the two shadows are indeed a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 12. Confrontation with the Golden and Silver Horns. The battle against the Golden Horn and Silver Horn was far from straightforward. When the shaman could not suppress the Golden Horn from the front, the iron sword abruptly dispersed, transforming back into iron sand, which then surrounded the Golden Horn from all directions, penetrating into his very being. Before the scattered iron sand could fully envelop the Golden Horn, the Silver Horn brandished the feather fan from his back and gave it a vigorous flap. In an instant, a powerful wind chakra erupted, coalescing into a fierce gale that sent the iron sand flying. Possessing the bloodline of the Six Paths Sage, the Golden and Silver Horn wielded 5 formidable ninja tools left by the sage himself. Among them, the banana fan could disregard the user's own chakra attributes, achieving a transformation of 5 elemental chakra natures. As the Silver Horn launched his attack, the Golden Horn seamlessly coordinated by forming hand seals to unleash a fire release, expelling a fireball over 10 meters in diameter from his mouth. The wind fueled the flames, causing the fireball to swell and transform into a blazing orb exceeding 100 meters, which melted the iron sand as it surged towards the shaman. The shaman quickly formed seals once more, summoning iron sand to construct a solid wall of steel before him, aiming to withstand the assault of the blazing orb. Upon collision, the intense heat began to melt the steel, slowly eroding and penetrating the wall. As the shaman's defense appeared on the brink of collapse, Danzo finally intervened to provide support. Instead of confronting the fireball head-on, Danzo unleashed a sharp wind blade from the side, targeting the Golden Horn. The Golden Horn had no choice but to halt his chakra infusion into the fireball, brandishing the 7-star sword to deflect Danzo's wind blade. A deafening explosion ensued, and the shaman's iron wall transformed into a pool of thick crimson liquid, leaving charred marks upon the ground. The golden horn was forced back by the wind blade, bearing several shallow cuts upon his face. Despite his injuries, the golden horn's arrogance only intensified. Is this all the sand shadow can muster? The shaman thought, smoke rising from his palms as he regarded the golden horn with a newfound wariness. Had it not been for Danzo's timely assistance, the shaman would likely have sustained injuries at the hands of the golden and silver horns. Meanwhile, Mu and the ghostly Zuki Mangetsu remained completely passive, clearly relishing the prospect of the shaman's humiliation. How about it? Do we not deserve to become the third Hokage? The golden and silver horns wreaked havoc at the Four Shadows summit, intent on showcasing their might to all. With their brute strength, they sought to force the recognition of the other Four Shadows, stifling any dissent within the hidden cloud, ultimately establishing themselves as the rightful third Hokage. Impudent beasts! Cease your insolence. Konoha shall never acknowledge traitors such as yourselves. Danzo convened the Four Shadows summit specifically to confront the golden and silver horn brothers. He could not allow them to succeed in their coup. Earth Shadow, Water Shadow, what are you hesitating for? Do you truly wish to let them trample upon the dignity of the shadows? Danzo exclaimed, addressing the spectating rock and mist shadows with a stern tone. If the Four Shadows united, not only would it be feasible to defeat the golden and silver horns, but they could also slay them right here. However, each shadow harbored their own intentions and remained wary of one another, preventing a cohesive force from forming, thereby allowing the golden and silver horns to unleash their wrath. Danzo reminded the two onlookers that there were limits to opportunism. If they allowed the golden and silver horns to rampage unchecked and then depart, they would become mere stepping stones. It appears that Konoha is poised to appoint a new Hokage today. The brothers, Kin and Jin, glared menacingly at Danzo, their malice unmistakable. Having slain the second Hokage and the second Hokage, their arrogance had swelled. In their eyes, the position of Hokage was trivial. United, they felt invincible against any ninja. Unable to endure the brothers' brazen demeanor any longer, Mu finally formed the necessary seals. A luminescent white light coalesced in his hands, transforming into a cube, from which a prism-shaped beam of light erupted, hurtling towards Kin and Jin. The velocity of the beam was astonishing, reaching them in an instant. The brothers, caught off guard and unwilling to confront the attack head-on, hastily evaded to either side. With a resonant thud, the mound of earth that had supported Kin and Jin vanished, as though sliced by a sharp blade, leaving behind a smooth, concave surface. Impressive, Danzo couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The dust release of a Wagakure is a bloodline limit that surpasses mere hereditary jutsu, merging the elemental natures of wind, earth, and fire. Its devastating power is capable of obliterating virtually all matter within the ninja world, rendering defenses futile. With just this mastery of dust release, Mu could easily rank among the elite of the ninja realm. This is not a place for your reckless antics, Mu coldly admonished, his gaze fixed on the flustered Kin and Jin, tinged with ire. These two rascals had truly overstepped their bounds, showing utter disdain for their adversaries. With a swift motion, the ghost lantern's Hanatsuki raised his right hand, pointing towards the airborne Kin and Jin, unleashing a torrent of water bullets. The slender streams of water possessed remarkable penetrating power, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the brothers. True to their heritage of sage blood, Kin and Jin exhibited formidable resilience, contorting their bodies in midair to evade critical hits. After absorbing the blow from Hanatsuki, they landed gracefully, seemingly unscathed. Before the brothers could catch their breath, a fierce wind surged from the side, revealing a figure wielding twin blades. Danzo seized the opportunity to strike while they were downcast. Witnessing the actions of the Tsuchikage and Mizukage, he too advanced, employing the body flicker technique to close in on Kin and Jin, delivering a flurry of strikes with his dual blades. The edges of his weapons were imbued with razor-sharp wind chakra, enhanced further by a substantial infusion of natural energy, amplifying their destructive potential. Caught off guard and reeling from the blow, Kin and Jin hastily attempted to block the assault, but it was too late. Danzo's blade sliced effortlessly through flesh, leaving deep gashes upon their bodies. In an instant, blood erupted, as if they were on the verge of being cleaved in two. Kin and Jin spewed forth crimson, retreating in disarray and widening the distance between themselves and Danzo. The recently wounded shaman immediately retaliated, commanding iron sand to coalesce into dozens of iron birds that shot towards Kin and Jin like bolts from a crossbow. Despite their injuries, Kin and Jin unleashed a combined assault to fend off shaman's iron birds. Subsequently, amidst the billowing smoke of violent explosions, they made their escape towards the north. Danzo remained rooted in place, silently observing the brothers' silhouettes fade into the distance, showing no inclination to pursue. Gamon gasped for breath. His voice laced with fury as he inquired, "Lord Third Hokage, why do you not pursue them? The brothers, Kin and Jin, are gravely injured. If Danzo, who was closest, were to launch a relentless attack, he could not only vanquish both but at the very least ensure one of them is captured." Yet, Danzo remained rooted to the spot. Dazed, merely observing the enemy's retreat and allowing a vital opportunity to slip away. "Lord Second Kazekage, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Danzo cast a cold, indifferent glance at Gamon. He was not subservient to Gamon and saw no reason to be directed in such a manner. The previous strike had drained considerable energy. If the Kazekage desired to avenge his subordinates, he could very well pursue them himself. Regardless, we have already inflicted significant damage on Kin and Jin, have we not? Chapter 13. The great name the rebellion within Cloud Hidden Village cannot be quelled entirely. Yet it cannot be left unchecked either. With the combined efforts of the Four Shadows, the brothers of the Golden and Silver Horns have been vanquished. And the turmoil in Cloud Hidden Village will soon subside, allowing it to restore its vigor and become formidable once more. What advantage does a powerful Cloud Hidden Village offer to the other ninja villages? None whatsoever. Cloud Hidden is inherently aggressive. Known as the first to declare war among the ninja villages. Once it regains strength, it will vie for mission shares with the four great villages and may even instigate external conflicts, posing a severe threat to the interests of the various villages. Thus, a weakened Cloud Hidden is in everyone's best interest. Danzo deliberately allowed the Golden and Silver Horn brothers to escape. As long as they remain alive, the internal strife within Cloud Hidden will persist. The factions of Hokage and the brothers will continue their conflict, mutually depleting one another, leading the entire Cloud Hidden Village towards decline through incessant internal strife. At that point, the four great villages can easily step in and claim the benefits of the Land of Lightning. The third Hokage was indeed correct. We have much more substantial matters to discuss, so let us set those two fools aside for now. Mifune nodded, expressing his support for Danzo. The Land of Earth shares a border with the Land of Lightning, and Mifune is quite pleased to see Cloud Hidden in misfortune. Third Hokage. Sometimes I truly feel you are less of a ninja, and more like Hozuki Mangetsu stroked his small beard, momentarily pausing as he searched for an appropriate descriptor. A shadow is the leader of a village and must be an exceptional ninja, yet cannot merely be a ninja. If one is solely a ninja, they cannot lead a ninja village towards a bright future. Danzo sheathed his dual blades and seamlessly interjected with a seemingly unrelated but peculiar statement that aligned with Hozuki Mangetsu's thoughts. Well said. Hozuki Mangetsu clapped and laughed, finally recalling a fitting metaphor. Danzo spoke with such eloquence that he resembled a feudal lord seated in the lord's manor rather than a ninja. The Tsuchikage and the Mizukage expressed their opinions, and the Sand Shadow could say no more. He cast a fierce glare at Danzo before turning to inspect the injuries of his subordinates. The Land of Lightning lies to the northeast, while the Land of Wind is to the southwest, with Konoha positioned in between. With Cloud Hidden's decline, Sunagakure, being too distant, cannot reap substantial benefits. Once Konoha and Iwagakure relieve the pressure from the Land of Lightning's border, they will inadvertently place immense military pressure on Sunagakure. Thus, the Sand Shadow truly wished to see the Golden and Silver Horns dispatched today. However, the other three shadows were astute, none willing to cooperate, weighing the pros and cons. The Sand Shadow had no choice but to relent. After a brief respite, the Four Shadows conference resumed. The chaos caused by the Golden and Silver Horns not only failed to achieve its intended effect, but rather accelerated the process of unity among the Four Shadows. The subsequent discussions proceeded smoothly, leading the four great ninja villages to reach an agreement to temporarily set aside their conflicts and send personnel to the Land of Lightning to assist Cloud Hidden in quelling the rebellion, collectively safeguarding the peace within the ninja world. Thus, the Four Shadows Conference marked a diplomatic triumph for Konoha. Danzo successfully negotiated a ceasefire with Iwagakure and Kirigakure, alleviating Konoha's predicament of multi-front warfare while facilitating a strategic encirclement of Cloud Hidden, significantly reducing military pressure from the northwest. In just a few days, the situation among the five great nations has undergone a dramatic transformation, with Konoha emerging from the abyss of war to become the arbiter on the fishing platform. Immediately following the conclusion of the meeting, Danzo dispatched a messenger to convey the good news back to Konoha. He himself did not rush back to the village, but instead made his way directly to the capital of the Land of Fire. Given the recent significant events, it was imperative to inform the daimyo. Furthermore, until now, Danzo The third Hokage had yet to receive a formal appointment from the daimyo. He sensed there must be some misunderstanding between himself and the daimyo. His journey to the capital was intended to resolve these misconceptions. Soon, Danzo arrived at the capital. As the heart of the Land of Fire, the capital, being the residence of the daimyo and numerous nobles, far surpassed Konoha in both scale and population. From his vantage point on the surrounding hills, he could discern the formidable city walls and the densely clustered wooden houses within. The streets of the city sprawled like a vast network, lined with stalls where merchants and travelers bustled about, while carriages and pedestrians flowed continuously, showing no signs of being affected by the ravages of war. Danzo entered the city undetected by the guards at the gate, masquerading as an ordinary merchant before hastily making his way to the daimyo's residence. The sudden visit of the third Hokage startled the daimyo, who was in the midst of a banquet, prompting him to hastily instruct his attendants to tidy the disheveled chamber in preparation for Danzo's audience. The news of the Four Shadows Conference had yet to reach the capital, and the daimyo still required Konoha as protection. He dared not offend Danzo at such a critical juncture. Crossing the magnificent front hall in the serene, elegant torii, Danzo encountered the daimyo, whose countenance was flushed and slightly inebriated. Your Excellency, it is indeed a long journey for the third Hokage. Why did you not inform me of your visit beforehand? I could have made proper arrangements to host you, as is the duty of a gracious host. The daimyo, though somewhat intoxicated, had not lost his composure. Even if he was displeased by the surprise visit from Danzo, he only hinted at his dissatisfaction indirectly. The situation of war is urgent. I beg your pardon, my lord. Danzo maintained an impassive demeanor, neither pleased nor angered. Upon hearing the mention of war, the daimyo quickly composed himself and solemnly inquired, what transpired at the Four Shadows Conference, Hokage-sama? The outcome of this conference would directly influence the trajectory of relations among the five great nations. Should the results prove unfavorable for the Land of Fire, the daimyo would no longer be able to indulge in such extravagant pleasures as he currently did. Despite facing several setbacks, Danzo fulfilled his mission admirably, ultimately achieving a commendable outcome. He elaborated on the events that transpired during the Four Shadows Conference, emphasizing the perilous circumstances when Kin and Jin wreaked havoc. He transformed a battle that was nearly overwhelming into a tale of a narrow victory, leaving the daimyo trembling and wide-eyed. Only when hearing that the Four Shadows had decided to unite against the Hidden Cloud did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. The stability of the Land of Fire relies entirely on your leadership, Hokage-sama. You are indeed the hero of the Land of Fire, regardless of the specifics. Danzo had successfully maintained the situation, preventing further assaults on the Land of Fire. For this alone, he had accomplished a significant feat. Mere trifles could hardly be deemed heroic. However, I have heard that your highness is discerning in matters of reward and punishment, bestowing accolades for merit and enacting penalties for transgressions. As for this incident, Danzo is not one to be overly sentimental. He straightforwardly seeks recompense for his contributions. The capital is vibrant and bustling, with the daimyo reveling in daily festivities and pleasures, enjoying a life of utmost delight, seemingly with a bountiful treasury at his disposal. It would be remiss for Danzo to return empty-handed after making such a journey. Summon the attendants to bring forth the offerings. At the daimyo's command, several servants soon entered, each bearing exquisite lacquered boxes, placing them down before hastily retreating. The daimyo himself proceeded to open the boxes one by one. Within the first box lay a roll of silk adorned with a crimson background and gilded lettering. This is the decree for the appointment of the third Hokage. I had initially intended to deliver it to you in Konoha personally a few days ago, but due to an ailment, I was compelled to delay until now. I ask for the esteemed third Hokage's understanding in this matter. Chapter 14. Marriage. The Hokage serves as the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, acting as the military commander of the nation, while the daimyo oversees the government and local affairs, wielding considerable financial power and simultaneously serving as the nominal supreme leader of the country. The two entities collaborate to maintain the stable operation of the nation, yet they also subtly vie for power and influence. When Danzo first assumed the role of the third Hokage, the daimyo harbored certain ulterior motives, as evidenced by the delay in delivering the official appointment letter to Konoha, which was intended to test Danzo's resolve. Aware of the daimyo's intentions, Danzo chose to disregard such petty maneuvers, instead employing a commanding approach, compelling the daimyo to acknowledge the reality through his undeniable achievements. Danzo possessed the remarkable ability to swiftly transform the Fire Country's precarious situation into one of stability. His prowess and cunning were more immediate and impactful than even that of Hashirama Senju, instilling a sense of reverence in those around him. The health of His Highness is of paramount importance. Therefore, whether the edict is delivered a few days earlier or later bears little significance. It would be better to wait until His Highness has fully recovered before sending it to me, Danzo declared, nonchalantly pushing the scroll symbolizing the Hokage's position back towards the daimyo, leaving the latter visibly flustered. Lord Danzo speaks wisely. I shall personally deliver it to Konoha in a few days, the daimyo conceded. The distinction between the daimyo personally delivering the edict and the third Hokage visiting the daimyo's castle to request the edict was stark. Simultaneously, Danzo's words served as a subtle reminder to the daimyo. He was secure in his position as Hokage through his own merit, rendering the edict insignificant in comparison to his authority and capabilities. With great care, the daimyo tucked away the edict and opened another lacquered box, revealing 5 intricately crafted golden turtles, each the size of a fist, glimmering enticingly in the afternoon sunlight. Upon fully unveiling the box, Danzo noted the unmistakable twitch of the daimyo's face. These 5 golden turtles were ancestral treasures, immensely valuable and precious, and parting with them all at once caused the daimyo considerable anguish. Such a trifling gift is hardly worthy of respect. I implore you to accept it, the daimyo insisted, forcing a smile while averting his gaze from the golden turtles. Your Highness is exceedingly generous. I must not refuse, Danzo replied. The reconstruction of Konoha post-war required substantial funding, and the more resources at hand, the better. The subsequent boxes contained an equal assortment of gold, silver, and jewels, each treasure of comparable worth to the golden turtles. Receiving a total of 9 boxes filled with gifts left Danzo thoroughly satisfied, convinced that his visit had not been in vain. Noticing Danzo's improved mood, the daimyo took a deep breath and broached the matter at hand. Hokage, with the conflict between the Fire Nation and the Earth and Water Nations having reached a temporary cessation, might it be possible to consider a reduction in military expenditures? The daimyo's lavish gifts were ostensibly offered as a token of appreciation, yet in reality, they served as a bribe, aimed at persuading Danzo to ease his stance on official matters. Absolutely not, was Danzo's resolute response, devoid of any hesitation. Reducing military funding was out of the question. He had acquired the military funds through his own strength, and there was no reason to relinquish them. Not only would he not consider a reduction, but Danzo also sought to increase the military budget. It was far better to allocate funds towards nurturing loyal hounds than to allow them to be squandered by the nobility. Hokage, since the war commenced last year, Konoha's military expenditures have continually surged, and the national treasury is already in dire straits. It is simply impossible to provide additional military funding. I kindly ask for your understanding. The feudal lord lamented to Danzo, expressing his grievances. Despite sending out numerous treasures, Danzo remained obstinately unyielding, which seemed rather inconsiderate. While I can empathize with the feudal lord's plight, it is indeed not the opportune moment to reduce military expenditures. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn wreak havoc in the Land of Thunder, and they may descend upon Konoha at any moment to divert domestic conflicts into war. We must prepare in advance to prevent further tragedies from occurring. Danzo, with no intention of exhausting resources all at once, shifted his tone to offer consolation. Due to the rebellion of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, the Land of Thunder will remain in turmoil for a considerable time. During that period, the affluent merchants of the Land of Thunder will undoubtedly seek refuge abroad. Your Highness need only devise ways to invite them to the Land of Fire. At that time, will there still be concerns over military funding? Is this truly the case? The feudal lord's eyes brightened instantly. The economic prowess of the Land of Thunder is not significantly inferior to that of the Land of Fire, if we can capitalize on the chaos of war. It would suffice to enrich the nobility of the Land of Fire, rendering the increased military expenses negligible. Absolutely true, Danzo affirmed with a solemn nod. The disruption of the Land of Thunder was not solely Danzo's ambition, it was a shared desire among the other 3 kage. Each sought to take a substantial bite from the Land of Thunder while Yunin lay vulnerable. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn are nefarious villains that we must remain vigilant against. The safety of the Land of Fire rests in the hands of the Hokage. With the deal struck, both parties obtained what they sought, and the atmosphere became congenial. The feudal lord promptly hosted a banquet for Danzo, and afterward, personally guided him on a tour of the feudal estate, ensuring he was treated with the utmost respect. As the two strolled through the rear garden, a melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, suddenly echoed ahead. A young girl in a white dress, holding a folding fan, was playfully chasing butterflies, accompanied by several maidservants. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with long hair cascading to her waist, her features exquisite, her skin fair and delicate like a winter plum blossom blooming amidst the snow. Her figure slender and graceful, and though young, her curves hinted at considerable maturity. She embodied the innocence of youth while exuding the allure of womanhood. Noticing Danzo's gaze linger upon the girl, the feudal lord smiled, saying, "This is my daughter, Ichiki, aged 18, in the prime of her lively youth. She spends her days frolicking at home, much to the amusement of the Hokage." Danzo's expression remained unchanged, though internally he marveled. The feudal lord was rather plain in appearance. Far from handsome, yet he had sired such a remarkable daughter. Indeed, genetics is a profound and enigmatic science. Having long heard of Princess Ichiki's beauty, witnessing it firsthand confirmed her status as a paragon among her peers. "Since the princess is enjoying herself thoroughly, I believe we should not disturb her delight," Danzo declared, turning to depart without a hint of reluctance. How could the mere allure of beauty daunt Danzo? As the Hokage, one of the most prominent figures in the Land of Fire, he had no shortage of women. Compared to a mere ornamental princess, the women of the village were far more enticing. With his resolve firm, Danzo felt no compulsion to linger, and the feudal lord could only offer a few awkward chuckles as they left together. After wandering for a while, the two returned indoors to enjoy tea and rest, inevitably circling back to personal matters in their conversation. "I have heard that Lord Hokage remains unmarried. Might there be someone of interest at present?" The directness of the inquiry leaves no room for subtlety. As a prominent political family with a rich history in the Land of Fire, alliances through marriage are a customary affair for the daimyo. Historically, the daimyo family had allied with the ninja clans during the Warring States period, notably with the Senju clan, one of the founders of Konoha. In fact, Senju Hashirama would be compelled to refer to the daimyo as cousin. "I have aspired to be an exceptional ninja since childhood, dedicating my years to rigorous training, and currently I am preoccupied with the affairs of Konoha, leaving little time to seek a romantic partner. Might your highness have a suitable candidate in mind?" Given the urgency of the daimyo to marry off their daughter, Danzo would feel reluctant to decline. Chapter 15. Return to Konoha. How fares Princess Ichiki? The daimyo eagerly awaited the words of Danzo. Power rests firmly in the hands of the shinobi. For the daimyo to maintain stability, the support of the local ninja forces is indispensable to solidify the relationship between the two parties. A marriage alliance is the most straightforward and direct option. With numerous offspring, selling off a daughter to fortify one's power is undeniably advantageous. Princess Ichiki, of course, is an exceptional choice. However, I find myself empty-handed and financially constrained, and I fear I may not be able to offer a suitable dowry," Danzo remarked with a troubled expression. The daimyo had been taken aback by Danzo's shamelessness before. What does it mean to be financially constrained? Just recently, he had received 9 large chests of gold, silver, and jewels, yet he still had the audacity to feign poverty. How outrageous. The daimyo had underestimated Danzo's depths. Danzo continued, lamenting. "Princess Ichiki, born of noble lineage, even if she were willing, I could not bear to see her endure a life of hardship in Konoha. If your highness would consider bestowing the territory of Reijin as a dowry for Princess Ichiki, I imagine our married life would be quite harmonious." Upon hearing the mention of Reijin, the daimyo's expression fell completely, wishing he could strike Danzo with a katana to see what thoughts lay within his mind. Reijin is the wealthiest territory in the eastern lands of the Fire Country, second only to the capital, and serves as a vital source of income for the daimyo. Should Danzo manage to control Reijin through his marriage to Ichiki, combined with his identity as Hokage, he would wield both military and financial power. At that point, it would be difficult to determine who truly leads the Fire Country. "Hokage-sama, unrest may soon erupt in the Land of Lightning. I believe we should prepare in advance." The daimyo abruptly redirected the conversation, refusing to mention the marriage alliance any further. Observing the other party's retreat, Danzo did not pursue the matter vigorously, allowing the discussion to descend naturally. "I have already dispatched personnel to reinforce the northern defense line, ready to counter any incursions from Kumogakure. Please rest assured, your highness." Danzo had no intention of marrying Ichiki. As peers with the daimyo, marrying Ichiki would diminish his own stature. Having lost his parents at a young age, he had no desire to seek out a paternal figure. Meanwhile, on the southeastern coast of the Land of Lightning, the brothers Kin and Jin supported each other, dragging their battered bodies along the beach. They had gone to the Kage summit to stir up trouble, expecting to make a grand display before the world's heroes, only to end up being beaten nearly to death like fools. "Big brother, we cannot return to Kumogakure for the time being. Where shall we go next?" Jin winced, clutching his wounded abdomen, each breath sending a jolt of pain through him. The two brothers, severely injured, lacked the strength to quell the dissent within the village. Returning now would surely result in retribution from the Raikage faction. Yet, if they did not return to Kumobakure, where could they possibly hide? To the daimyo's residence. To the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, Kin inhaled sharply, soon arriving at a resolution. Brother, have you lost your mind? Going to the daimyo's residence is akin to walking into a trap. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning had a close relationship with the second Raikage. Should the brothers appear in the daimyo's city, the people of Kumobakure would undoubtedly be informed swiftly. The most dangerous place is often the safest. The inhabitants of Yunin village could never have fathomed that we would dare to take refuge within the confines of the daimyo's residence. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder has but a single young son. If we capture the little prince, he would undoubtedly refrain from divulging our whereabouts. The abundance of resources within the daimyo's estate makes it an ideal sanctuary for our recuperation. Jin Jiao is not a mindless fool. Seeking refuge in the daimyo's residence is a plan he has meticulously devised. Moreover, where else could we hide if not within the daimyo's walls? The entirety of the Land of Thunder lies under the watchful gaze of Yunin. Should the brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao show themselves, even in the wilderness, their trail would be swiftly traced. Given the absence of superior alternatives, it would be prudent to take a gamble at the daimyo's residence. If we can heal before the Yunin ninjas locate us, we may yet find a chance to turn the tide. As my elder brother has wisely stated, we shall proceed to the daimyo's estate. The rebellion of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao has plunged the Land of Thunder into turmoil, with bandits rampant and calamities frequent. The ninjas of Yunin are preoccupied with mending the chaos, leaving them little time for other matters. Disguised, the two brothers successfully merged with the ranks of the displaced, evading Yunin's scrutiny and infiltrating the city of the daimyo. Soon after, the nightmare that belonged to the daimyo of the Land of Thunder commenced. After indulging in the capital of the Land of Fire for a few days, Danzo and the daimyo made their way to Konoha. Upon their arrival in Konoha, the daimyo publicly issued an edict, officially appointing Danzo as the third Hokage of Konoha. With this final formality completed, Danzo was unequivocally recognized as the leader of Konoha. After attending to the official matters, the daimyo returned to the capital, while Danzo resumed his duties in the Hokage office. Having been absent for some time, a considerable amount of administrative affairs awaited Danzo's attention. Resolving these pressing issues consumed an entire day. The following day, Danzo was finally able to extricate himself from his duties and convened a meeting with the two Hokage advisors. The sole agenda of the meeting was to discuss sending troops to the Land of Thunder to intervene in the Yunin insurrection. How was your recovery, Hayashi? Upon entering the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hayashi was greeted warmly by his old friend. Having completely lost the opportunity to become the third Hokage, Hayashi did not succumb to despair. Instead, he appeared revitalized, shedding any semblance of fatigue and looking significantly younger. Reporting to the Hokage, I have fully recovered. Thank you for your concern, Hayashi declared with vigor, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Spare me the formalities. Simply call me Danzo, he replied. After spending over a decade together in training and sharing the trials of battle, their bond remained strong, provided there were no conflicts of core interests. As you wish, Danzo. When Danzo proactively chose to remain behind, Hayashi relinquished any thoughts of contesting for the Hokage position. With Konoha thriving under Danzo's leadership, Hayashi felt increasingly at peace and willingly supported Danzo in their shared ambitions. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I intend to send Hayashi to lead our elite forces northward into the Land of Thunder, to assist the other three great ninja villages in quelling the insurrection in Yunin. Do either of you have any objections? It was a significant matter being discussed in a small meeting, with only 3 individuals present in the office, Danzo, Hayashi, and Akimichi Torif. Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership inspired a sense of reverence, and Akimichi Takafumi, a composed ninja, naturally had no objections. The symbolic vote concluded, and Danzo wasted no time, swiftly initiating the task assignments. 3 days hence, Hiruzen would lead 500 elite shinobi northward, while Takafumi was to proceed to the border outpost to personally oversee logistical support, remaining ever ready for reinforcement. Danzo regarded the eagerly expectant Hiruzen and solemnly inquired, Hiruzen, once you arrive in the Land of Thunder, do you know what to do? Indeed. I shall wholeheartedly assist in the eradication of Kinkaku and Jinkaku, avenging both the second Hokage and Master Kagami. Hiruzen, who had long regarded the abandonment of his mentor as a lifelong shame, found himself invigorated by the prospect of vengeance. Hiruzen, you are no longer merely the Hokage's bodyguard. You now serve as an advisor to the Hokage and a senior consultant of Konoha. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, you must learn to consider matters from a broader perspective. Danzo, somewhat unsettled, pondered the implications of Hiruzen's words, realizing that if they were to proceed as Hiruzen suggested, a significant portion of their previous efforts would be rendered futile. Chapter 16. The Allied forces advance into the Land of Thunder. The intention of the Hokage is. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that ever since Danzo assumed the position of Hokage, he increasingly found it difficult to comprehend the thoughts of his old friend. The vendetta against the teacher and Kakashi must be avenged, yet it is equally imperative to consider the interests of the Land of Fire. In the long run, do you believe a stable Kumogakure is more advantageous for Konohagakure, or a chaotic Kumogakure? Danzo patiently guided. Hiruzen, now a senior figure in Konoha, was no longer merely a ninja tasked with executing missions. With a different identity came a different set of considerations. However, Hiruzen evidently had not transcended his former mindset. Danzo aimed to assist his dear friend in achieving a profound transformation in his thoughts, enabling him to bear the burdens placed upon him. A tumultuous Land of Thunder is indeed more beneficial for Konoha. Hiruzen is not foolish, he simply tends to exhibit excessive compassion at times, making him prone to compromise and retreat. Even when gaining the upper hand in war, he still leans towards sacrificing his own interests to appease the enemy's demands, seeking to quell the flames of conflict. In the original timeline, Konoha emerged victorious in the Third Great Ninja War, yet did not receive the treatment befitting a victorious nation. To win a war only to be bullied by the enemy is a futile endeavor. It is essential that certain matters remain known only to the upper echelons, for revealing them to those below could easily undermine morale and incite unnecessary chaos. We must not allow the likes of Kin and Jin to ascend as the third Raikage, nor permit others from Kumogakure to assume that role. We must devise strategies to balance the power between the Raikage faction and the traitorous Kin and Jin. Whichever side appears to falter must receive assistance to alleviate their burdens. Maintaining a state of equilibrium and internal division within Kumogakure is crucial. The highest echelons are responsible for formulating strategies and determining overarching directions, while the mid to lower ranks execute tasks based on the specific circumstances at hand. Danzo need not delve into excessive detail, for plans rarely survive contact with reality. Numerous unforeseen circumstances will arise during execution, necessitating Hiruzen's adaptability. However, as long as the general direction remains unchanged, Konoha will reap considerable benefits. But if Kin and Jin find themselves in dire straits, must I then come to their rescue? Hiruzen furrowed his brow, his tone betraying a hint of frustration. It is not required for you to save them. Rather, you are to incite morale along the borders, thereby diverting the forces of Kumogakure. Remember, regardless of what transpires, the lives of you and your fellow Konoha ninjas are paramount. Compared to your well-being, the fate of Kin and Jin, as well as the situation in Kumogakure and the Land of Thunder, holds little significance. If you sense that the situation is turning unfavorable, withdraw decisively. Do not become ensnared in the turmoil of the Land of Thunder, and certainly do not venture deeper into the fray on behalf of others. Danzo grasped Hiruzen's hand firmly, imparting this solemn warning. The protracted conflict had severely drained Konoha's vitality, and Danzo had labored tirelessly to extricate the village from the quagmire of war. The immediate priority for Konoha is to restore its strength. To lose Hiruzen in the Land of Thunder would be a grave miscalculation. I understand. Hiruzen tightened his grip on his dear friend's hand, his gaze now devoid of confusion. To place comrades above all else, Danzo remains the unwavering guardian of the will of fire, with Sarutobi Hisashi willing to serve him. Moreover, I wish to prolong the lives of the brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, allowing them to witness the fruits of their arduous labor crumble into nothingness, ultimately leading them to despair and boundless regret before their demise. This is the true essence of killing not just the body, but the spirit. From the very beginning, Danzo never intended to spare Kinkaku and Ginkaku. He merely sought a more brutal method to eliminate the two brothers. Soon, the allied forces of the four nations completed their assembly within the borders of the Land of Moon. 2,000 elite ninjas set forth with great resolve towards the borders of the Land of Thunder, proclaiming their intent to assist Kumogakure in restoring order and eradicating the treasonous factions, thus upholding justice and order within the ninja world. As the combined forces of the four nations loomed, Kinkaku and Ginkaku vanished from sight, and the village of Kumogakure, which had yet to appoint its third Raikage, was thrown into turmoil. Kumogakure harbored no illusions about the benevolence of the remaining four great ninja villages. They were unlikely to extend a helping hand to quell the rebellion, and it would be fortunate if they did not seize the opportunity to strike. Furthermore, the presence of over 2,000 elite ninjas constituted a military force capable of delivering a fatal blow to Kumogakure. The village dared not gamble with its safety nor rely on the kindness of others. Fortunately, the elder Shanzong of Kumogakure stepped forward to take control of the situation. Self-designating himself as the acting Hokage and leading a hastily assembled force of 4,000 ninjas southward to meet the allied forces. A standoff ensued at the border of the Land of Thunder, where the allied general, Sarutobi Hizashi, met with Shanzong and representatives from the other 3 ninja villages. The internal turmoil within Kumogakure posed significant risks. Thus, prior to the execution of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, we shall not recognize any leader from Kumogakure. Sarutobi Hizashi immediately denied Shanzong's claim to the title of acting Hokage. As the highest-ranking advisor among the allied forces, Hizashi understood that acknowledging Shanzong's position would inherently diminish the alliance's standing, complicating negotiations. Although Shanzong wished to argue, he suppressed his thoughts upon observing the lack of dissent among the representatives of the 4 nations. The advancing army clearly sought a confrontation, rendering any attempts at justification futile. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. The Land of Thunder had suffered grievously at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, leaving a lasting impact. The hastily gathered force of 4,000 ninjas lacked combat effectiveness, and a confrontation with the allied forces would likely result in catastrophic defeat. Should this final organized unit be annihilated, Kumogakure would be left utterly defenseless. Our alliance has undertaken a significant expedition to assist Kumogakure in quelling the rebellion, incurring substantial costs. We request that Kumogakure immediately provide us with adequate military resources until the rebellion is resolved. Upon hearing this, Shanzong's face darkened, his chest heaving with rapid breaths. His clenched fingers turning pale, and the veins in his arms bulging. Do you not find this demand excessive? Shanzong, suppressing his fury, fixed a piercing gaze upon Sarutobi Hizashi. Not at all excessive. In the past, the second Hokage sincerely sought peace with the Land of Thunder. How did you treat us? Do not place all the blame on Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Without your deliberate indulgence, how could these 2 traitors have slain the second Hokage and murdered the second Hokage? Those who err must bear the consequences. Should you refuse, the coalition shall bring ruin upon themselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood resolutely, his words growing increasingly severe. Indeed, their intent today was to intimidate. However, the current plight of Yunin was a consequence of their own actions. Those who instigate war must inevitably face its repercussions. Yunin initiated the conflict, sparking the Great Ninja War. They deserve to endure such calamity. Do you truly believe Yunin is devoid of the capacity for resistance? If you insist on invading the Land of Lightning, Yunin shall engage you in a battle to the death. However, despite his fierce rhetoric, Shin's erratic gaze betrayed his inner turmoil. Shin's was not the official Hokage. He lacked the courage to make decisions for Yunin's future, let alone to confront the coalition in combat. Everything was merely a fade born of desperation. Chapter 17. Does the Hokage keep his word? The negotiations between the 2 parties ended in discord, and in the following days, the Hidden Cloud and the 4 nations' allied forces dispatched small contingents to probe each other's strength. The results revealed a decidedly one-sided affair. The morale-dwindled Hidden Cloud forces were no match for the coalition, on the verge of collapse. Faced with unfavorable circumstances, the leader, Shanzong, had no choice but to concede to the coalition's demands, providing substantial military supplies for the distant ninjas from the 4 villages. Since the rebellion led by the brothers of Gold and Silver Horn, the finances of the Hidden Cloud had been nearing collapse, and they could scarcely afford the wages for the 4,000 ninjas sent to confront the enemy, let alone bear the immense burden of war reparations. They could only pin their hopes on the aid from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. However, despite Zhang Zhang's repeated pleas for funds, the daimyo continued to procrastinate, unwilling to provide the necessary financial support. As the deadline agreed upon with the coalition approached, Shanzong had no choice but to personally visit the daimyo's residence to plead his case. The coalition was advancing menacingly, and a failure to respond adequately could lead to disaster for the Land of Lightning. Now was not the time to be stingy with money. Days passed, and after Zhang Zhang's visit to the daimyo's residence, he vanished without a trace. The morale and fighting spirit of the Hidden Cloud troops plummeted dramatically. Rumors began to spread within the ranks that Shanzong had fled the battlefield due to an inability to secure funds. With the weight of multiple pressures, no one could maintain their composure. The 4,000 men had been assembled through Zhang Zhang's reputation. His departure stripped them of their spirit, leading to a swift disintegration. In the dungeon of the daimyo's residence, Shanzong, bound tightly by ropes, glared with resentment at the 2 traitors before him. Gold Horn, Silver Horn, how dare you hold the daimyo hostage? Upon entering the daimyo's residence, Zhang had been captured by the brothers, and upon seeing them, he instantly understood the daimyo's uncharacteristic behavior. The daimyo was not unwilling to assist. Rather, he was powerless to help amidst his own peril. Huh, what do you mean by holding the daimyo hostage? We are here to protect his excellency from being harmed by traitors like you, Goldhorn laughed, distorting the truth with blatant audacity. I have no time for your nonsense. Release the daimyo at once. He must procure funds to appease the four nations' allied forces. Or else. Zhang's words were abruptly cut short as Silverhorn struck him, causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. Or else what? We have only been gone a few days, and you have already sold out the hidden cloud. The idea of using money to placate the coalition is one only you could conceive. Bloodthirsty beasts cannot be sated. Once you show weakness, they will only escalate their demands until they drain the hidden cloud dry, consuming it entirely. Goldhorn regarded the fallen Zhang with a look of pity. His words sharp as a blade. To survive, one must fight. To fight with utmost desperation, to battle without regard for sacrifice. And to intimidate the enemy with the resolve to fight until the last man. This was the only way to save the hidden cloud and the land of lightning. Goldhorn and Silverhorn were the staunchest hardliners within the hidden cloud, advocating for the resolution of all issues through force. They had assassinated the second Hokage because they believed he lacked the strength to shoulder the future of the hidden cloud. Their faith remains unshaken. You two scoundrels shall surely come to regret this. Even knowing that reality cannot be altered, Shanzong continues to vociferously denounce the malevolence of the golden and silver horns. Crack! The impatient golden horn, without the slightest hesitation, swiftly severed Shanzong's head with a single strike of the seven-star sword. With the second Hokage already slain, the mere existence of a Cloud Village elder posed no challenge. In the eyes of the Golden and Silver Horn brothers, the decline of the Cloud Village was attributed to the infestation of vermin within its borders. To restore the greatness of Cloud Village, the pests must be eradicated. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen led the allied forces in a standoff against Cloud Village, while Danzo, remaining in the village, was not idle. The aftermath of the Leaf Villages were left him with a plethora of messes to attend to. His foremost task was the phased withdrawal of troops stationed in the northwest and southeast of the Land of Fire. With the Leaf Village having signed a ceasefire agreement with the Rock and Mist Villages, the likelihood of renewed conflict in the near future has significantly diminished, thus rendering the maintenance of a large combat group in the border regions unnecessary. A prompt withdrawal of troops would alleviate financial burdens, allowing for more funds to be allocated for compensating the families of the deceased and injured, as well as reviving the economy of the Leaf Village. Of course, even with a ceasefire, the probing actions of the Rock and Mist Villages towards the Leaf would not cease, necessitating the retention of a portion of border troops to guard against any opportunistic incursions or misjudgments by the enemy. Consequently, Mito Minjan and Tenkai Kohara should not expect to return to the Leaf Village in the immediate future. This arrangement was crafted solely with the greater good of the Leaf in mind. Danzo was not seeking personal vendetta, but rather acting in the interest of the village. As numerous ninjas returned, the Leaf Village began to buzz with life once more. Survivors reveled in the joy of life, while those who had lost loved ones mourned their sacrifices. Laughter, wails of grief, and the persistent sound of weeping echoed through the village. As Danzo traversed the streets of the Leaf, he could keenly sense the villagers' complex emotions. In recent days, he preferred to delegate most of his responsibilities to Narashikaku, allowing himself time to personally survey the village, occasionally visiting the hospital to comfort the injured and inspect the welfare of orphans. During his inspections, Danzo did not overly intervene in the work of his subordinates, nor did he orchestrate any sensational news. Yet, the mere presence of Danzo walking quietly through the streets instilled a unique sense of security among the villagers, soothing their restless hearts. He conveyed, in the simplest and most direct manner, that the Hokage stood with them. At noon, the third Hokage, having spent the morning wandering the village, was preparing to find a small eatery for a casual lunch when Hayashi Amino, adorned with a fox mask, hurriedly approached from afar. Hokage-sama, a visitor from the daimyo has arrived. Breathless, Hayashi knelt before Danzo and reported in a hushed tone. Understood. Inform Shikaku to prepare for the reception. I shall arrive shortly. Danzo's expression remained calm, though a flicker of intrigue stirred within him. Not long ago, the daimyo had visited the Leaf Village. What scheme might he have this time? Nevertheless, regardless of the daimyo's intentions, Danzo remained unfazed. With the Leaf Village firmly under his control and the core military power in his grasp, he held no fear of an ordinary individual. In the afternoon, Danzo, clad in his ceremonial robes, encountered an unexpected visitor in the Hokage's office, the daimyo. To Danzo's astonishment, the daimyo was accompanied by a familiar figure, the Princess Yuki, whom he had met briefly at the daimyo's residence. "I apologize for not receiving you properly upon your sudden arrival," Danzo remarked, maintaining a facade of decorum in light of the military funding at stake. The daimyo, in turn, offered a courteous response, taking a deep breath before unexpectedly posing a bewildering question to Danzo. Did the Hokage's words from that day still hold weight? The daimyo's commitment was clear, and Danzo, aware of his own integrity, resolved to uphold his promises as well. Although Danzo was perplexed by the daimyo's inquiry, he was confident that his negotiations had been conducted without error. As long as the daimyo was not there to retract their agreement, Danzo believed he would emerge unscathed. Chapter 18. I entrust you with Princess Ichiki. I always knew that the Hokage was a man of great stature. Thus, I entrust Princess Ichiki to you. The daimyo suddenly rose and bowed deeply to Danzo. The beautiful Princess Ichiki, standing behind her father, displayed little expression and followed suit in paying her respects to Danzo. "Your Highness, please rise. What brings you here today?" Danzo hurriedly assisted the daimyo to his feet, a sense of caution rising within him. "Surely, the daimyo was not here to create trouble. I have bestowed the territory of Reijin upon Princess Ichiki as her dowry for marrying the Hokage. I hope the Hokage will not find it distasteful," the daimyo stated earnestly, having been forcibly helped up by Danzo. He was reluctant to part with the lucrative Reijin. Yet the situation had escalated to a point where hesitation was not an option. Only by forging a deeper alliance with Danzo could the daimyo attain the security he desired. Danzo had intended to dismiss his earlier remarks as jest, but witnessing the daimyo's grave and humble demeanor compelled him to proceed with caution. After ascending to the position of Hokage, Danzo found himself increasingly in need of funds. Countless plans for the development of Konoha swirled in his mind, each requiring substantial financial resources. Yet money was ultimately finite, necessitating difficult choices at critical junctures. If he could indeed acquire Reijin, Danzo would gain immense financial support, alleviating many pressing issues. In comparison to such advantages, marrying a princess posed no significant challenge for him. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The daimyo's willingness to relinquish such a considerable benefit surely harbored ulterior motives. Danzo needed to ascertain the situation before making any determinations. "Your Highness, please articulate your desires openly. As long as it does not infringe upon fundamental principles, I shall consider it earnestly." Danzo, maintaining his composure in the face of temptation, refrained from making hasty commitments. The daimyo, growing increasingly respectful, gravely stated, "In addition to my daughter's marriage, there is indeed another matter I wish to request from the Hokage." The daimyo produced a roll of silk and a letter from his inner garment, presenting them to Danzo. "This is a letter from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, along with a request for assistance on his behalf. The daimyos of the 5 great nations are ancient aristocrats, and for centuries they have intermarried, becoming relatives. It is not uncommon for the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to write to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. However, it is peculiar for the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to delegate matters to the Hokage. The Land of Lightning is under the jurisdiction of the village hidden in the clouds. Logically, any pressing issues should be entrusted to them. Did the daimyo of the Land of Lightning not fear inciting the ire of the village hidden in the clouds by assigning tasks to other ninja villages? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Danzo swiftly opened the letter and skimmed its contents. With just a glance, his expression grew increasingly grave, eventually shrouded in a thick veil of foreboding. The audacity of Kinkaku and Jinkaku knows no bounds. After fleeing back to the Land of Lightning, the 2 brothers had vanished from sight. Danzo had been monitoring their movements but had yet to uncover their whereabouts. Not only Danzo, but the people of the village hidden in the clouds had also been unable to trace the brothers. It was unexpected for the 2 to have the audacity to hide within the daimyo's estate and even take the daimyo of the Land of Lightning's son hostage. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning, unwilling to remain a victim of coercion, had secretly dispatched a messenger to the daimyo of the Land of Fire seeking assistance. The mission entrusted to Danzo was to eliminate the traitors, Kinje and Jinje, and rescue the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. The decision to send the message through the daimyo of the Land of Fire was twofold. Firstly, for the sake of confidentiality, as correspondence between daimyos was common and less likely to raise suspicion. Secondly, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was unaware of Konoha's situation and did not know whether Danzo was aligned with Kinje and Jinje. He needed to rely on the judgment of the daimyo of the Land of Fire to advance his plans. "Lord Hokage, we have confirmed the location of Kinje and Jinje. You must save the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, for both personal and political reasons. The daimyo of the Land of Fire does not wish for any misfortune to befall him. Should Kinjay and Jinjay succeed in killing the daimyo, his own safety would also be at risk. This urgency to ally with Danzo stems from the fact that, should their families be united, Danzo would find it difficult to employ extreme measures in his ambition to absorb the daimyo's legacy. Even if the daimyo clan were to lose their wealth, they could still find a way to survive. Your Highness, how did this letter and mission reach you? Danzo did not respond immediately, casting a meaningful glance at the daimyo. In matters of intelligence, Konoha had an undeniable advantage over the daimyo's estate. The fact that the daimyo had obtained news about Kinjay and Jinjay before even Danzo raised suspicion. It was delivered by a trusted envoy of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Is there a problem? The daimyo replied cautiously, taken aback. How could Kinjay and Jinjay remain oblivious to the disappearance of the daimyo's confidant? Danzo's inquiry tightened the daimyo's chest, and the subsequent analysis sent beads of cold sweat down his back. Kinjay and Jinjay are seasoned ninjas. I doubt they would make such a fundamental mistake. Even if they momentarily overlooked the escape of the daimyo's envoy, they would surely react immediately afterward. If that were the case, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning would be in grave danger. If Kinjay and Jinjay dared to kill the Hokage, they would not hesitate to eliminate the daimyo as well. In a fit of rage, the daimyo family might face annihilation. If Kinjay and Jinjay were aware of the daimyo's plea for help in advance, or worse, if they compelled him to write this letter, the situation would become even more precarious. This could very well be a colossal trap. A trap? What could they possibly intend to achieve? The daimyo of the Land of Fire felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he might have been manipulated. Surely the plea for help and the mission are not singular in number? Danzo suddenly chuckled softly, as if he had seen through the other's scheme. Indeed. There are multiple copies. One cannot place all their eggs in one basket. To ensure his rescue, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning sent pleas for help to the other 4 great nations, in case he encountered a reluctant ally. If all 4 great ninja villages took on the mission, they would converge upon the capital of the Land of Lightning. Should Kinjay and Jinjay set a trap and annihilate the elite forces of all 4 villages, they would undoubtedly achieve infamy across the world. With so many people gathered, the likelihood of incidents increases. The potential for conflict is high, and Danzo would prefer not to see his own elite forces perishing abroad. What shall we do now? The daimyo was thoroughly unsettled. When it came down to it, the safety of his own family outweighed that of his relatives. Since this commission has been delivered to Konoha, I cannot turn a blind eye. Rescue is imperative, yet it must be executed with prudence. I possess a strategy that may transform the peril faced by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning into safety. However, it will require a sacrifice on the part of Princess Ichiki. I wonder how Her Highness feels about this. Danzo's gaze passed over the daimyo and settled upon the ever-silent Princess Ichiki. For the sake of a greater cause, Ichiki would not shy away from danger. After a prolonged silence, she exchanged a meaningful glance with her father and nodded solemnly. The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation on Ichiki's part. Furthermore, she was destined to marry Danzo regardless. Surely, even Danzo, in his most unscrupulous moments, would not harm a betrothed wife. Chapter 19. Settling in Konoha. Your Highness, please extend invitations to the feudal lords of the 4 great nations, particularly requesting the daimyo of the Land of Lightning to attend the wedding between myself and Princess Ichiki and Reijin. Though Danzo had no desire to acknowledge the daimyo as a convenient father-in-law, the incentives offered were simply too generous to resist. Considering Reijin's substantial annual tax revenue of billions of ryo, Danzo resolved to accept this marriage proposal, while simultaneously rescuing the daimyo of the Land of Lightning from impending doom. Marvelous! Exclaimed the daimyo, slapping his thigh. Once the daimyo of the Land of Lightning arrives in Reijin, the rebellious duo of Kin and Jin will pose no threat whatsoever. Regardless of what traps they lay within the daimyo's estate, they will be rendered impotent as long as Konoha's ninja do not venture forth. This strategic reversal, transforming passivity into initiative, was indeed a masterstroke. I shall return promptly to make arrangements for the wedding. Ichiki has entrusted this matter to the Hokage. The daimyo offered a slight bow to Danzo, dismissing his daughter as he departed the Hokage's office, intent on returning to the daimyo's estate. Danzo accompanied him part way, escorting the daimyo out of Konoha village for several miles before turning back. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, Ichiki remained seated, utterly still, resembling a lifeless puppet devoid of a soul. The astute Ichiki had long understood that one day she would be wielded as a political instrument. Yet, when that day finally arrived, she felt a pang of distress. Her father departed with such haste and resoluteness, devoid of any lingering affection or reluctance, as if the fondness he once showed her was merely a phantom, never truly existent. Hokage-sama, what shall we do if the daimyo of the Land of Lightning declines our invitation? As the daimyo left, Ichiki cast aside her obedient faade, scrutinizing her fiancé with an appraising gaze. It was unfathomable that they had met only once prior, and now, upon their next encounter, they were to be betrothed. Such was the enchantment of political marriage, entirely driven by self-interest, indifferent to the desires of those involved. Whether to invite or not was our concern. Whether he would attend was his. After receiving a plea for assistance, we have exerted every effort to rescue the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, even at the cost of subjecting Princess Ichiki to a hasty wedding. Is this not sufficient sincerity? Ninjas are tasked with fulfilling their employer's commissions. Yet even the mightiest of ninjas cannot guarantee a flawless execution of their missions. We are merely ninjas, not omnipotent deities. Danzo explained with a light chuckle to his fiancée. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, shrewd and calculating, undoubtedly recognized this. Yet, why did he not voice his doubts directly, instead readily acquiescing to Danzo's scheme? Because the success of this plan was of little consequence. Rescuing the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was merely a faade for others to witness. Superficial efforts were all that mattered. What was truly significant was that Danzo had consented to the daimyo's request for an alliance, thus granting the daimyo the respect he desired. The two parties formed a robust community of shared interests, each extracting their needs, ultimately contributing to a more stable situation in the Land of Fire. The actions of the Hokage were far from those of a ninja. They resembled the scheming tactics of a politician plotting in the daimyo's estate. Ichiki mused disdainfully. Politicians wield invisible blades to slay, while I employ tangible ones. We all engage in the same grim and arduous tasks. In the days to come, I shall impose upon Princess Yuki to associate with a wretched ninja like myself. In response to the taunts from his fiancée, Danzo exhibited no emotional fluctuations whatsoever. Yuki is merely an ordinary individual devoid of chakra. No amount of words could alter her circumstances. Moreover, compared to the puppet-like demeanor of the princess, Yuki now appears far more vibrant and captivating. Esteemed Lady Yuki, I extend my greetings to you. I look forward to your guidance, O wretched ninja. Yuki, unfazed, instead offered a slight bow to Danzo. Danzo returned the gesture with solemnity before departing the Hokage office alongside Yuki. Yamato, Princess Yuki shall reside in Konoha for a while. Please arrange suitable accommodations for her, and enlist a few kunoichi to attend to her needs and ensure her safety. As a princess of the Land of Fire, Konoha must uphold its decorum. I am not well versed in how to properly host a visit for Danzo, so it is prudent to leave this task to the knowledgeable and meticulous Nara Ryota. Let the capable bear more responsibilities. If Ryota is competent, let him work diligently. If he overexerts himself, Danzo can merely provide a modest compensation or additional accolades, and later, recruit a new aide from the Nara clan to continue the work. The efficiency of ninjas is commendable. By evening, Nara Ryota had arranged everything meticulously. Princess Yuki officially took residence in the central mansion of Konoha. To demonstrate his regard for his fiancée, Danzo carved out time from his busy schedule to accompany Yuki in inspecting the mansion's facilities. Upon entering the courtyard of the mansion, they were greeted by 4 maids, standing in unison at the entrance. Lord Hokage, Princess Yuki, their voices rang out in harmonious unison, a testament to their rigorous training. Are they ninjas? They appear no different from the servants of a feudal lord, save for. Yuki surveyed the group, her gaze ultimately resting on a woman with pure white pupils. The Byakugan, a bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, possesses formidable abilities of long-range vision, insight, and perception, allowing one to observe the flow of chakra and render enemies invisible. Princess Yuki, I am Hyuga Reina. I humbly seek your favor. The addressed Hyuga Reina bowed respectfully to Yuki. It is indeed thoughtful of the Hyuga clan to dispatch you here. Danzo, upon entering, immediately noted the unusual eyes of Hyuga Reina, and more importantly, the absence of a mark upon her forehead. The Byakugan-S abilities are exceedingly rare, coveted by the other 4 great ninja villages. To prevent the loss of Byakugan, most clan members are marked with a seal known as the cage bird, which ensures self-destruction if their eyes are taken. These individuals are referred to as the branch family, tasked with guarding the main family and subject to their oversight and command. The main family of the Hyuga clan is sparse in number, allowing them to forego such seals, while still maintaining absolute control over the branch family's existence through the caged bird, thereby securing their dominance within the clan. The Hyuga clan's willingness to send a member of the main family to care for Yuki is a considerable favor to Danzo, the Hokage. Please, introduce yourselves, he requested. I am Shimura Yui. I am Nara Shoko. I am Uchiha Yukino. Upon hearing the last name, Danzo's gaze momentarily faltered. The mention of the Shimura and Nara clans requires no elaboration, yet it is indeed surprising that the Uchiha clan has managed to infiltrate this exclusive circle. Since the rebellion led by Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan has faced persistent suspicion and ostracism from the higher echelons of Konoha. Shinji Tobarama's decision to take Uchiha Kagami as a disciple served two purposes: to study the vulnerabilities of the Uchiha clan and to create internal divisions within their ranks. Entrusting the Konoha military police force solely to the Uchiha was a perilous gamble. Their intentions toward the Uchiha were far from benevolent. The Uchiha clan, known for their pride and arrogance, found themselves increasingly scorned under Tobarama's strategies. It is lamentable that, despite their formidable strength, the Uchiha have long been unable to penetrate the core power structure of Konoha, leading to a growing discontent and a widening rift with the village. However, it seems that today, the Uchiha may have experienced a moment of enlightenment. Chapter 20. The assistant. As the night deepened, the Hokage office remained brightly illuminated. Nara Ryota, the Hokage's assistant, sat before his desk, diligently tackling the mountain of paperwork before him. After finally completing one document, Ryota let out a long sigh, stretching his weary limbs. The sound of cracking joints echoing in the quiet room, a look of utter fatigue etched across his face. Ever since his promotion to Hokage's assistant, Ryota's life had plunged into a hellish existence. Endless tasks stretched before him, with sleepless nights filled with overtime. All while his superior often escaped under the guise of inspections to indulge in leisure. The suffocating pressure felt like a colossal weight bearing down on him. And in just over a month, he seemed to have aged a decade. At this rate, Ryota feared he would soon be overwhelmed. Ryota, a familiar voice emerged from behind, startling Nara Ryota and causing him to shiver. He turned to cast a resentful glance at the newcomer. How did your negotiations with Princess Ichiki go this afternoon? Danzo's casual remark had sent Ryota running tirelessly, his shoes nearly worn down to the soles. Meanwhile, Danzo had leisurely dined with the beauty, only returning late into the night. The burden of the Hokage's position felt as if it rested squarely on Ryota's shoulders. Quite delightful, Danzo proclaimed, completely unfazed by Ryota's accusatory gaze. Sitting at the corner of the desk with an air of arrogance. Princess Ichiki is truly worthy of being the princess of the land of fire, knowledgeable, graceful, and dignified. Her beauty and poise are unparalleled. A rare sight indeed. At this, Ryota could no longer contain himself. His emotions erupted like a deluge, and disregarding the hierarchy. He retorted coldly, if that is the case, why does the Hokage not remain at the residence with Princess Ichiki? Would that not be better? Haha. Danzo waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. That cannot be. As Hokage, one must be responsible for the village. How could I allow personal feelings to impede important matters? Ryota regretted his earlier support for Danzo's ascension to Hokage. One could easily argue that a trained dog would perform better in that position than Danzo. Ryota, there have been many matters lately, and I truly appreciate your hard work. Return home early tonight to rest. I shall grant you a break in the next couple of days. You deserve it, Danzo said, his tone unusually gentle, a rare smile gracing his features, leaving Ryota feeling as though he were in a dream. However, Hokage-sama, what about the official matters? The others are waiting, Ryota replied, dreaming of a day off. Wishing for the luxury of sleeping until he woke naturally, rolling in bed while wrapped in his blankets. Yet, as Danzo dismissed him, a sense of unease crept in. Fear not, I shall handle it all. These responsibilities rightfully belong to the Hokage. I have relied too heavily on you, Danzo reassured him, his voice calm. The smile on his face almost disconcerting. Of course, if you choose to stay and assist, Danzo's tone shifted, sending a chill down Ryota's spine. Hokage-sama. I must take my leave, Ryota exclaimed, executing the body flicker technique with all his might, leaping out the window and vanishing into the night. Run. Ryota knew Danzo had ulterior motives, who in their right mind would voluntarily stay behind to work overtime. Liatai resolutely refused to endure suffering any longer. As the Hokage's assistant departed, Danzo subtly shook his head and subsequently issued commands to the Umbu waiting outside the office. He called for Nara Shuki, Nara Akira, Nara Sakura, and several other prominent members of the Nara clan. No matter how far the Nara clan might run, as long as they resided in Konoha, they would never escape Danzo's grasp. With Liatai having fled, it would be a simple matter to summon a few Nara workers to assist. After all, Danzo would not squander his precious time on trivial matters. He would much rather spend that time engaging in conversation and leisurely outings with his fiancée. That evening, several unfortunate Nara clan members were summoned to the Hokage's office, where they were forcefully seated at desks to contend with a mountain of paperwork. Meanwhile, Danzo leisurely sipped tea and savored snacks, perusing the intelligence summaries presented by his subordinates. It was no wonder that members of the Uchiha clan had been dispatched to care for Ichiheim. He had mistakenly believed they had finally seen the light. The mystery unraveled. Danzo chuckled softly and popped another treat into his mouth. The Uchiha clan had not volunteered for the task, they were simply conscripted. The engagement between Ichiheim and Danzo remained confidential, known only to a select few, including Nara Liantai and Hinata Amon. The rest regarded Ichiheim as a capricious princess, not giving her much thought. Thus, when Liantai sought suitable kunoichi to serve as Ichiheim's bodyguards, the uninformed clans hesitated and claimed there were no eligible women, ultimately passing the task to the Uchiha clan. It was only logical. The elite ninjas from every clan valued their time greatly and were reluctant to send their top fighters to play the role of servants. Danzo, unconcerned with this minor affair, decided to let fate take its course. He would provide each of them with a pot of fine tea and a plate of snacks, striving to accommodate their needs. After a cursory review of the summaries, Danzo instructed the Umbu to treat the workers well. Tea would invigorate them, helping to stave off fatigue and allowing for more efficient handling of documents, while the snacks would provide the necessary sugars to fuel their brains, ensuring optimal cognitive function and productivity. Upon hearing the Hokage's offer of tea, the expressions of the Nara clan members darkened, revealing their dismay. The astute members of the Nara clan had already grasped Danzo's intentions, realizing that the Hokage had no intention of letting them leave easily tonight. They would not be permitted to rest until the paperwork was complete. Finish the documents and return home early to rest. Remember to arrive on time for work tomorrow morning, Danzo stated. The Nara clan members nearly fainted from despair. One night was already a hardship, but the prospect of returning the next day, and in the days to come, was overwhelming. Did the Hokage harbor a grudge against the Nara clan? Danzo remained oblivious to their silent cries, and even if he had heard, he would not change his mind. Those capable should bear more responsibility. After all, the Nara clan was intelligent, and with intelligence came the expectation of exertion. Having organized the work, Danzo returned to his residence, where he washed up and peacefully fell asleep. Although Danzo possessed remarkable physical resilience and could go days without feeling fatigue, he had cultivated the commendable habit of resting regularly. Life ahead is long, and only by ensuring our health can we truly savor its joys. The following morning, after a peaceful night's slumber, Ryota Nara found himself compelled by his clan to return to the Hokage building for work. The members of the Nara clan unanimously believed that Ryota's evasion of responsibility had incited the Hokage's ire towards the rest of them. Thus, only by compelling Ryota to return could the others hope for their own reprieve. "Dear Hokage, why must it be this way?" Ryota lamented, his face a mask of distress as he confronted the leisurely TZ, who sat at his desk sipping tea. Why must he be coerced into foregoing his holiday in such a manner? It was unjust that Ryota bore the brunt of his clan's grievances. I genuinely fear for your well-being. And do you think that their return means they will be exempt from labor? I have resolved to appoint them as assistants to the Hokage, to aid you in managing the affairs at hand. Now, go and convey a few words to your subordinates. Chapter 21. Plans cannot keep up with changes. The Nara clan, cowed by Danzo's overwhelming authority, had no choice but to resign themselves to their fate. Huddled within the cramped offices of the Hokage building, laboring over tedious paperwork. Ryota, do not complain. I act for the good of the village. In a few years, you will surely understand and thank me, Danzo remarked, observing the rapidly vanishing documents as if they were on a production line, emitting a satisfied hum. Nara Ryota, with a scowl, remained silent, not even casting a glance at Danzo, burying his head in his work. If you cannot speak, then say less. With such an intense workload, in a few years, their graves would tower over them. What gratitude could they expect? Would it be from the underworld in a dream? Absurd. Exhausted, Nara longed for peace in Konoha. Under the relentless urging of the third Hokage, Danzo, several aides from the Nara clan fully embodied the spirit of sacrifice, burning themselves out in their efforts, ensuring the smooth operation of Konoha's affairs. Under Danzo's leadership, the entire village swiftly regained its vitality, blossoming with a vibrant energy. A few days later, both the daimyo's residence and the Hokage's office simultaneously issued an announcement, formally declaring the marriage between Danzo and Heim, inviting social elites from all walks of life to attend the grand ceremony. The news spread like wildfire, causing an uproar in Konoha. The union of the current Hokage and the daimyo represented a tighter alliance between the two most formidable official forces in the Land of Fire, a monumental event indeed. On the streets, both ninjas and ordinary citizens engaged in fervent discussions about this unexpected wedding. The leaders of several major ninja clans, who had declined invitations a few days earlier, lamented bitterly. They were acutely aware of the immense power that would arise from the alliance between Danzo and the daimyo, a force capable of controlling the military and political authority of the Land of Fire, significantly influencing the country's trajectory. It was a regrettable missed opportunity to seize the favorable winds of change. However, the fervor surrounding the opulent wedding did not last long. Just days later, another earth-shattering piece of news emerged, capturing everyone's attention once more. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Within the Hokage office, Danzo perused the documents before him with a grave expression, letting out a deep sigh. The whereabouts of Zong were unknown, and the internal situation within the Land of Lightning was rapidly deteriorating, with the morale of the 4,000 stationed ninjas at the border crumbling, leading to chaos without battle. Seizing the opportunity, the allied forces of the four nations decisively mobilized, crushing the 4,000 with minimal casualties. The Cloud Village was left without a structured fighting force, rendering the Land of Lightning vulnerable, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, completely exposed to the allied forces. While a frontline victory is typically a cause for celebration, the ease of this triumph brought tremendous trouble to Konoha. With the elimination of the Cloud Village threat, the remaining three nations' ninjas no longer obeyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's commands, dispersing under the leadership of their captains to pursue the remnants of the Cloud Village, wreaking havoc within the Land of Lightning. The allied forces had become a mere shell of their former selves. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only restrain the Konoha ninjas, ordering them to remain stationary while urgently sending messages back to Konoha, seeking Danzo's guidance on the next course of action. Hokage-sama, what shall we do next? In the midst of significant events, Nara Ryota set aside his whims and promptly sought advice from Danzo. He announced the dissolution of the allied forces, ordering the immediate withdrawal of the Leaf troops back into the Land of Fire. We are driven by a sense of righteousness to assist in maintaining order. For the sake of upholding justice, we must not be entangled with the marauding brigands who commit heinous acts of violence and plunder. Danzo pondered for a moment before formally issuing commands in the name of the Hokage. He could disregard the fate of the Cloud Village and the lives of the common folk in the Land of Lightning, but he could not ignore the safety of Sarutobi Hizashi and others, nor could he neglect the security of the Leaf in the Land of Fire. The situation in the Land of Lightning was precarious, and the schemes of the gold and silver horns remained shrouded in secrecy. The forces of the Sand, Rock, and Mist villages had spiraled out of control, their internal conflicts escalating, making confrontation inevitable. Danzo felt a sense of relief that Sarutobi Hizashi could restrain his subordinates and had not allowed them to engage in pillaging. Otherwise, the Leaf would have found itself mired in the same quagmire that ensnared the other three great ninja villages. The alliance had been initiated by the Leaf, and a withdrawal at this juncture would surely incite dissatisfaction among the other three great ninja villages. Should they unite against the Leaf? The specter of renewed conflict would loom ominously. Ryota analyzed with a furrowed brow. We must not hesitate. We must withdraw immediately. The forces of the three great ninja villages are already out of control and cannot unite in the short term. Moreover, whether they can even escape the Land of Lightning alive remains a significant concern, let alone launching an attack on the Leaf. Danzo shook his head, dismissing Ryota's hypothesis. The Land of Lightning, a tempting target, would not be turned upon the Leaf by the higher-ups of the three great ninja villages, as long as they retain their faculties. I shall relay this message at once. With no lingering doubts, Ryota turned to draft a document. Wait, Danzo interjected, halting Ryota's progress. You remain in the Leaf to maintain order. I will personally go to retrieve Hizashi. Danzo felt an ominous premonition. He needed to head to the front lines himself to avert any unforeseen calamities. But what of the wedding? With the date fast approaching, it was ill-advised for the soon-to-be groom to venture into danger. The affairs of the state took precedence, rendering personal matters secondary. I cannot shake this unease without making the trip myself. Having resolved his course of action, Danzo was unassailable in his determination, leaving Ryota with no choice but to urge him to take care. The border region of the Land of Lightning was steeped in a grim atmosphere, saturated with the pungent scent of blood that lingered unrelentingly. Sarutobi Hizashi listened to reports from his subordinates, his eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and helplessness. He was not oblivious to the brutality of war, fully aware that the majority of ninjas were hardly paragons of virtue. Yet, He never anticipated that ninjas could descend into such savagery, bloodthirsty, despicable, and devoid of any semblance of humanity, resembling the very demons of hell. They ruthlessly slaughtered civilians, torched homes, and ravaged villages, embodying a legion of bloodthirsty fiends. Just days prior, Hizashi had stood united with these very demons, fighting against a common enemy, a chilling thought upon reflection. Lord Hizashi, the Rock Village forces have sent an urgent communication for your attention. Suddenly, a figure burst into the tent, hastily delivering a sealed letter marked with the insignia of the Rock Village. Risen rubbed his weary eyes, and upon opening the letter, he emitted an irate roar. Did these scoundrels intend to bring ruin upon the daimyo of the Land of Lightning? Ever since the daimyo sent out a plea for help, the 4 great ninja villages swiftly became aware of the presence of the gold and silver horns lurking in the capital of the Land of Lightning. However, the 4 villages tacitly chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. This was partly due to the fact that the gold and silver horns were hiding within the daimyo's residence, and there was no concrete evidence to substantiate this crucial piece of intelligence. Moreover, each village harbored its own ulterior motives, hoping to exploit the information gap for their own gain. Now, the people of Awagakure had laid bare the situation, boldly marching toward the capital of the Land of Lightning and even coercing Sarutobi Risen to accompany them, revealing their malicious intentions. Chapter 22. The rift between Konoha and Sunagakure. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could fully process the information, another subordinate entered to report. Lord Hiruzen, representatives from Kirigakure and Sunagakure seek an audience. While Awagakure merely submitted a letter, both Kirigakure and Sunagakure came directly, indicating their simultaneous dissatisfaction with Konoha's inaction. Let them in. Hiruzen commanded, his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resolute. Let the soldiers come and the waters rise. Regardless of their schemes, I shall face them head-on. Moments later, Kitagawa from Kirigakure and Hachiro from Sunagakure entered Hiruzen's tent. Without hesitation, the two began to voice their grievances, directing sharp accusations at Hiruzen. Lord Hiruzen, the coalition was initiated by Konoha, and while we are tirelessly battling the rebellious forces of Kumogakure, you stand idly by. This is truly excessive. Hiruzen let out a dry chuckle, his demeanor suddenly darkening, his voice as cold as ice. Regarding the coalition, do you recall who the Supreme Commander is? Naturally. It is you, Lord Hiruzen. That is precisely why Hachiro's words were abruptly interrupted by Hiruzen's stern voice. Since you acknowledge me as the Supreme Commander, why do you disregard my orders, launching unauthorized assaults and allowing your subordinates to plunder civilians? Do you not understand your transgressions? Hiruzen refrained from delving into their disobedience, recognizing that they had willingly presented themselves. Our actions are aimed at swiftly eliminating the traitors of Kumogakure and rescuing the esteemed Lord of the Land of Lightning. Furthermore, the plundering of civilians was initiated by Konoha. How can you blame us? Kitagawa retorted, adopting an unrepentant demeanor. Such nonsense. After defeating the forces of Kumogakure, all personnel from Konoha remained at their post. It is impossible for us to have plundered before you. Hiruzen was nearly amused by Kitagawa and Hachiro's audacity, as they brazenly distorted the truth. And how do you explain this, headband? A calm voice resonated from outside the tent, prompting all three to turn in unison. A bald man with a blue dragon tattoo on his head appeared, holding a Konoha-style headband. It was none other than the second Kazekage, Shaman. Hiruzen's pupils constricted in alarm as he instinctively reached for a shuriken at his waist. The camp was heavily guarded. How had Shaman managed to evade detection and arrive here? Hiruzen quickly deduced the answer. Shaman was floating above the ground, having utilized his magnet release to arrive stealthily. The presence of the second Kazekage invigorated Kitagawa and Hachiro. Before they could speak, another voice echoed from the roof. Lord Kazekage, anyone can craft a mere headband. It signifies nothing. Are you truly attempting to hold us accountable over such triviality? A familiar voice reverberated through the camp, drawing a crowd of Konoha ninjas. The Hokage is here. The Hokage has arrived. This was Konoha's base of operations. If Shaman could enter, then Danzo could as well. Third Hokage, will you shield your subordinates? Shaman inquired, his eyes encased in dragon claws, glimmering with a tempestuous ferocity. It is not an act of sheltering, but rather an endeavor to uphold justice. Your attempt to malign the ninjas of Konoha based on a mere inanimate object is utterly shameless. Both sides are steadfast in their positions, and the atmosphere is palpably tense. Third Hokage, be cautious with your words. Should you continue to shield your subordinates, the alliance between Konoha and Sunagakure may become exceedingly tenuous. Sunagakure stands as Konoha's sole visible ally, and the Sand's leader believes that Danzo must contemplate this matter with utmost seriousness. Konoha requires no despicable, underhanded ally who seeks to frame others. Danzo harbors no inclination to coddle the Sand leader, resolutely rebuffing him with the most vehement rhetoric and an unyielding demeanor. In the realm of political diplomacy, the Sand leader's efforts are akin to a child playing with fire, utterly misguided. The covenant between the two great ninja villages was established since the era of the first Hokage. How dare you? The Sand leader was taken aback by Danzo's unwavering stance, receiving no consideration whatsoever. The transgressions committed by Sunagakure within the Land of Lightning are beyond reproach, and Konoha is ashamed to be associated with such individuals. In the name of the third Hokage of Konoha, I hereby declare the termination of our alliance with Sunagakure. From this day forth, we shall have no further dealings. After the ninjas of Sunagakure became embroiled in the heinous slaughter of innocents, Danzo is eager to dissociate from such filth. Today, with the Sand leader causing a ruckus, Danzo seizes the opportunity to sever ties. Danzo, you will surely regret this. The abrupt announcement of the dissolution of their alliance fills the Sand leader with indignation, and amidst the charged atmosphere, chakra surges forth, manifesting countless iron sand particles around him. Subsequently, the iron sand transforms into a barrage of kunai aimed at Danzo. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Danzo forms hand seals and expels an invisible gust, effortlessly scattering the incoming kunai, reminiscent of celestial maidens scattering flowers, as they fall outside the encampment. I disdain the notion of overwhelming the few with the many. If a fight is to occur, let it be. Danzo scoffs, deriding the Sand leader. He shows no qualms about using numbers to his advantage, only concerned about inadvertently harming his own. The Sand leader refrains from further dialogue, activating his magnetic release to elevate himself and glide towards the outskirts of the camp. Here, the Konoha ninjas hold a decisive numerical superiority, and elite ninjas like Sarutobi Hizashi possess formidable strength. Should the Sand leader be encircled, he risks demise. Therefore, engaging in a one-on-one confrontation proves more advantageous for him. The Sand leader does not believe that the 20-something Danzo can rival his prowess. With a stroke of fortune today, he might even facilitate a new Hokage for Konoha, one who is less arrogant and oblivious to the circumstances. Danzo closely trails behind, monitoring the Sand leader's departure from Konoha to confront him, and soon, the two vanish into the distance. Lord Hizashi, should we not provide assistance to the Hokage? A Konoha ninja inquires immediately after Danzo's departure. Keep a close watch on those two. I shall personally assess the situation. As Hokage, Danzo bears the weight of Konoha's safety, and Hizashi dares not allow him to act recklessly. We agreed on a one-on-one duel. How can you? The words of Hachiro are cut short by a fierce glare from Hizashi. Speak another word of nonsense, and I shall have you slain. Wind release. Continuous vacuum sphere. Within the camp, the Sand leader initiates a surprise attack, and upon reaching the open field, Danzo retaliates with preemptive force. Tuanzo formed a series of hand seals, unleashing a barrage of wind-based light waves that surged towards Shaman. The speed of the wind was astonishing, akin to a multitude of razor-sharp blades aimed at Shaman's vital points. Shaman responded with equal swiftness, suspending his body in midair, pivoting to weave his own seals and release a ninjutsu. Magnet release, iron wall technique. A dense, pitch-black iron sand coalesced before Shaman, forming an impenetrable barrier that thwarted the onslaught of wind blades. The reverberating clang of metal echoed across the wilderness. The iron wall sustained several gaping wounds, yet it successfully deflected every single wind blade. While shielding Shaman's body, the wall obscured his vision, rendering him unable to discern Tuanzo's movements. As Shaman dispersed the iron sand, preparing to launch a counterattack, a figure wielding dual blades suddenly appeared before him. Such incredible speed! A buzzing filled Shaman's mind, as he was startled into a cold sweat by Tuanzo's sudden onslaught. Magnet release, iron flow wall. With no time for contemplation, Shaman hastily executed his ninjutsu, causing the dispersed iron sand to converge once more, encasing him in a protective sphere. Chapter 23. A bitter parting in typical anime narratives. Characters possessing extraordinary speed often face a diminishment of their abilities, whether they belong to the protagonist's ensemble or the antagonist's. This is essential. Without such limitations, others would be rendered ineffectual. For instance, in the present scenario, Danzo's chakra pales in comparison to Shaman's, lacking the unique abilities afforded by bloodline limits, and his combat experience is significantly inferior. Yet, through the formidable mobility granted by sage techniques, Danzo can catch Shaman off guard and overpower him decisively. As he employs body flicker technique to close the distance, Danzo unleashes both blades, the rain blade imbued with sharp wind release chakra and enhanced natural energy, striking mercilessly. The hastily assembled iron wall conjured by Shaman crumbles under Danzo's onslaught, easily torn apart and reduced to dust. Exposed beneath the edge of Danzo's blade, Shaman finds himself unable to gather iron sand in time and resorts to the body flicker technique, escaping through the split iron shell. Though his reaction is timely, Shaman is still a fraction too slow. In his movement, Danzo seizes the opportunity, inflicting a deep gash on Shaman's right arm with the rain blade. Instantly, the dark iron sand suspended in midair is stained crimson, the mingling scents of rust and blood cascading down to the ground, creating a rare spectacle of a blood rain upon the desolate field. Enduring the pain in his arm, Shaman manages to distance himself from Danzo using the body flicker technique, retaliating with a ninjutsu, magnet release, piercing technique. The iron sand, not yet fully descended, reorganizes itself into steel spikes that surge towards Danzo from all directions. With a swift sweep of his dual blades, Danzo deflects all the spikes effortlessly, negating the assault. While the attack may have failed, Shaman's objective is nonetheless achieved. He seizes the moment of Danzo's defense to elevate his position using magnet release. As Danzo's momentum wanes and he begins to descend, unable to pursue, the true strength of magnet release reveals itself. Not only does it provide offensive and defensive capabilities, but it also grants the practitioner the noble ability of flight. Upon landing smoothly, Danzo taunts the airborne Shaman, remarking that even the second kage, who mastered magnet release, is not so formidable. In high-stakes confrontations, skilled adversaries vie for the upper hand. When their powers are closely matched, seizing the initiative is paramount. Shaman possesses strength, yet his ignorance of Danzo's formidable speed and explosive power has placed him at a disadvantage. Had he been aware of Danzo's terrifying capabilities from the outset, he would have maintained his distance, utilizing magnet release to engage in a war of attrition with ninjutsu, relying on his superior chakra reserves for victory. The third Hokage's ascendance heralds a future of irreconcilable enmity between Sunagakure and Konoha, a reality for which Shaman bears the weight of responsibility. Clutching his injured arm and staunching the blood flow with chakra, Shaman utters a fierce declaration before retreating from the battlefield. The situation is dire for him. Continuing the fight poses a mortal risk. As the wind shadow, he bears the fate of Sunagakure, unwilling to gamble his life against Danzo. Danzo merely observes Shaman's hasty retreat with a silent smile. Empty threats are easy to utter, yet mere words cannot alter the grim reality of defeat. Tomorrow, the news of the second Kage's disgraceful defeat at the hands of the third Hokage will spread, and all will mock Shaman's inadequacy, while none will dare to deride Danzo. The victors alone are dignified, while the vanquished are doomed to be trampled and ravaged. After defeating Shaman, Danzo joined forces with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the two returned to the Konoha encampment. Upon seeing only Danzo's return, Hachiro, the representative of Sunagakure, turned pale, hesitating to inquire about the fate of his own kage, fearful of hearing grim news. The two emissaries from opposing armies were allowed to depart. Danzo waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. Lord Third Hokage, about kage. Hachiro finally mustered the courage to speak. Shaman has fled. Danzo succinctly summarized the entire battle. Hearing that Shaman had survived, Hachiro breathed a sigh of relief, but soon his spirit sank again. The rift between Konoha and Sunagakure was not the gravest concern. What weighed heavily was the fact that their kage had been swiftly subdued by the Hokage, leaving Sunagakure's reputation in tatters. Ignoring Hachiro's despondency, Danzo, under the Hokage's orders, commanded a full retreat. The Konoha ninjas, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership, swiftly organized themselves and prepared to return to the Land of Fire. During the journey back, Sarutobi Hiruzen provided Danzo with a detailed report on the recent frontline developments. After listening, Danzo nodded solemnly and, placing a hand on Hiruzen's shoulder, remarked, "Hiruzen, you have performed admirably. Your efforts during this time have been commendable." Danzo felt a sense of relief that he had not hesitated and had arrived at the front in time. Otherwise, Hiruzen might have faltered under Shaman's questioning and made unwise decisions. Is tearing up the alliance with Sunagakure too hasty? Danzo pondered. And what of that forehead protector? The two, separated from the main force and without outsiders nearby, Hiruzen dared to voice his thoughts. In Hiruzen's view, although Sunagakure had acted wrongly, Danzo's abrupt severance of the alliance was indeed rather impulsive. Hiruzen, you are an exceptional ninja, but not a remarkable leader. In critical moments, you exhibit too much weakness, indecisiveness, and lack of resolve. Sunagakure is merely an ally in name, In reality, there is little mutual benefit, and nullifying the treaty is inconsequential. In fact, abrogating the alliance could be more advantageous for Konoha. The ninjas of Sunagakure have perpetrated numerous atrocities in the Land of Lightning. If Konoha does not swiftly sever ties with them, it will only tarnish its own reputation and harm its interests. Do you understand? Due to his nature, Sarutobi Hiruzen was better suited to be a kind elder rather than a leader. A leader's paramount duty is to ensure lasting and stable benefits for their subordinates. Sacrificing subordinates to satisfy the interests of the enemy is utterly unacceptable. However, the alliance with Sunagakure was the hard-won achievement of the previous Hokages. Hiruzen understood the stakes. Yet at times, he was overly sentimental, often displaying a tendency to remain passive. Teacher Tobarama sacrificed his life to bring you back so that you could better protect the village, your comrades, and the villagers. It was not to ensnare you in the past, sacrificing the interests of your comrades in the village to uphold those so-called doctrines. If you cannot grasp this, it would be a betrayal of Teacher Tobarama's sacrifice. As Danzo concluded, a flicker of resentment stirred within him. After enduring great toil and effort to set the village of Konoha on the right path, it is perplexing how Senju Tobarama continues to undermine his legacy even after his demise. Let us dispense with trivialities. Any matters can be addressed upon our return to Konoha. Weary and burdened, Danzo gestured for Hiruzen to withdraw, seeking a moment of solitude. The Hokage, despite harboring discontent, understood the necessity of adhering to orders. Unbeknownst to them, as they grappled with their frustrations, Sunagakure, Awagakure, and Kirigakure simultaneously reinforced their military presence within the borders of the Land of Lightning. The increase in forces among the ninja villages did not curtail their reckless behavior, rather, it exacerbated the chaos. The latest intelligence reveals that the armies of the three great ninja villages have descended into the Land of Lightning, led by their respective leaders, charging toward the capital with unbridled ferocity. Chapter 24, The Schemes of Gold Horn and Silver Horn within the highest keep of the daimyo's residence in the Land of Thunder. Gold Horn's calloused hand rested gently upon the head of a young boy, no older than 7 or 8. The child, paralyzed by fear, stood utterly still, his body rigid and expression blank. The boy's father, the nominal ruler of the Land of Thunder, bore a pallor akin to that of death, his eyes brimming with despair. The fire could not be contained. The daimyo's desperate plea for assistance from the other 4 nations had ultimately been detected by Gold Horn and Silver Horn. Given their rebellious and ruthless nature, the daimyo and his son were undoubtedly in grave peril. Gold Horn, rather than displaying anger, gently withdrew his hand and nudged the boy back towards the daimyo. Uncertain of the brother's intentions, the daimyo instinctively stepped forward, embracing his son tightly. During our stay at your esteemed residence, we have troubled your highness, Gold Horn suddenly spoke, his voice surprisingly gentle and calm. After this, both brothers bowed in apology. Rebellion runs rampant within the hidden cloud, and to ensure your highness's safety, we were compelled to take certain extreme actions. I beg your forgiveness for any discourtesy, which was entirely unavoidable. The daimyo, momentarily taken aback by the courteous demeanor of the 2 brothers, found himself momentarily speechless. The daimyo, wide-eyed and silent, was met with the unwavering humility of Gold Horn and Silver Horn, who maintained their respectful posture without a hint of disrespect. Please, rise. Your actions were all in consideration of my safety. You are heroes of the Land of Thunder, and how could I possibly blame you? Upon regaining his composure, the daimyo hurriedly assisted them to their feet. Caught in a precarious situation, the daimyo knew he must comply with whatever schemes Gold Horn and Silver Horn had devised. Thank you for your understanding, your highness. As the brothers straightened themselves, Gold Horn let out a resigned sigh. I have heard that your highness has sent word to the 4 great daimyos seeking aid to dispatch my brothers. Is this true? The inevitable confrontation loomed. Gold Horn's inquiry sent a jolt through the daimyo's heart. He bit his lip, his face etched with bitterness. Indeed, this is true. However, I was misled by treacherous advisors and, in a moment of folly, misunderstood your intentions. I ask for your forgiveness. I will immediately dispatch a letter to the other 4 daimyos, clarifying the misunderstanding and restoring your names. Would that be acceptable? Cornered, the daimyo sought to deflect blame onto others, hoping that Gold Horn and Silver Horn would show him mercy this once. Once an arrow is loosed, it cannot be recalled. The ninjas dispatched to confront my brothers are already en route. What use is a letter now? Gold Horn stated. If your highness and the daimyo's residents wish for us to refrain from causing further disturbance, we shall take our leave. Without awaiting the daimyo's response, the brothers turned and walked away from the keep. Gold Horn and Silver Horn exhibited neither anger nor vengeance. They departed in silence. The weight that had burdened the daimyo's heart suddenly lifted, leaving him in disbelief. Just as the brothers were on the cusp of vanishing from sight, Gold Horn halted abruptly, causing the daimyo to flinch in trepidation. Your Highness, the forces of the 4 great ninja villages have breached the defenses of the Hidden Cloud and are advancing towards the capital of the Land of Thunder. Under the guise of quelling rebellion, these ninjas have committed heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder within the borders of the Land of Thunder. Now, under the pretense of Your Highness's commission, they seek to purge the capital of dissenters, which raises grave suspicions regarding their true intentions. I urge Your Highness to exercise caution. With a solemn reminder, Jin Jiao turned away, departing with his brother, leaving the flustered daimyo of the Land of Thunder frozen in place, cradling his son. Unable to move for an extended period, once outside the daimyo's residence, the brothers Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao shed their disguises, their faces now marred by malice. Devoid of any semblance of humility. Brother, the daimyo is truly foolish. He still believes his trivial maneuvers can elude our scrutiny. Unbeknownst to him, everything lies squarely within our grasp. Yin Jiao revealed a sinister grin. The brothers had been aware from the outset of the daimyo's plea for assistance from outside forces, feigning ignorance to utilize the daimyo's hand in luring ninjas from the other 4 nations to the capital. The plan unfolded seamlessly as the ninjas from the 4 great villages, intoxicated by their victories, fell into disarray. By the time they reached the capital, they would be ensnared. The thought of a ninja conflict leading to the daimyo's demise was music to their ears. Since Your Highness is the leader of the Land of Thunder, let him pave the way for his nation with his final breath. Lord Hokage, your actions this time have been exceedingly hasty. Upon returning to Konoha, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but even Nara Shikaku began to voice grievances regarding Danzo's breach of the treaty. They lamented Danzo's autocratic nature as he made decisions without consulting the higher echelons of Konoha. The treaty has been torn, the Sand Village has been attacked. What purpose does your lament serve? Enough of this idle chatter. Swiftly disseminate news of our resounding victory to bolster morale and firmly suppress the Sand-Hidden Village. On the journey back to Konoha, Danzo had already composed himself, and in the face of Shikaku's complaints, he could not be bothered to offer explanations, instead issuing commands incessantly. You truly vex me. Shikaku, infuriated, abandoned honorifics and turned to immerse himself in work. After an outing, Danzo felt fatigued, and with the wedding date approaching, he decided to take a step back, temporarily delegating administrative matters to Shikaku and Hiruzen, while he visited his fiancée at the official residence. Danzo had been preoccupied with work, and their encounters had been scant. Although political marriages rarely emphasize affection, this was Danzo's first marriage, and he wished to provide a harmonious and joyful life for Ichiki. A tranquil home would allow him more energy to devote to his endeavors. Upon arriving at the residence, Danzo found Ichiki instructing 4 female ninjas in the art of flower arrangement. Ichiki was intelligent and adaptable. Within mere days of arriving in Konoha, she had forged a close bond with the 4 ninjas assigned to her care. The 5 would dine, shop, engage in tea drinking, converse, and play together, resembling longtime friends rather than mere acquaintances. Upon Danzo's arrival, the 4 female ninjas discreetly withdrew, granting privacy to the engaged couple. Your Highness Ichiki, have you been comfortable during your stay in Konoha? Very much so. It is far more enjoyable here than at the daimyo's residence. Had I known Konoha had so many delightful attractions, I would have insisted my father bring me here for a visit much sooner. Ichiki stretched her body, her tone light and cheerful, betraying no hint of sorrow. In the past, during her time in the esteemed Deming mansion, a certain princess was perpetually burdened with the weight of royal demeanor, leaving her utterly exhausted. However, upon her arrival in Konoha, she found herself liberated from such trivial constraints, allowing her spirit to flourish with newfound ease. As for you, how fared your recent endeavors? Engaging in a bout with a rather obstinate elder, you emerged victorious, albeit narrowly. Since assuming the mantle of Hokage, Danzo's unyielding demeanor has instilled a sense of reverence among the villagers of Konoha, compelling them to tread carefully in his presence. Few possess the audacity to speak as freely as you do. Setting aside such matters, I wish to escort you to a particular locale, and I sincerely hope that your Highness might grace me with your company. Discussing work during office hours is already quite taxing. Danzo would prefer not to be burdened by it after hours. As this marks Danzo's inaugural formal invitation, you, of course, would not decline. Beneath the resplendent hues of the evening sky, the two departed from the official residence, quietly slipping into the embrace of the night. Chapter 25. Once again Hokage Rock, adorned with colossal carvings commemorating the Hokage savior, offers a breathtaking vista of the Hidden Leaf Village from its summit. Timura gestured towards the flickering lights of the bustling town below, introducing it to his fiancée. This was the very locale he wished to share with her. Standing at the precipice of Hokage Rock, Ichiki tiptoed to gaze into the distance, captivated by the view. The night enveloped the village in a serene tranquility, starkly contrasting the daytime's hustle and bustle, resembling a slumbering beauty, exuding an exquisite charm. Step back a little, don't get too close to the edge, it's perilous. Timura suddenly interjected, disrupting Ichiki's reverie. With you here, what is there to fear? Surely, the Hokage can protect even a mere woman like me, Ichiki chuckled lightly. Refusing to retreat, instead playfully inching forward. Just as Timura prepared to speak, she retreated a few steps back to a safer position. My lady. Timura sighed in exasperation. Ichiki was not his subordinate. Their relationship was one of equals, as long as she did not act excessively. He found himself at a loss regarding how to manage her. Call me Ichiki, she declared, her smile radiant, clearly relishing Timura's helplessness. Ichiki. The moon hung high in the sky, the night clear and bright, casting a silvery cascade of light upon Ichiki, enhancing her already delicate and fair features, making her even more enchanting. Why did Timura consent to this union? Beyond the benefits it offered, it was undoubtedly because he found Ichiki aesthetically pleasing. No amount of wealth could compel him to wed someone who did not meet his standards of beauty. Timura aspired to be Hokage to save her life. And if it meant sacrificing his own for the sake of the village, he would rather see it perish. Noticing Timura lost in thought, Ichiki suddenly pointed towards the cliff and asked earnestly, if I were to jump from here, could you catch me? Yes, Timura replied instinctively. Then, to his astonishment, Ichiki closed her eyes and leapt forward from the cliff's edge. Crazy girl. Timura furrowed his brow, exclaiming, and instantly vanished using the body flicker technique. The next moment, a gust of wind surged from below the cliff as Timura caught Ichiki and soared back to the summit of Hokage Rock, gently setting the reckless Ichiki down. Timura admonished her sternly, do not jest with your life, it is very dangerous. Didn't you say you could catch me? How does it feel to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Too bad I was too frightened to open my eyes, Ichiki retorted, seemingly unfazed by the near calamity. Shall we try again? She suggested, maintaining her light-hearted demeanor, utterly lacking any sense of the gravity of the situation. Timur felt a wave of frustration wash over him, for the first time doubting his decision to enter into this engagement. As you command, he replied, a fierce grin emerging on his face as he scooped up the chattering Ichiki and approached the cliff's edge, feigning the intent to toss her off. Don't. Suspended in the air, Haim caught a glimpse of the abyss below, sending shivers through her body and extinguishing any playful thoughts. Her delicate, alabaster arms clung tightly to Danzo, resembling a frightened little creature. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I won't fool around anymore. You said it yourself, Haim. One more time, Danzo replied, gently prying Haim's slender fingers apart, his smile darkening. Let go. With a powerful thrust of his arms, Danzo propelled her forward. Haim, in a panic, shut her eyes and screamed. Her piercing cry echoed atop the Hokage Rock. After what felt like an eternity, Haim dared to open her eyes, only to realize she had not been thrown away. She remained firmly in Danzo's grasp. Remembering her earlier loss of composure, she felt a surge of anger and frustration. Raising her fists to strike Danzo repeatedly, perhaps still shaken, her blows were soft and playful, resembling the tender banter of a couple. You scoundrel, put me down. Haim lowered her head, avoiding Danzo's gaze, fearing her embarrassed expression might betray her. As Danzo set Haim down, he noticed her lingering defiance. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he devised another scheme. Channeling chakra into his feet, he discreetly tapped the ground, causing cracks to appear at the edge of the cliff, spreading ominously. Oblivious to the impending disaster, Haim continued to complain, still holding onto Danzo's hand. In the next moment, a sharp crack resounded as the rock beneath them shattered. Both lost their balance, sliding into the abyss below. In that weightless moment, Haim's mind blanked. Unlike the previous times, when she was prepared, this time she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Although her time with Danzo had been brief, she had sensed his steadiness, believing he would not harm her over a moment of whimsy. Yet now, it was different. This was an accident, an uncontrollable misfortune, a reality she could not ignore. As she felt herself suspended in the void, fear enveloped her heart. It dawned on her that true terror was indescribable, rendering her voiceless and unable to scream. Her body completely out of control, and the world around her shrouded in darkness. In that endless blackness, powerful hands enveloped Haim, lifting her from the depths of despair. Her heart, once frozen, resumed its rhythmic beating. Her breath returned, and she clung to her fiancé as if he were her last lifeline. Despite their rapid descent, fraught with the peril of becoming a mere splatter upon impact, Haim found herself inexplicably unafraid. Danzo, of course, would not allow her to meet her demise. Halfway down, he summoned chakra to unleash a gust of wind, using the recoil to slow their fall. Ultimately, they landed gently in the woods beneath the Hokage rock, safely on solid ground. After their harrowing experience, the pair did not immediately return to Konoha but instead turned toward a riverbank outside the village. This was not a spontaneous desire for adventure on Danzo's part. Rather, Haim's skirt had inadvertently become soiled during their descent. Concerned for her dignity, she requested her fiancé to take her out to tidy up. At this moment, a maiden embraced herself, her body fully submerged in the refreshing river, with only her damp hair visible above the surface. As for Tuanzong, he naturally stood on the shore, keeping watch over his fiancée. Should the daimyo discover that his precious daughter, at such an age, could not restrain herself, his expression would undoubtedly be quite remarkable. Sitting upon a stone at the water's edge, Tuanzong gazed at the enchanting figure in the water, unable to suppress a scoff. Initially, Tuanzong had merely intended to take the maiden out to enjoy the scenery, never anticipating such a delightful mishap. "Be quiet," the maiden exclaimed with indignation, raising her hand to splash water towards Tuanzong, though regrettably, her reach fell short. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on doing this again, we wouldn't be in this predicament, causing me. With fury, the maiden struck the water's surface, sending ripples of droplets cascading around her. Chapter 26. The onset of the fog. In a state of both fury and frustration, Ichiki submerged her head beneath the water to cool her thoughts. As she resurfaced, her mood had not improved. Rather, it grew increasingly somber as the truth dawned upon her. "Tuanzo, you orchestrated that landslide, didn't you?" Ichiki's face darkened as she gazed at her nonchalant fiancé seated by the riverbank, her voice laced with seething anger. "Do not slander the innocent without evidence. It is your reckless behavior that has caused such turmoil. Perhaps you should reflect upon your own actions instead of shifting the blame onto others." However, lacking proof, and with Tuanzo's denial, Ichiki found herself at an impasse. The absence of an explanation only served to betray his unease, which in itself became a form of evidence. A triumphant smile graced Ichiki's lips. With her keen observational skills, she recognized that while Ichiki was indeed astute, she still lacked the wisdom to navigate this treacherous situation. Suddenly, Tuanzo rose, advancing toward Ichiki with an ominous presence. "Now that the truth is revealed, I must silence you." Ichiki's dark, bright eyes widened in shock, her mind briefly paralyzed. To kill for such a trivial matter? Is it truly so fantastical? Ignoring Ichiki's stunned expression, Tuanzo formed a series of hand seals and unleashed his ninjutsu. A torrent of wind chakra surged forth, and a high-pressure gust erupted from Tuanzo's mouth, howling across the river's surface, parting the water like a blade to reveal the muddy riverbed below. In Ichiki's bewildered gaze, the vacuum sphere floated past her, soaring toward the wooded area on the opposite bank. Bang! The explosive sound of a piercing shriek reverberated, as dust and splinters mingled with a vivid crimson under the moonlight, creating a stark contrast. Tuanzo's lethal intent was not aimed at Ichiki, but rather at the lurking voyeur concealed in the trees across the river. In the fiercely competitive world of shinobi, various villages sent spies to infiltrate one another, gathering intelligence or abducting vital figures. Ichiki was fortunate to witness such a spectacle that day, even more so to have Tuanzo by her side, ensuring her safety. "Ichiki." Tuanzo's voice suddenly drew nearer, pulling her back to reality. Having approached her unawares, Tuanzo placed a firm hand on her shoulder, channeling wind chakra to form a circular barrier around them. This was a variant ninjutsu developed from the spiraling sphere, which Tuanzo had named the spiraling ascension technique. The principle behind it was to create a protective shield using high-velocity air currents, akin to the Hokage Kaiten technique, capable of obscuring vision while repelling enemy attacks. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. The hidden ninja in the trees across the river reacted swiftly. The moment Tuanzo's vacuum sphere struck, they hurled dozens of shuriken toward Ichiki, aiming to exploit her vulnerability. However, Tuanzo had anticipated their actions, swiftly positioning himself beside Ichiki to bolster their defense, deflecting the incoming shuriken with ease. As the barrier dissipated, a now dry and fully clothed Ichiki found herself cradled in Tuanzo's embrace as they leapt back onto the shore. "Who dares to attempt an assassination on the princess of the Land of Fire?" Tuanzo glared at the chaotic scene across the river, his gaze imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Since assuming his position, Danzo has consistently reinforced Konoha's defenses. However, It is surprising that enemy ninjas could stealthily approach the outskirts of Konoha. Clearly, security measures require enhancement. A few derisive chuckles echoed from the opposite bank. The individuals intent on assassinating Princess Haim are evidently connected to the third Hokage. What relation do they have with us? As the voice faded, numerous figures adorned with the Mist Village forehead protectors emerged from the forest, their gazes fixed hungrily upon Danzo and Haim. How brazen you are! Who dares to invert right and wrong in my presence? Danzo exclaimed. He is my fiancé. How could he ever harm me? It is you who have the audacity to wreak havoc within the land of fire. You are utterly contemptible. Haim was no fool. Had it not been for Danzo's timely rescue, she would have already perished. How peculiar it is that the dregs of the mist would dare to stir trouble in Konoha. Is the Mizukage even aware of your misdeeds? Despite the ambush, Danzo remained remarkably composed, analyzing the situation. The borders of the land of lightning lay wide open, and the Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure were preoccupied with their own feasts, showing no inclination to confront Konoha. Furthermore, the border outposts of the Land of Water had not reported any large-scale mobilization from the Mist. Thus, it seemed improbable that the Mist would initiate war against Konoha in the near term. The appearance of these individuals here likely indicated unauthorized actions on their part. None of this concerns you. Danzo shall perish. The leader retrieved a deep blue weapon, spiked like a wolf's fang, pointing it menacingly at Danzo. It was the ninja blade. Samahata. To Danzo's astonishment, he realized he was facing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Their distinctive appearance made it nearly impossible for him to overlook them. The 7 ninja swordsmen were elite ninjas of the mist, each wielding a unique, formidable weapon, directly under the command of the Mist Village. Danzo produced a sealing scroll, summoning a group of shadowy figures, and declared, "State your name. I, Danzo, do not strike down nameless foes. Remember this name. Hozuki Mangetsu, the one who seeks your head." The adversary, rather theatrically, proclaimed his name, initiating a duel of ninjas with Danzo. "Very well, Hozuki Mangetsu, you shall meet your end," Danzo roared, swiftly retreating with Haim in his arms, employing the body flicker technique. The poised Hozuki Mangetsu, momentarily taken aback by Danzo's sudden disappearance, soon succumbed to a fit of rage. Pursue him. Under Hozuki Mangetsu's command, dozens of mist ninjas crossed the river, chasing after Danzo's fleeing figure. "Why are you running?" Haim, held tightly in Danzo's embrace, questioned, somewhat exasperated. Her fiancé's heroic act of jumping into the water was truly impressive, but now, there was no valor in retreating, and the romantic atmosphere had dissipated entirely. "My little princess, keep your eyes wide open. There are dozens of them, and I am but one, not to mention carrying you as a burden. What alternative do I have but to flee? Shall I allow them to surround us and unleash a beating? Ninjas are creatures of the shadows, ever elusive and rarely straightforward." Danzo felt no psychological burden as he retreated. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of shuriken slicing through the air echoed from behind him. It was as if Danzo had eyes on the back of his head, effortlessly evading the incoming attacks with agile movements. As an assault missed its mark, the distance between both sides widened. With Tens drawing closer to Konoha, Zuki Mingyue grew anxious, hastening to abandon his comrades in a fervent pursuit, attempting to intercept Tens before he crossed into the protective barrier of Konoha. Unexpectedly, the previously retreating Tens revealed a smile and abruptly halted. Zuki Mingwe's heart soared with joy at this sight, only for a chilling sensation to wash over him the next moment. From the woods behind Tens, dozens of figures suddenly emerged, forming a semicircular formation that confronted Zuki Mingwe. "Hizashi, please look after Ichiki. I shall handle this audacious foe," Tens instructed without glancing back at Sarutobi Hizashi, before charging straight towards the oncoming Zuki Mingwe. Chapter 27. The Art of Deception. The Leaf Village team arrived, and the ambush led by Hozuki Meiwe had ended in failure. Logically, he should have retreated immediately to avoid encirclement. However, instead of withdrawing, he surged forward to confront Danzo. It was not that Hozuki Meiwe possessed confidence in defeating Danzo, but rather that the distance between them had closed too rapidly, leaving retreat no longer an option. In a narrow confrontation, the valiant prevail. Thus, he chose to face the challenge head-on, believing that a desperate struggle could yield a sliver of hope should he manage to overpower Danzo. As they rapidly approached one another, Danzo gripped his blade with his right hand while gathering chakra with his left to form a Rasengan. Even when facing one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Danzo did not underestimate his opponent, launching a lethal strike without hesitation. The sphere of chakra, imbued with the ferocity of a violent wind, was released in a graceful arc, hurtling towards Hozuki Meiwa from the side. With no time to form seals, Meiwa swung his sword, Samahata, to block the attack. Upon contact with the Rasengan, the barbs of Samahata quivered as if the blade had come to life, eagerly devouring the chakra contained within the sphere. This ability to consume chakra was the unique talent of the sword Samahata. As the Rasengan diminished under Samahata's relentless consumption, a confident smile spread across Hozuki Meiwa's face. His mastery over Samahata was the very reason he dared to seek vengeance in the Leaf Village. However, his triumph was short-lived, as a shadow suddenly approached from his right. Before he could react to the Rasengan he was countering, Danzo swiftly severed both of Meiwa's arms with a single strike from his sword. Impossible! The disbelief flickered in Hozuki Meiwa's eyes as his body plummeted, resembling a discarded rag, while his severed hands clung stubbornly to Samahata. You fools! Luring you in was simply to ensnare you all. Did you truly believe I feared you? Danzo scoffed, flicking the blood from his blade with a disdainful smile. Hozuki Meiwa had miscalculated from the very beginning, for Danzo was fully aware of the properties of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. From the moment they met, he had formulated his battle strategy, skillfully manipulating Hozuki Meiwa throughout the encounter. He had first closed the distance to prevent Meiwa from reacting, then released the Rasengan to compress the time within which Samahata could absorb the jutsu. Finally, he took advantage of the brief pause in Meiwa's control of Samahata to deliver a swift, fatal blow. This entire sequence transpired in a flash, and Hozuki Meiwa was shattered before he could comprehend the unfolding events. Concise and efficient, this was true strategy, far superior to the flashy techniques that bore little effectiveness. With Hozuki Meiwa's defeat, the remaining assailants from the mist were swiftly captured, with only a handful managing to escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen had dispatched personnel to pursue them, and results would soon follow. The invaders, including Hozuki Meiwa, were taken back to the Leaf Village prison, where they would be interrogated by the members of the Yamenka clan. Renowned for their expertise in mental jutsu, the Yamenka could extract memories from the deceased, and the living were no exception. Before long, Danzo received the results. Hozuki Meiwa had indeed come to the Leaf Village to exact personal vengeance without the permission of the Mizukage. Since the onset of hostilities between the Leaf and the Mist, both sides had suffered casualties, but the losses for the Mist had far exceeded those of the Leaf. The Mist ninja, burdened by the loss of many dear friends in battle, harbored an intense animosity towards Konoha that ran deep. After the Mizukage announced a ceasefire, their hatred did not dissipate. Rather, it festered further. Taking advantage of his unique status as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and a member of the Mizukage clan, Hozuki Meigetsu conspired with a group of resentful ninjas to exact revenge on Konoha. Unexpectedly, they encountered Danzo outside the village, which led to the ensuing conflict. Lord Hokage, the intelligence has been confirmed. How shall we proceed? Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Hozuki Meigetsu, bound and disarmed, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. The act of attempting to murder the Hokage was a capital offense, beyond dispute. Hiruzen's inquiry was clearly a plea for Danzo to show leniency and spare Meigetsu, thereby avoiding provocation of the mist and subsequent turmoil for Konoha. What do you all believe should be done? Danzo did not respond immediately, calmly surveying the 3 advisors gathered in the prison. Lord Hokage, given that your wedding to Princess Kaguya is imminent, this is not the time to stir up trouble. Perhaps we should temporarily detain them and decide on their fate after the wedding? Nara Ryota, understanding Danzo's disposition well, refrained from discussing matters of state and instead focused on the forthcoming nuptials. He did not suggest sparing Meigetsu, merely proposing a delay in action. Danzo was preoccupied, knowing that in time, the matter might be forgotten, allowing him to devise a means to persuade the Mist to offer some concessions in exchange for Meigetsu's return, thus resolving the issue amicably. What do you think? The 2 advisors expressed their agreement, and Danzo turned to the silent Akimichi Torafu. I concur with Ryota's assessment. Torafu replied solemnly. Very well, I understand your sentiments. Danzo nodded, preparing to make a decision when urgent intelligence arrived from the Umbu. Danzo furrowed his brow as he opened the document provided by the Umbu, unable to suppress a scoff. The letter from the Mizukage arrived with impeccable timing. Upon hearing it was from the Mizukage, Hiruzen and the others cast inquiring glances, eager to discern its contents. Danzo did not withhold the information, directly relaying the letter's message. A mist ninja had defected from the village and fled into the land of fire. Should Konoha capture the rogue ninja, they were to promptly inform the mist and return the rogue for their judgment. The expressions of the 3 Hokage advisors darkened. The second Mizukage, Hozuki Meigetsu, publicly condemned the defector, while subtly signaling to Konoha his serious regard for the matter, applying pressure. Is it mere coincidence that I was just attacked and the Mizukage's letter arrives immediately afterward? What do you think? Danzo weighed the letter in his hand, his smile widening. There was no coincidence. It was evident that someone had orchestrated this, allowing their subordinates to probe Konoha's stance. Lord Hokage, the three present discerned the underlying machinations, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to counsel Danzo to remain composed before making a decision. Enough. Danzo's tone grew stern as he raised a hand to silence Hiruzen, turning to the seemingly lifeless Hozuki Maigetsu slumped in a chair. You have heard the contents of the letter. It is not that I, Danzo, am too petty to forgive. Rather, it is that your Mizukage seeks to use Konoha as a pawn to eliminate you as a destabilizing force. The stern missive from the Mizukage was not intended as a plea for leniency on behalf of individuals such as Hozuki Mangetsu. Rather, it served as an ultimatum, compelling Danzo to commit murder. When seeking a favor, one must adopt a humble demeanor. However, Hozuki Mangetsu's transgressions in Konoha were of a capital nature. The Mizukage's refusal to intercede gently and instead resorting to threats was a blatant affront to Konoha. Should others come knocking and no resistance be offered, the authority of Danzo as Hokage would be utterly diminished, rendering him incapable of commanding the village. It is presumed that the three of you hold no objections. With the matter laid bare, there remained no room for negotiation. The trio of Hizashi, Kuro, and Tsukigimo fell silent, bowing their heads and ceasing to regard Hozuki Mangetsu. Danzo wasted no words. With a swift stroke, he severed Hozuki Mangetsu's head, subsequently seizing the Samahata, sealed on a nearby rack, and coldly proclaimed that from this day forth, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would henceforth be reduced to a mere 6. Upon uttering these words, Danzo concentrated natural energy upon the swirling clouds above and brought down the Samahata with great force. The blade, sensing imminent peril, writhed and struggled desperately. Yet, a weapon unclaimed was no match for Danzo's might. The swirling clouds effortlessly cleaved through the Samahata, shattering it into countless fragments. Chapter 28. The Ninja Confrontation and the Death of the Feudal Lord. Gather the shards of the Samahata and send them to the Land of Iron to see if they can be reforged into a new blade. Danzo commanded, pointing at the fragments scattered on the ground. The interior of Samahata was imbued with unique techniques, allowing the mist to recall the ninja sword through special means. It was imperative to completely destroy and remold it to eliminate any potential risks. Also, draft a letter to the Mizukage, informing him of my actions. I have killed and destroyed the sword. Reprimand him for his incompetence and foolishness, and instruct him to keep his ninja in check. Should he dare to incite trouble in Konoha again, I shall personally send troops to exact justice. Following Danzo's assassination of Mizuki Hozuki, Konoha and the Mist Village officially severed ties. At this critical juncture, Danzo could not afford to show weakness or submit to the Mist. He must respond to their provocations with unwavering resolve. Lord Hokage, we have just ceased hostilities with the Mist. Are we truly on the brink of war once more? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was heavy with concern, his face etched with despondency. Those who have experienced the horrors of war understand its true terror. And Hiruzen was reluctant to relinquish the precious gift of peace. It is the Mist that seeks to instigate conflict, not I. I merely wish to make them recognize the reality of the situation and avoid misjudging their circumstances. The decision to wage war lies with them, once hostilities commence. The cessation of conflict will no longer be within their control. Hiruzen's words, which seemingly undermined the spirit of the village, displeased Danzo. However, the three advisors were loyal pillars of Konoha, representing the sentiments of many within the village. Considering the broader implications, Danzo felt compelled to offer soothing words. Let a day's events serve as a lesson. The ninja villages must unite, and even amidst differing opinions, they should practice mutual tolerance and understanding, refraining from mutual slander and internal strife. The most formidable fortress often collapses from within. Time and again, villages succumb to ruin through internal discord. The likes of Tsuna's Yetsong, Konoha's White Fang, and the recently slain Mizuki Hozuki all stood as elites and mainstays of their respective villages. Yet, they did not meet their end honorably on the battlefield, but rather fell victim to the machinations of their own kin. It was indeed a lamentable tragedy. Danzo held such occurrences in disdain. As long as he remained Hokage, he would not permit such tragedies to unfold within Konoha. The wedding is approaching, in 2 days. I shall depart for Hatsu with Hanabi. I entrust the affairs of the village to the three of you. Most of the Mist's mobile forces were still engaged in combat within the Land of Thunder. Even if Hozuki were to mobilize against Konoha, it would take some time. At the very least, Danzo believed that before the conclusion of his wedding, the situation between both sides would remain relatively stable. Meanwhile, the feudal lord of the Land of Thunder, having sat idly in his court for several days, finally confirmed that the two calamities, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, had departed. Just as he regained his freedom, a dire message arrived. The coalition forces of the three nations were at the gates. Having surrounded the capital of the Land of Thunder on three sides, the feudal lord was immediately thrown into disarray and promptly dispatched envoys to the coalition, conveying the news of Kinkaku and Ginkaku's departure from the capital. He also implored them not to enter the capital of the Land of Thunder. The feudal lord had long been aware of the coalition's plundering activities. He dared not gamble on the morality of the ninja alliance. 3 waves of messengers were dispatched, yet none succeeded in halting the advance of the ninja coalition. The allied forces, citing the abduction of the daimyo by the Golden and Silver Horns, refused to heed the chaotic orders from the daimyo's residence. Instead of retreating, they hastened their march to confront the rebels. Upon receiving the news, the daimyo of the Land of Thunder was thrown into a state of panic. Although the Golden and Silver Horns were indeed rude and overbearing, they were ultimately ninjas of the Land of Thunder and had not inflicted any substantial harm upon the daimyo. The ninja coalition, however, had no such reservations. Terrified, the daimyo dared not hesitate and, accompanied by his children and concubines, set off for the Land of Fire to attend the wedding of Danzo and a princess, hoping to evade the ninja coalition and ensure his own safety. Alas, the daimyo was a step too late. Before he could finalize his preparations, the ninja coalition stormed into the capital and launched an immediate assault. The bulk of the Union forces was swiftly vanquished, and the capital of the Land of Thunder lacked sufficient defenses to withstand the ninja coalition's onslaught, leading to an immediate surrender without resistance. The coalition entered the capital without restraint, quickly commencing a purge against the so-called traitors, the Golden and Silver Horns. The common folk of the Land of Thunder found themselves exposed to the blades of the ninjas, mercilessly slaughtered like lambs awaiting the slaughter. The once thriving capital transformed instantaneously into a hellscape. Amidst the chaos, the daimyo's family found themselves trapped at the entrance of the daimyo's residence, unable to advance or retreat. It was at this critical juncture that the daimyo began to reminisce about the Golden and Silver Horns. Unlike the marauding coalition that sought both riches and lives, the Golden and Silver Horns had merely desired the daimyo's wealth. Regrettably, regret is a luxury that does not exist in this world, and no matter how desperately the daimyo struggled, escape was beyond reach. On that fateful day, the entire family of the daimyo perished amidst the military turmoil. The coalition of the three nations sought to pin the blame for the daimyo's demise on the Golden and Silver Horns, but the truth could not be concealed. Their atrocities had already become widely known. Thus, the forces of Sunagakure, Awagakure, and Kirigakure, having invaded the capital of the Land of Thunder, began to shift blame onto one another. With the common enemy vanquished, the coalition, already on the verge of dissolution, saw internal strife escalate dramatically during the conquest of the Land of Thunder, ultimately culminating in a full-blown conflict. It remains unclear who instigated the violence first, but a fierce battle erupted within the capital among the allied forces. Flames reignited, drawing all ninjas within the Land of Thunder into a rare and large-scale ninja war. On the mountains overlooking the capital, the Golden and Silver Horns, cradling a wooden coffin, gazed upon the burning city. Far from displaying anger, their faces radiated with a brilliant smile. Everything was proceeding according to the brothers' meticulous plan. The incidents of plunder attributed to Konoha were orchestrated by the Golden and Silver Horns. The assassination of the daimyo was covertly executed by their agents, and the discord among the ninja coalition was instigated by their machinations. The brothers aimed to intensify the coalition's internal conflict step by step, inciting them to fight and ultimately destroy one another. Once the ninja coalition had sufficiently exhausted their strength, they would emerge to clean up the aftermath. The Golden Horn gently patted the wooden coffin in his hands, murmuring softly, "Eight Tails, I can sense your fury and darkness. Endure a little longer. Once their power is drained, we shall unleash your wrath and darkness to obliterate them all." Inside the coffin lay the Jinchuriki who sealed the Eight Tails, the very cornerstone of the Golden and Silver Horns' confidence in annihilating the ninja coalition. At the critical moment, unleashing the Eight Tails could annihilate the entire ninja alliance with the astonishing destructive power of the tailed beast. Regrettably, the timid Leaf Village ninja dared not venture deep into the Land of Lightning. Otherwise, we could have captured all 4 great ninja villages in one fell swoop. Yin Jiao let out a faint sigh of regret. The wounds inflicted by Danzo during the Kage summit still throbbed with pain. The failure to seize this opportunity for vengeance against the leaf was indeed a significant disappointment. If Danzo does not come to us, we shall go to him. Once we have slaughtered this pack of swine, we shall head to hot water and present a grand gift to the third Hokage. Jin Zhao's words were punctuated with a sinister grin, reminiscent of a ghastly specter emerging from the depths of hell. As the two brothers reveled in their vengeful fantasies, an overwhelming surge of chakra suddenly assailed them from behind. Sensing the impending danger, Jin Zhao hastily raised his weapon to defend himself. Clang! The seven-star sword emitted a deep groan as Jin Zhao staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, only to discover a man with a small mustache at the corners of his mouth glaring intently at them. Kisame Hoshigaki. Jin Zhao and Yin Zhao were struck with horror, utterly astonished that the Mizukage would appear here so unexpectedly. Dust release, original world severance technique. Another beam of light surged from the side, and Yin Zhao, fearing a direct confrontation, dodged, causing the wooden coffin in his grasp to tumble to the ground. No, they were not just facing the second Mizukage, but also the second Suchikage. I had sensed something amiss. It turns out you two were behind this. Jin Zhao and Yin Zhao, today marks your demise. Chapter 29, The Eight Tails. Neither the Mizukage nor the Suchikage are fools. They are acutely aware of the recent abnormalities within the borders of the Land of Lightning. Their reluctance to immediately rein in their subordinate stems from three pivotal considerations. Firstly, the dispersed ninjas have become bloodthirsty, and the ensuing carnage is irreversible. No mere command could halt such relentless violence. Secondly, following their victory over the Hidden Cloud, the three major ninja villages harbor ulterior motives, wary of one another and embroiled in internal strife. Consequently, they devote their energies to these internal conflicts. Lacking the capacity to manage the chaos among the ranks, they can only ensure their own people do not suffer, indifferent to the fate of the common folk. Thirdly, both Ao and Inoki intend to bait the true puppet master behind the turmoil. Initially, their plans unfolded smoothly, as Ao and Inoki stealthily infiltrated the Land of Lightning and located the whereabouts of the brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. However, the best-laid plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. Just as they were poised to ensnare their targets, the allied ninja forces erupted into a massive brawl within the capital, creating a chaotic melee that rendered any intervention by the Mizukage and Suchikage futile. They resolved to first eliminate Kinkaku and Ginkaku before waiting for the tumult within the city to resolve itself. Utilizing their formidable techniques, Ao and Inoki unleashed their powers: water release, water iron cannon technique, and dust release, original world severing technique, intertwining their elemental forces. In mere moments, they decimated the mountain where Kinkaku and Ginkaku took their stand, leaving them with no refuge. As the brothers engaged the two shadows, they simultaneously struggled to protect the coffin containing the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, unable to focus on their foes and swiftly finding themselves at a disadvantage. This cannot continue. We must act, Ginkaku exclaimed, bracing against the onslaught of high-pressure water bullets with his banana fan. Let us move. Kinkaku, without a moment's hesitation, concurred with his brother's assessment. Though he had initially planned to reserve the Eight Tails as a trump card for later, the urgency of the situation compelled him to cast caution aside. As Ginkaku stepped forward to fend off the attacks from the two shadows, Kinkaku retreated behind the coffin to undo the sealing technique, placing his hand upon the coffin's surface. Intricate black patterns began to emerge, swirling as chakra surged forth. The sealing power dissipated, unleashing a torrent of violent crimson chakra from within the coffin. Foolishness, Ao declared, uncertain of what lay concealed within the coffin, yet resolute in his intent to obliterate whatever Kinkaku and Ginkaku sought to protect. With renewed vigor, Ao intensified his assault, channeling high-pressure water streams into a colossal, serpentine arrow aimed at Kinkaku, who was in the process of unsealing. Sensing imminent danger, Kinkaku abandoned the incomplete unsealing and hastily dodged. Ao's jutsu struck the coffin directly, reducing it and its occupant to mere powder. But the onslaught was far from over. Ao quickly formed another seal. The explosion generated by the arrow sent boiling water surging forth, releasing scalding steam. Explode! Ao bellowed, and the rapidly expanding water erupted in a series of violent detonations. As the chaos subsided and the steam dissipated, Kinkaku and Ginkaku emerged, their bodies marked with painful, red welts from the scalding steam, as if their very skin had been stripped away. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, your demise is at hand. Accept your fate. As the ethereal H-Suki Mangetsu prepared to deliver the final blow to the grievously injured Kinkaku and Ginkaku, a colossal octopus tentacle suddenly swept through the mist. Caught off guard, H-Suki Mangetsu was sent flying by a forceful lash, crashing heavily against a tree. The Eight Tails, in an instant, comprehended the devious act committed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The duo had directly released the tailed beast imprisoned within the village of Yunin. For long, the beast had been sealed, harboring deep-seated resentment and rage. Once liberated from the Jinchuriki's constraints, it would unleash indiscriminate havoc upon humanity. Without hesitation, a wave of chakra surged forth from the mist towards the tentacle S-tip, manifesting as a powerful dust release technique. A black sphere, several meters in diameter, erupted from the mist to collide with the dust release, causing a violent explosion in midair. The shockwave from the explosion dispersed the mist, revealing the true form of the Eight Tails, a massive red-brown ox adorned with octopus-like tentacles. H-Suki Mangitsu declared, today, it remains uncertain whose demise awaits. The Kinkaku and Ginkaku, bearing the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, radiated heat as their scorched skin rapidly healed, with the Eight Tails joining the fray. The previously suppressed Kinkaku and Ginkaku seized a moment to regroup, resulting in a sudden shift in the tide of battle. Reijin, situated in the eastern part of the Land of Fire, is a plain formed by riverine alluvial fans, characterized by its flat terrain backed by mountains and facing the sea. The region boasts exceptional agricultural conditions due to its warm, moist climate, yielding abundant produce. Adjacent to the ocean and blessed with a deep water harbor, it serves as a bustling commercial hub in the eastern region of the Land of Fire. Danzo sat within a carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze upon the scenic beauty of Reijin. This was not Danzo's first visit to Reijin. He had been here several times on prior missions. However, this time, his spirits soared higher than ever, not merely due to the presence of a beautiful companion, but because in just a few days, this fertile land would become his domain. He couldn't help but express gratitude towards his benevolent father-in-law for such generosity, bestowing not only his daughter, but also a prosperous territory was truly thoughtful. Turning to his fiancée, who was absent-mindedly twirling a strand of hair, Danzo remarked, Ichiki, are you not excited to meet your esteemed father? Excited? Of course, she replied, a faint smile gracing her lips as she gracefully folded her hands before her. I owe you my gratitude. With so many children in my family, had it not been for our union, I would not have received such a bountiful fief. Ichiki spoke the truth. Even the wealthiest of noble families have their limitations, and fiefs are typically entrusted to capable male heirs. As for princesses, they are often married off to forge alliances both domestically and internationally. It was unprecedented for someone like Ichiki to receive such a lavish fief as a dowry since the founding of the Land of Fire. One could say that Ichiki indeed benefited from Danzo's favor. Yet, her tone hinted at a hint of reluctance. Danzo abruptly shifted the conversation, asking earnestly, Ichiki, do you possess the skills to govern a territory? As the Hokage, Danzo was bound to remain in Konoha, leaving him little time to manage Reijin. While the ninjas of the village excelled in combat and intelligence gathering, they were not well versed in territorial governance. Thus, Danzo would have to entrust Reijin to his wife's stewardship, relegating himself to a role of a mere overseer focused on financial matters. The esteemed Hokage truly overestimates my capabilities. As a mere woman, how could I possibly compete with those cunning old foxes? A sigh escaped from Yuki, tinged with a hint of grievance. Surprisingly, Danzo was not angered. Instead, a spark of realization illuminated his expression. The implication that he would not govern the territory was merely a pretext. He simply found himself unable to contend with the local power in Hatsu. What if he were to eliminate those disobedient old foxes? I shall send assistants to aid you in managing Hatsu, and as long as you ensure the collection of sufficient taxes each year, you may proceed as you wish. As the leader of the hidden village, Danzo's expertise lies not in resolving issues, but in eliminating the sources of those issues. Once the two are wed, Danzo will possess both the legal and moral grounds to intervene in Hatsu. Who would dare defy his command? They would be swiftly annihilated. Is this truly the case? What Yuki sought was indeed Danzo's support. With Danzo's military assurance, Yuki could genuinely ascend to the throne of Hatsu. Chapter 30. Peaceful times amidst turmoil. A true man stands by his word. Apart from the capable Danzo, who could lead the region of Reijin better. Thus, he must receive unwavering support. As long as one remains true to their promises, managing Reijin will be a straightforward endeavor. There is no need for complete annihilation. Simply eliminate a few dissenters as a warning, and the rest will fall into line. However, if they feel cornered, they may seek assistance from other ninja villages. Can you handle that situation? As Hokage, Danzo knows that the ninjas of Konoha will only assist the first princess. and his concern lies with the local aristocrats of Reijin potentially allying with foreign forces, while ninjas undertake missions without regard for borders. Now that Danzo has become the Lord of Reijin, certain rules must be revised. Henceforth, only Konoha ninjas shall be permitted to accept and execute missions within Reijin's territory. Any violation would be seen as a provocation against Konoha's authority, and Danzo would be compelled to respond. Danzo's conquest of Reijin is motivated by a desire for exclusivity, and he would not allow other villages to meddle in his affairs. If things were to continue as they once were, Danzo's role as the Lord of Reijin would be rendered meaningless. After making numerous promises, Danzo reassured his fiancée and prepared to disembark to survey the scenery of Reijin when suddenly, someone charged towards him at great speed. "Hayashi, what brings you here?" A hint of surprise crossed Danzo's face. Hayashi Sarutobi had been assigned to remain in Konoha and should not have appeared in Reijin unless a monumental event had transpired, compelling the three advisors to seek Danzo's judgment. As anticipated, upon seeing Danzo, Hayashi immediately reported a staggering piece of news. A chaotic battle erupted in the capital of the Land of Lightning among the allied forces of the three great ninja nations, resulting in the massacre of the entire clan of the Land of Lightning's daimyo. The Mizukage and Tsuchikage engaged in fierce combat, while the Eight Tails was unleashed, devastating the capital and surrounding areas with its tailed beast bombs. According to the latest reports, not only had the Eight Tails been released by the duo of Kin and Jin, but the Two Tails had also been thrust into the conflict. Furthermore, the Wind Shadow, Sabaku, has also become embroiled in the turmoil of the Land of Lightning, though their whereabouts remain unknown. Now, the Land of Lightning is a battleground for three kages, two rampaging tailed beasts, and countless ninjas from the four nations, all entangled in chaos. "Lord Hokage, what shall we do now?" Hayashi lamented his own foolishness while feeling grateful that Konoha had a wise leader like Danzo. If not for Danzo's decisive actions, forcibly withdrawing the Konoha ninjas despite the risks of offending the three great ninja villages, Hayashi and the others would likely still be embroiled in a chaotic battle in the Land of Lightning, with Konoha inevitably drawn into the conflict as well. "Hayashi, I will allocate 2,000 ninjas to the northern border to guard against enemies from the Land of Lightning. Maintain our defenses. Under no circumstances are we to involve ourselves in the chaos of the Land of Lightning without my explicit command." Initially, the three great ninja villages besieged Konoha. This time, we shall remain spectators and quietly observe their performance. Danzo, preparing for his impending marriage, harbored no desire for battle. He preferred to contemplate the development of Reijin, focusing on agriculture and strengthening his own power. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Hayashi replied respectfully, acknowledging that Danzo's decision aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Before arriving, Hayashi had feared that Danzo might act impulsively, seeking to exploit the situation by sending ninjas to the Land of Lightning to engage in battle. Fortunately, Danzo exhibited remarkable composure and refrained from wading into turbulent waters. Hiruzans hurriedly departed, returning to Konoha to mobilize troops in preparation for threats from the north. Shortly after his departure, Danzo was visited by another guest, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, breathless and drenched in sweat from a swift ride, disregarded his disheveled appearance as he approached Danzo, aided by his attendants. "My esteemed father-in-law, what seems to be the matter?" Danzo promptly assisted his nearly collapsed father-in-law to his feet, while Ichiji also disembarked to greet him. "Father, are you well?" "I am fine, truly." Upon seeing his daughter and prospective son-in-law, the daimyo of the Land of Fire exhaled a sigh of relief. Though his trembling form bore an expression of melancholy reminiscent of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning cannot attend your wedding, he conveyed in a veiled manner, unable to disclose the tragic news of another daimyo's demise in the presence of his soon-to-be married daughter, fearing he might share the same fate. "I am already aware of the situation. My esteemed father-in-law need not worry, as long as I am here. I will not allow rebellious elements to roam freely within the borders of the Land of Fire. If you remain concerned, I can dispatch a team of ninjas to guard the capital, ensuring the safety of both you and the daimyo's residence." Danzo harbored intentions to weaken the aristocratic influence within the Land of Fire and redistribute power. Yet he had no intention of overturning the established order until he could identify a suitable political force to replace the aristocracy. Through his marriage to Ichiji, Danzo had inadvertently ascended to the ranks of nobility. Thus, rather than hastily dismantling the aristocratic rule, he aimed to maintain it, ensuring his own interests were safeguarded. "Danzo, I entrust this to you," the daimyo of the Land of Fire said with a sense of relief, his taut nerves gradually easing. The news of the massacre of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning's entire family had left the remaining nobles of the four great nations in a state of unease. Fearing a similar tragedy might befall their own realms, and that their lives and properties could be threatened by rogue ninjas. The daimyo of the Land of Fire also felt apprehensive, spurred by the anxiety of numerous nobles. He had no choice but to travel hastily to meet with Danzo in search of reassurance. Fortunately, Danzo did not disappoint him. Faithfully fulfilling his role as son-in-law and staunchly supporting the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Ichiji, as a wife, you must heed your husband's words, care for him wholeheartedly, and strive to expand your family as soon as possible, understood? The daimyo turned to grasp Ichiji's hand, earnestly imparting his advice. Both Danzo and Ichiji felt somewhat awkward due to this unexpected admonition. The thought of children before even tying the knot reflected the daimyo's lively imagination. Yes, father. I will take good care of my husband, Ichiji responded with a modest bow, casting a sidelong glance at her feigning ignorance fiancé. Danzo, I entrust Ichiji to you. I shall go arrange the wedding. You two should familiarize yourselves with the situation in Hejin. With that, the daimyo of the Land of Fire departed promptly, leaving the couple to enjoy their privacy. Ichiji, would you care to go shopping? Danzo extended an invitation to his fiancée. With the wedding taking place the day after tomorrow, he had a little over a day to nurture their relationship. Without uttering a word, Yuki gently placed her hand upon her fiancé's. She had no reason to refuse. It was indeed time to seek ways to deepen her bond with Danzo. The stronger their relationship, the more stable their union would be, bringing a sense of security to the daimyo of the Fire Country and the noble families. When the local aristocracy feels secure, the political landscape of the Fire Country remains stable, ensuring the nation's enduring peace. However, all of this is merely an excuse. Yuki simply yearned for a shopping excursion. Most women find it difficult to resist the allure of shopping, especially when accompanied by a wallet. In the Fire Country, where life flows serenely amidst the absence of war, the other four great nations are engulfed in turmoil. The death of the daimyo of the Thunder Country has sparked panic among the noble class. The three great ninja villages continue to bolster their military presence in the Thunder Country, escalating military expenditures that further exacerbate tensions among the aristocracy. Soon, large-scale rebellions erupted in the Wind, Earth, and Water countries. Thus, the fervent phase of the First Shinobi World War has officially commenced. Chapter 31. The wedding. The impending union between the third Hokage and the princess of the daimyo had long been the talk of the ninja world. Excluding the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, who had perished in the turmoil of war, the remaining daimyo from the three nations arrived at hot springs with their families to partake in the celebration. Even the three great ninja villages, preoccupied with the ravages of war, dispatched representatives to convey their congratulations. A multitude of guests flooded into hot springs, transforming the already bustling territory into a veritable spectacle of vibrancy, with throngs of people filling the streets and a constant flow of vehicles. Many among this crowd harbored ulterior motives, yet as long as no disturbances arose during the ceremony, Danzo was disinclined to intervene. The wedding was personally officiated by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, with any troublesome matters deftly handled by the accommodating father-in-law, allowing Danzo to enjoy a moment of leisure. Dressed in formal attire and meticulously groomed, Danzo arrived at the wedding venue at a leisurely pace, accompanied by Hinata Amino and several guards. The ceremony took place within the official residence of Hot Springs. The residence, positioned to the north and facing south, was built alongside a river, featuring a vast private garden to the north and a bustling commercial district across the river to the south, providing both tranquility and convenience. By the time Danzo arrived, the venue had already been splendidly adorned. Festive banners hung at the entrance, and the pathway leading inward was lined with an array of rare blossoms, while the spacious courtyard was illuminated with colorful decorations, radiating an atmosphere of joyous celebration. Shortly after entering, the accommodating father-in-law approached Danzo, accompanied by three middle-aged gentlemen clad in opulent attire. Their garb bore resemblance to that of the father-in-law, allowing Danzo to deduce their identities without formal introductions. Nevertheless, the daimyo of the Land of Fire proceeded to introduce them in due formality. The five great daimyo were now kin, as Danzo's marriage to the princess entwined their fates. The three daimyo were seasoned political veterans who exchanged pleasantries regarding Danzo's brilliance before swiftly steering the conversation towards more pressing matters. However, Danzo preemptively seized the initiative. Today marks my wedding, a celebration of our familial bonds, not a forum for political discourse. As the ceremony is about to commence, I kindly request my father-in-law to escort the esteemed lords to their seats. He firmly delineated the boundary between public and private affairs, asserting that conflating the two would only lead to complications. Danzo would not capitulate on significant matters merely due to personal ties. Should the three daimyo have any grievances, they ought to engage in discussions with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, rather than attempting to maneuver through a young man. The three daimyo exchanged awkward chuckles, reluctantly retreating alongside the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Beyond the Land of Fire, the other four nations were rife with turmoil. Though the noble families appeared to thrive outwardly, they were in fact precariously vulnerable. Were it not for dire circumstances, they would not seek to navigate through Danzo's connections. Despite the private meeting yielding no results, the representatives from the various ninja villages lurking in the shadows did not relax their vigilance. Rather, they bore expressions of grave concern. The issue at hand was not merely whether discussions could succeed, but rather the distrust the three daimyo exhibited towards their respective ninja villages. Such public displays of mistrust could significantly impact the three great ninja villages, further exacerbating the already strained relations between ninjas and the nobility. One could only ponder the folly of the three daimyo and their actions. Perhaps a different individual in the role of daimyo would prove more beneficial for the ninja villages. The three great ninja villages clashed fiercely ahead, yet at the wedding venue, the representatives of these rival villages simultaneously entertained a singular thought. Some matters, once set in motion, surge forth like a flood, unstoppable and overwhelming. The entire family of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning perished in a military turmoil, and the identity of the perpetrator remains an unresolved mystery. Following the daimyo's demise, no catastrophic events unfolded, and the deaths of daimyos from other nations seemed to carry little weight. As the wedding commenced, a princess clad in a pristine white gown gracefully emerged from her chamber, flanked by four female ninjas. Blessed with natural beauty, her exquisite makeup rendered her a vision of unparalleled allure, akin to a blooming flower, drawing the gaze of all present. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, wearing an expression of satisfaction, approached to take his daughter's hand, and together they made their way to the center of the stage. Tobirama had been waiting, dressed in splendid attire that accentuated his robust physique. The scars on his face, rather than detracting from his appearance, imbued him with a fierce masculinity, making him all the more striking. No one within the ninja world could dispute Tobirama's prowess and intellect. This young third Hokage had skillfully steered the nation away from the shadows of war. While turmoil afflicted various nations, the Land of Fire stood resolute, a testament to Tobirama's capabilities. As is the tradition, heroes are often paired with beauties, and Tobirama and the princess were a match made in heaven. Under the watchful eyes of all, the daimyo of the Land of Fire presented his daughter to Tobirama without a word, casting a meaningful glance at her before smiling and stepping back from the stage. All necessary matters had been settled, and the daimyo trusted his son-in-law to be a responsible guardian for his daughter, offering silent blessings from the sidelines. Congratulations, third Hokage. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had just retired from the stage when, without waiting for the other three nations to act, the representatives of the ninja villages rushed forward to extend their congratulations. Although their actions bordered on presumptuousness, they came to celebrate, and Tobirama chose not to take offense, merely smiling in return. In the past, during the Four Shadows Summit, I forged deep bonds with the Hokage and others as we united to thwart the schemes of the Gold and Silver Brothers. It is indeed regrettable that they are now preoccupied with state affairs and unable to attend my wedding. Please convey my sincere regards to them upon your return. Upon hearing this, the representatives from Awagakure remained composed, while those from Sunagakure and Kirigakure were taken aback. Given the severe injuries sustained by the Sand Village and the destruction of the Akatsuki's forces, tensions were so fraught that war seemed imminent. How could Tobirama brazenly utter such sentiments? Third Hokage, it was Konoha that initiated the coalition to assist the Land of Lightning in quelling the rebellion. With the Gold and Silver Brothers still wreaking havoc, it seems inappropriate for Konoha to withdraw its troops and abandon its allies in the Land of Lightning. When does Konoha intend to send reinforcements to assist in quelling the rebellion? The representative from Kirigakure stepped forward, raising his voice. I shall only discuss personal matters on this day of my wedding, not state affairs. Should you have any inquiries, I invite you to discuss them in detail with me after the ceremony concludes. The representatives from the three ninja villages observed the restlessness of Danzo, who, to their surprise, showed such blatant disrespect. They chose to disrupt the wedding of Danzo publicly. The esteemed third Hokage, in a tone of evasion, declared that he could not comply. While the three major ninja villages engaged in a fierce battle against the traitors, Kinkaku and Jinkaku, Konoha remained idle within the Land of Fire, prompting suspicions of collusion between Konoha and the traitors. As soon as the representative from the Mist Village finished speaking, a fist rapidly enlarged in his line of sight. Before he could react, he was sent flying by an overwhelming force, soaring over the courtyard wall and plunging heavily into the river below. How dare you? If you from the Mist Village have grievances, send Gazuki Man Gitsu to address them personally. If you send such worthless individuals again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chapter 32. Infusion of Natural Energy. Danzo had grown weary of the hesitant provocations from the Mist Village. If they were discontented, they should declare war outright. Their incessant taunts, coupled with their reluctance to engage in battle, were nothing short of irksome. Did they truly believe that Danzo, in a fit of rage, would refrain from deploying troops against the Mist? With a single punch, he sent their representative flying, but soon regained his composure, a warm smile returning to his face. The Mist's 2 attempts at provocation only served to reveal their inherent weakness. If they genuinely desired war, they should discreetly mobilize their forces to launch a surprise attack on Konoha rather than ostentatiously challenging them, pretending to be on the brink of conflict. The Mist's unusual behavior was, in essence, a manifestation of their fear. They were apprehensive that Konoha might seize the opportunity to attack the Land of Water while they were vulnerable. No matter their antics, one undeniable truth remained. Among the 5 great ninja villages, only Konoha could muster a large-scale, mobile army to initiate an offensive. As expected, the Mist representative was awkwardly fished out of the river by his subordinates, lying on the ground and sputtering water, too intimidated to even glance at Danzo, not daring to utter a single sound. The other 2 representatives from the ninja villages were equally silent, retreating a few steps, their earlier thoughts now far removed from reality. Konoha did not wish to engage in conflict with the other villages. Rather, the other villages feared a confrontation with Konoha. For if Konoha entered the fray, the existing strategic balance would be shattered, and the outcomes would be unpredictable. A minor interlude was inconsequential. Danzo turned to the guests and offered his apologies, allowing the wedding festivities to continue. Following Danzo's display of formidable strength, the other ninja villages and noble factions became considerably more subdued, no longer daring to cause trouble. As the banquet concluded, the daimyo of the Land of Fire remained to manage the aftermath, while Danzo and Hanabi stepped hand in hand into their bridal chamber. As night fell, the bright moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light shimmering upon the river's surface, creating a radiant spectacle akin to stars cascading into the water. The bedroom on the highest floor of the riverside mansion remained unlit, and Danzo leaned against the window, lost in contemplation of the scenery outside. Having changed out of her heavy wedding attire into loose nightwear, Hanabi lay in bed, her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, utterly devoid of sleep. Do all of you ninjas spend the night by the window? She finally could not contain her frustration and turned to her husband by the window. It was exceedingly rude for the groom to abandon the bride on their wedding night to sit alone in contemplation. No, Danzo replied, shaking his head, a soft sigh escaping his lips. I simply find it a bit disconcerting. Having lost his parents at an early age and subsequently embarking on his ninja career under the tutelage of Tobirama, Danzo had always led a solitary life aside from training and completing missions. Burdened by the pressures of survival and responsibility, he had never contemplated the notion of marriage. Now, suddenly wed and with a wife to consider, Danzo felt somewhat out of his depth. Ultimately, Danzo excelled at confronting adversaries but found himself at a loss when it came to women. Stepping into this unfamiliar territory, he inevitably felt a sense of disorientation. Hanabi, I am the Hokage of Konoha, and you are the princess of the Land of Fire. Our marriage bears significant implications for the peace and stability of the Land of Fire. Thus, in an attempt to escape the awkwardness, Danzo began to ramble, steering the conversation toward the Land of Fire and the international situation, striving to return to familiar ground. As the evening shadows deepened, Ichiki furrowed her brow, listening to her husband's grandiloquent discourse in silence. She turned from the bed and approached the window, grasping TZ's hand and pressing it against her heart. Feeling the robust rhythm of her heartbeat, TZ's voice faltered, his gaze fixated on Ichiki, his lips parting several times, yet words eluded him. Ichiki scrutinized her husband for a moment, then let out a resigned sigh, a knowing expression gracing her face. It is common for ninjas to endure injuries and functional impairments due to their perilous missions. Fear not, I understand, and I shall not mock you. My father is acquainted with an esteemed healer, quite experienced in treating such afflictions. When time permits, I will accompany you to seek his counsel. You are still young. With proper treatment, there is hope for a full recovery. TZ found himself at a loss for words, allowing Ichiki to speak freely. Late into the night, instead of seeking rest, they leaned against the window, engaged in peculiar conversation, a situation that any discerning observer would find suspicious. Ichiki had long sensed her husband's unease but refrained from addressing it directly, fearing to wound TZ's pride. However, some matters cannot be overlooked, and Ichiki resolved to confront the truth, facing the issues together with TZ. Just as Ichiki felt moved by her own courage and candor, TZ's expression had darkened ominously. There are certain indignities one cannot endure, and even as Ichiki is his wife, he could not tolerate such slander. With sudden force, TZ lifted Ichiki into his arms, performing a swift jutsu that whisked them back to the bed, where he intended to teach this woman a harsh lesson. The following morning, Ichiki curled up like a gentle kitten within TZ's embrace. After a night of heartfelt exchange, she remained resolute in her intention to take her husband to see a doctor. It is not merely a malady to be humane. An excess of humanity can also be a burden. By morning's first light, exhaustion weighed heavily upon Ichiki, who finally succumbed to sleep. As TZ gazed upon his wife's serene and beautiful visage, a smile of satisfaction graced his lips. Holding her chin, he marveled at her exquisite face. Soft and voluptuous form, and the intoxicating essence of youth she radiated. Such beauty is fleeting, and the ravages of time are inevitable. A twinge of melancholy stirred within TZ at the thought of her beauty being subject to the passage of years. How he wished it could remain eternal. A spark of inspiration ignited in TZ's mind as he conceived a brilliant idea. Through the transformative power of his own body could stave off aging and maintain a youthful state. He surmised that applying the same method to Ichiki might yield similar results. While she slumbered, TZ harnessed his mystical abilities, gradually infusing natural energy into her being. In this initial experiment, he proceeded cautiously, administering only a small amount of energy to ensure he could remedy any adverse reactions. To his astonishment, Ichiki's adaptability surpassed his expectations, effortlessly absorbing the natural energy without any negative repercussions. TZ's eyes brightened with realization. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Gradually, he increased the flow of energy until Ichiki could no longer absorb it, then ceased his efforts. After being infused with natural energy, Ichi's cellular vitality experienced a modest enhancement. Although the increase was limited, it nonetheless served to slightly delay the aging process of her body. The successful experiment filled Danzo with great exhilaration as Ichi's husband. He believed they would have ample time to cherish one another in the future. With unwavering dedication, he was confident that one day he could transform Ichi into a being of longevity akin to himself. A fleeting thought prompted Danzo to embark on the grand endeavor of human modification. Unbeknownst to Ichi, who was perceived by her husband as a subject for experimentation, she merely emitted a muffled protest and turned over to continue her slumber, entirely unaware that she was undergoing a momentous transformation that would defy fate itself. Chapter 33, A Fortune in the Gentle Embrace of Warmth, Where Heroes Rest. After a month of marriage, Danzo had lingered in Hatsu, mostly indulging in the company of Ichiki, occasionally recalling his responsibilities in local governance. Were it not for Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal summons, Danzo might have remained in Hatsu indefinitely. Even as he consented to return to Konoha, he wore an expression of reluctance at their parting. Ichiki, take good care of yourself in my absence. Hinata Reina and the others will stay in Hatsu with you. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to inform me promptly. I must return to Konoha for a few days, but I shall return swiftly. Upon hearing Danzo's final words, Hiruzen was taken aback. After a month of marriage, Danzo had truly come to regard Hatsu as his home. In over 20 years of living in Konoha, he had never exhibited such fervor. Did the bonds of friendship and the Great Will of Fire pale in comparison to mere beauty? My husband, I await your return. Ichiki lowered her head, a blush gracing her cheeks, her almond eyes shimmering with youthful affection. Over the past month, the couple had engaged in frequent and profound exchanges. As their understanding deepened, their feelings blossomed, transcending the awkwardness of their earlier days. Lord Hokage, it grows late. We must set forth, Hiruzen sighed, reluctantly interrupting their farewell. If they delayed any longer, he feared they might tarry indefinitely. Understood. Danzo responded impatiently, turning with resolve to depart the Hatsu residence alongside Hiruzen. Both were elite ninjas of the shinobi world, and before long, they had exited Hatsu's territory. Once they had left, Hiruzen exhaled deeply, intending to voice a complaint to Danzo, but the words caught in his throat. Danzo, congratulations. I regret not being able to attend your wedding. We have prepared a gift for you in Konoha, and I hope it is not too late. As a close friend, Hiruzen felt immense joy and relief at Danzo's successful marriage. Initially, upon hearing of Danzo's impending union with the feudal lord's daughter, Hiruzen had wished to abandon his military duties and rush back to Konoha to prevent it, not wanting Danzo to sacrifice his happiness for the sake of political gain. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, and wedded bliss with one devoid of love could lead to a tragic existence. Fortunately, Danzo and Ichiki seemed to harmonize splendidly. In truth, perhaps too splendidly. Witnessing their affectionate bond, Hiruzen admitted to feeling a twinge of jealousy. "You still possess a semblance of conscience," Danzo replied with a slight smile. Before adopting a serious demeanor, nurturing a good relationship with Princess Ichiki is indeed a vital endeavor. "I have not idled away the past month." Danzo proudly produced a scroll of sealing, showcasing his spoils. 3 billion ryo. These are the gifts bestowed upon me by various noble factions, both domestic and foreign. Over the past month, my acquisition of Hatsu was primarily to amass wealth, and within less than a month, I have exceeded this year's financial targets. It is now the 13th year of Konoha, where the remuneration for the most basic D-rank missions ranges from 200 to 2,000 ryo, while the highest tier, S-rank missions, generally do not exceed 100,000 ryo. 3 billion ryo is indeed a colossal sum, surpassing the annual military expenditure of Konoha. Such an immense fortune. Danzo's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered such wealth. The nobility is exceedingly affluent, making the ninja appear rather impoverished by comparison. Wipe your drool, wipe it away. This money belongs to me. Do not entertain any misguided thoughts. Danzo has always maintained a clear distinction between public and private matters. The wedding gifts he received are considered personal property and will not be added to the village's public account. Additionally, the gifts previously bestowed by the daimyo are also Danzo's private possessions. Lord Hokage, the reconstruction of Konoha post-war requires substantial funds. Might it be possible for you to lend a portion to the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew such a request was rather impolite. Yet he could not resist the urge to inquire. Recently, Danzo had acquired a significant amount of military funds from the daimyo, enabling the village to swiftly regain its vitality. However, who would ever refuse an excess of wealth? If all 30 billion ryo were invested into the village's development, it would undoubtedly restore it to its pre-war state in no time. What are you contemplating? Lending is out of the question. Given my position, lending this money would mean it would be a one-way transaction. Moreover, this wealth is not solely mine. Contributing it entirely to the village would provoke ire not only from the citizens of Hai no Kuni, but also from those of the Land of Water. Remember, I am not only the Hokage of Konoha, but also the Lord of Hai no Kuni. My responsibilities extend beyond Konoha. I must also answer to the people of my territory. Danzo is acutely aware of the characters present in the village. If this substantial sum were to enter Konoha's public funds, it would inevitably be divided among various ninja clans under the guise of legitimate expenses. Once the money is spent, Danzo would gain nothing but a reputation for generosity, and even then, he might be ridiculed in private for his foolishness. Thus, he would never easily part with such funds. So, what do you propose? Hiruzen recognized the validity in Danzo's words, yet since the enormous sum had been brought back to Konoha, there must be a purpose for its expenditure. It could not merely serve as a display of wealth to his comrades. I plan to utilize this money to issue commissions. The specifics of these commissions will be shared upon our return to the village. Danzo appeared confident, clearly having devised a plan in advance. Hiruzen was initially taken aback, but soon displayed a face of unrestrained joy. Regardless of what commissions Danzo planned to issue, as long as they were made within Konoha, the resources would ultimately benefit the village. In the wake of the war, with countless tasks awaiting attention, a commission promising 30 billion ryo would undoubtedly serve as a potent restorative. On the first day back in Konoha, Danzo received belated wedding gifts. His handsome visage was immortalized upon the Hokage monument, admired by countless villagers. How does it look? Quite well carved, I must say. I, along with Kakashi and the others, lent our hands to the effort. At the entrance of the village, Hiruzen pointed towards the Hokage monument with an expectant gaze directed at Danzo. It looks splendid. Though the nose is slightly askew, that part must have been your doing. Danzo, satisfied, playfully patted the shoulder of his loyal companion. You guessed it. However, our gift is not so simple. Kenta has arranged a feast. Let us indulge ourselves tonight. The Hokage monument was a congratulatory gift from the village to Danzo, while Hiruzen and the others had their personal gifts to present as well. Very well, tonight we shall indulge without restraint. However, before we partake in revelry, There are pressing matters to address. I call upon all the esteemed leaders of the Hidden Leaf Village, as well as the heads of the ninja clans, for an important announcement. Had I known you had something to convey, everyone has been awaiting your return at the Hokage office. Upon arriving in the Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already disseminated information throughout the village. Anticipation filled the air for the Hokage's return. With a satisfied nod, Danzo appreciated the instinctive nature of his subordinates. If every matter required Danzo's personal involvement, the village's resources would be squandered. Accompanied by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo entered the conference room, where after a brief exchange of pleasantries, silence swiftly enveloped the gathering. Without unnecessary preamble, Danzo boldly revealed a sensational piece of news. The Lord of the Hot Springs region had issued a special commission to the Leaf Village, offering a staggering reward of 20 billion for assistance in enhancing the local infrastructure. Chapter 34, the Konoha Revitalization Plan. The commission of 2 billion ryo stands as the highest remuneration since the establishment of Konoha, destined to be immortalized alongside the Battle of the Valley of the End. However, when the particulars of the commission were unveiled, the fervor among the clan leaders swiftly waned. The arduous nature of the task was directly proportional to the astronomical compensation. Constructing the infrastructure of Reijin did not necessitate ninjas to brave perilous challenges. Yet it demanded a substantial workforce to remain in Reijin for prolonged periods, engaging in laborious and monotonous tasks. Essentially, it amounted to a continual supply of menial assignments. This was quite favorable for lower-ranking ninjas with limited combat prowess, yet for elite ninjas who sought high-risk, high-reward endeavors, it appeared rather unpalatable. Not to mention, even ambitious lower-ranking ninjas were reluctant to be relegated to years of tilling fields and repairing roads. Tobirama observed the expressions of the clan leaders, recognizing their inner turmoil. Yet he remained undeterred by their discontent. He solemnly declared, "In the name of the Hokage, I have accepted this commission." Once the meeting concluded, an announcement was made. The next year would be the enrollment period, allowing all willing and qualified ninjas to register at the Hokage's office. The ninja village would open its doors to business. As long as the compensation was sufficient, various commissions from both domestic and foreign sources would be accepted. Provided the tasks were accomplished, Konoha would receive a share of the remuneration, leaving no rationale to decline such a monumental commission of 2 billion ryo. Unsurprisingly, the resolution passed unanimously. Although the war had not yet concluded, the likelihood of Konoha becoming embroiled in further conflicts had significantly diminished. Our subsequent focus must pivot towards post-war reconstruction. Numerous ninjas perished in the Great War, while many others sustained severe injuries, forcing their retirement. We must swiftly replenish our ranks. The 2 billion ryo commission is specifically allocated for the training of newcomers. Once the arrangements were finalized, Tobirama revealed his earnest intentions. The major ninja clans boast rich histories and deep-rooted traditions. Ninjas hailing from these clans significantly surpass their civilian counterparts in terms of strength, equipment, and experience. In the Ninja World War, the majority of casualties were incurred by civilian ninjas. Tobirama's actions, couched in the benevolent guise of nurturing newcomers, could also be perceived as merely replenishing the ranks with expendable fodder. The clan leaders, having grasped this reality, raised no objections and extolled the Hokage's kindness, wisdom, and understanding of his subordinates, though a hint of bitterness lingered in their words. 2 billion ryo is, after all, an immense sum, if allocated entirely to senior missions. It would provide immense satisfaction to the major clans. The current distribution, favoring lower-ranking ninjas, felt like a grievous waste. As time passed swiftly, Tobirama concluded several pressing matters, and the night quietly enveloped the sky. Setting aside his duties for the moment, Tobirama, flanked by the 3 Hokage advisors, made his way to the Grand Tavern of Konoha. A feast had already been prepared to celebrate his marriage. Most guests were seated on the first floor, while the Hokage and his advisors ascended to a private chamber on the top floor to partake in their banquet. In the spirit of joy, having just accepted such a substantial commission, the 4 were in high spirits and indulged in several cups of drink. As the dishes were served, they feasted heartily, with no semblance of hierarchy between them. Having had their fill, and during a brief respite, Sarutobi Hiruzen, somewhat inebriated, wrapped an arm around Danzo's shoulders and let out a belch. "Danzo, how unfortunate it is that In and Kamura have not returned. If they were here, along with our teacher and Kagami, our class would be complete." Mentioning the fallen Tobirama Senju and Kagami Uchiha brought a mist to Hiruzen's eyes, as memories of their sacrifice lingered painfully in his heart. A few months had not sufficed to erase those haunting recollections. He could vividly recall the moments of their demise. Yet, the departed could not be summoned back, no matter how deeply Hiruzen mourned. As soon as the conflict in the Land of Lightning concludes, I will promptly bring In and Kamura back. Danzo understood that Hiruzen was advocating for the two old comrades. Initially, their resentment towards Danzo had led them to incite Hiruzen to stir trouble, resulting in their reassignment from the core of Konoha's power. Now that Danzo's position as Hokage was firmly established and his ire had mostly subsided, there was no need to continue antagonizing them. It would be a simple matter to grant Hiruzen's request and have them return. After all, the two were effectively Danzo's allies, more reliable than those clan leaders whose loyalties wavered, as they had fought side by side in the past. I thank you on their behalf, Hiruzen said, suddenly sobering. As he rose to toast Danzo again. I knew you were feigning, but tonight, I shall ensure you are thoroughly inebriated. In terms of alcohol tolerance, Danzo had never feared anyone. For him, drinking was as effortless as quenching thirst, and as long as he did not wish to become intoxicated, he could consume without limit. However, this evening, Danzo did not intend to employ any supernatural means. Drinking was meant for revelry, and cheating while sharing drinks with a comrade would be quite dull. Observing the camaraderie between Danzo and Hiruzen, Nara Ryota and Akimichi Torafa felt like mere spectators. After a prolonged silence, Torafa finally interjected with a serious inquiry. Hokage-sama, it appears you harbor some discontent towards the ninja clans of Konoha. May I ask where they have faltered? At this, not only Danzo, but also Hiruzen and Ryota were taken aback. Torafu, what prompts such a statement? Given Ryota's discernment, he had not overlooked Danzo's subtle criticisms of the ninja clans, yet he was puzzled as to why Torafa felt compelled to address it so openly. The four present were all of ninja lineage, none were commoners, making such remarks rather delicate. Have I not secured 20 billion ryo in commissions for the civilian ninjas, without providing any benefits to the clans? Is that why you believe I am targeting them? Danzo shot a glance at Torafu, his slightly stern gaze making the latter uncomfortable. As Hokage, I treat all Konoha ninjas equally. There is no deliberate targeting of anyone. The Land of Hot Water requires development. I cannot, with a clear conscience, issue a plethora of assassination commissions for Konoha ninjas to eliminate the competitors of Hot Water's merchants. Customers are paramount. Ninjas must fulfill the employer's requests, not the other way around. Business is built on mutual benefit. There is no room for coercion. Torafu is usually so reserved. What has gotten into him today? I believe he has had too much to drink, Hiruzen remarked, clapping his hands in an attempt to brush the matter aside. The conflict between Mito and the transitional Kage Shun lingers at the border, and Saratobi Hizashi is reluctant to further entangle himself with the Akimichi Tora case. With a sharp clap, Danzo slammed his chopsticks onto the table, his demeanor grave, clearly unwilling to let the matter be brushed aside easily. Although he initially intended to avoid discussing official business this evening, the misstep of Akimichi Tora case necessitated that certain matters be clarified with the three advisors. As the war has progressed, do you not perceive that the 5 great ninja villages, and indeed the entire ninja world, are facing significant issues? What issues? Not only Saratobi Hizashi, but even the usually astute Nara Shikamaru found himself at a loss for words. While the war has certainly been brutal, they have disowned no other anomalies. Or perhaps their identities as ninjas have rendered them oblivious to the underlying problems. Chapter 35, The Roots of War. There are numerous questions to ponder. First and foremost, what prompted the Cloud Village to instigate this war? Since the establishment of the One Village, One Nation system, the 5 great shinobi villages have clearly delineated their spheres of influence, each having its own stable mission zones, which ostensibly should preclude any intense conflict. Why, then, did war erupt merely a few years after the death of the first Hokage? Although Danzo's words seem somewhat absurd, the three advisors fell into deep contemplation simultaneously. The official rationale for Cloud's declaration of war is dissatisfaction with the allocation of tailed beasts. Saratobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. To wage war for the purpose of capturing tailed beasts is merely the Cloud Village's official stance. Danzo interjected, shaking his head with a wry smile. The Leaf Village possesses just one tailed beast, while the Cloud possesses 2, the Stone 2, the Mist 2, the Sand 1, and the Takigakure 1. If Cloud truly sought tailed beasts, they should have targeted Takigakure instead. Why, then, engage in a direct confrontation with the most formidable Leaf Village? The justification for Cloud's aggression does not withstand scrutiny. If the Raikage's mind were not clouded by brawn, he would not consider the Leaf as a feasible target. While this reasoning holds merit, if not for the tailed beasts, then what is the true motivation? Nara Shikaku, stroking a small tuft of beard on his chin, found himself utterly perplexed. The upper echelons of the Cloud Village, particularly the powerful shinobi clans, crave a war. Since the one village, one nation system was established, the shinobi world has largely enjoyed a state of peace. In a world devoid of conflict, high-level missions involving assassination and espionage have gradually diminished. Without these prestigious assignments, how are the elite shinobi expected to sustain themselves? It is hardly plausible for them to engage in mundane tasks akin to those of lower-ranking ninjas, such as weeding or catching cats. Thus, instigating conflict and provoking war becomes their sole recourse. Once war is declared, high-level missions flood in like a rushing tide, fulfilling their demands. As Danzo spoke with increasing fervor, the three advisors listened with growing trepidation, their expressions turning to one of horror. The war-averse Hiruzen never imagined that the clan he belonged to would be the mastermind behind such an initiative. "Lord Hokage, you cannot be serious," stammered Akimichi Choza, his voice trembling, his plump face paling. Such statements could potentially unleash a tempest if disclosed, and the Leaf Village would suffer grave repercussions. Moreover, the one who brought this matter to light, Akimichi Choza, would surely face dire consequences, likely culminating in self-imposed penance. I am not jesting. In the chaos of war, many shinobi perish, but the casualties among civilian ninjas will be even greater. You two have previously commanded at the front lines and should understand the casualty ratios among ninjas better than Shikaku. The countenance of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Akimichi Choza simultaneously darkened. Danzo's assertions held truth. In a single battle, the toll on civilian ninjas is often several times, even tenfold, that of clan ninjas. It is no exaggeration to state that victories are paved with the corpses of civilian ninjas. The superior strength of clan ninjas accounts for this disparity. The Leaf Village does not intentionally target civilian shinobi. Shikaku attempted to diffuse the tense atmosphere with a diplomatic remark. It is an undeniable fact that the clan of ninjas has profited significantly from the war. The ninja clan, united in their village, functions as a cohesive entity. When its members perish in battle, their orphans receive care and support from the family. In contrast, the orphans of common ninjas are merely sent to orphanages, destined to attend ninja academies and replicate their parents' lives. There are further truths unspoken by Danzo. The inheritance of those who die in battle within the clan is managed collectively, whereas the estates of fallen common ninjas are largely claimed by the public. The children in orphanages have no rights to inherit any legacy. Take, for instance, Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage from the original timeline. Despite his noble lineage as the Prince of Konoha, he resides in a cramped apartment, consumes expired instant noodles, drinks spoiled milk, and endures ridicule as a demon fox. Konoha truly embodies a paradox of affection. Such circumstances are regrettable. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply, his face reflecting compassion. He felt immense pity for the war orphans who lost their parents but found himself at a loss for solutions to alleviate their plight, succumbing to self-pity. Now you understand why I am inclined to allocate resources to the lower-tier ninjas, not solely due to the needs of the hot springs, but also because they have lost far too much in the war. The upper-tier ninjas possess vast resources, and even a decline in income does not jeopardize their survival. However, for lower-tier ninjas, reduced income could be fatal. It is impossible to perfectly balance the scales. As Hokage, Danzo must first ensure the survival of the majority before contemplating the distribution of benefits. I am narrow-minded and cannot grasp the Hokage's earnest intentions. I beg for your forgiveness. Akimichi Torf bowed deeply to Danzo, formally apologizing. I request to resign from my position as Hokage's advisor and to be assigned to the northern border. Please grant me your permission, Hokage. Danzo stepped forward to assist Akimichi Torafu to his feet, speaking earnestly. Torafu, do not act impulsively. You are one of the few rational individuals in Konoha. If we were to have a self-serving advisor instead, Konoha would be in even greater peril. Thus, the influence of the ninja clan cannot be disregarded. With the situation reaching the point of an advisor's resignation, Nara Ryuta could not remain detached. Ryuta, being astute, understood that if the ninja clan were not curtailed, Konoha would inevitably become the instigator of war, a scenario he could never permit. It is not a matter of weakening, but rather guiding. Both the ninja clan and the common ninjas are part of Konoha. I have stated that all should be treated equally, without targeting or favoring either side. Those who are weak and not adept in combat should be encouraged to engage in production and construction, undertaking lower risk, lower reward tasks. Conversely, those who are strong and skilled in battle should be sent to the front lines to fight, protecting the producers from enemy harm. Both the clan and the common ninjas should have their tasks allocated based on this principle, which ensures orderly division of labor and responsibility. Senju Hashirama established the ninja village with the hope of better protecting children and safeguarding the future. Yet, with the onset of the Ninja World War, even children who have not graduated from the academy must take to the battlefield. These children have not mastered even the most fundamental jutsu and become mere fodder, perishing in an incomprehensible manner on the battlefield. Danzo harbored a profound disdain for such foolishness. He had long contemplated reforms to the ninja village system to avert such occurrences. With the finite number of ninjas, could it be prudent to allocate a significant portion to production work, thus diminishing the fighting force? Hizashi concurred with Danzo's perspective. Yet he was beset by concerns. Warfare is not merely a matter of numbers. Conflicts between ninja villages are determined by the elite. The four nations' allied forces, comprising 2,000 ninjas, faced a staggering 4,000 from the Cloud Village, resulting in a lopsided outcome. Those ninjas lacking combat prowess would only serve as burdens on the battlefield, hindering the effectiveness of the elite. It would be far more advantageous to increase the production of resources in the rear, thereby contributing more significantly to the war effort. The disparity between the upper and lower echelons of ninjas is immense. Elite ninjas can single-handedly turn the tide of battle, while weaker ones possess no capacity for resistance in their presence. Chapter 36. Clearing mines. The economy serves as the foundation for all activities. And with ample resources at his disposal, Danzo initiated sweeping reforms within Konoha. The 2 billion Ryo grassroots support plan was merely the beginning. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. After deliberating with his 3 advisors, Danzo officially declared the establishment of a rapid response force directly under the Hokage, designed to address potential conflicts that could erupt between the ninja villages at any moment. The announcement stirred a wave of astonishment among the major ninja clans. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had previously founded the Umbu, officially known as the Special Assassination and Tactical Force, drawing elite ninjas from the village to serve under the Hokage, tasked with protecting the Hokage and preventing foreign incursions. Thus, the Hokage had acquired a direct armed force, significantly enhancing his power. Now, by establishing a second armed unit under the pretext of defending against external threats, Danzo was poised to further augment the Hokage's authority. Power is finite. As the Hokage's influence grew, the power of the major ninja clans would inevitably be further constricted. This development was far from favorable for them. The sole silver lining was that Danzo had refrained from mandating each ninja clan to contribute their elite members to the mobile unit. Instead, he set standards and allowed all eligible ninjas from Konoha to volunteer. When the recruitment numbers and assessment criteria for the mobile unit were announced, a collective gasp echoed throughout Konoha. The unit was to comprise 1,000 members, several times the size of the Umbu, with the minimum qualification being that of a chunin. To fill the ranks, more than half of Konoha's elite ninjas would need to be enlisted. Within the Hokage's office, the 3 advisors gazed anxiously at the documents in their hands. Could this truly succeed? Sarutobi Hiruzen admired Danzo's audacity and ambition. Yet he worried that such bold steps might yield adverse consequences. Progress must be made gradually. One must consume a meal bite by bite and traverse a journey step by step. At present, they were merely establishing a broad framework. Without a pressing deadline to fill the ranks, what was there to fear? Danzo remained composed, not allowing the transient surge of power to cloud his judgment. Elite ninjas were the lifeblood of each clan. Previously, Tobirama had relied on the lingering influence of his elder brother, coupled with various threats and inducements, to compel the clans to contribute personnel. The resistance this time would be greater. Thus, Danzo opted for a more conciliatory approach, seeking to divide and win over the ninja factions within Konoha to achieve his ultimate goal, establishing a standing army. Though it was a centralized strategy, the conditions offered were genuinely appealing. He proposed access to various ninjutsu, the provision of superior equipment, and stable salaries. This should attract a considerable number of promising young ninjas. Once the first batch was secured, the subsequent matters would become considerably easier. Danzo's confidence stemmed from his keen understanding of the broader situation. The ongoing turmoil in the Land of Lightning had persisted for an extended period, with casualties mounting to an unbearable extent. The war was nearing its conclusion. Following the cessation of hostilities, a period of peace would undoubtedly ensue. During this peaceful era, the number of ninjas would swell while the demand for missions would diminish. The elite ninjas of Konoha, aside from engaging in miscellaneous tasks, would find that joining the mobile unit was the only viable path forward. The Konoha Police Department was established by Senju Tobirama to placate and monitor the Uchiha clan, primarily responsible for maintaining internal security within Konoha. This measure temporarily eased the tensions between the Uchiha and Konoha, yet it also sowed the seeds of a significant hazard for the future. The Uchiha clan monopolized the police department, prohibiting outside interference, which inevitably led to unchecked ambition and dissent. Furthermore, the Uchiha have long been characterized by their arrogance and inflexibility, often provoking dissatisfaction among the villagers during law enforcement operations. While no immediate issues were apparent, this dynamic gradually exacerbated the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha, becoming a pivotal reason for the Uchiha's eventual rebellion in the original timeline. To avert future calamities, Danzo resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the reforms to engage in a candid discussion with the Uchiha leadership. Having made prior arrangements, Danzo and Hinata Amano were warmly welcomed by Uchiha Tenka, the current head of the Uchiha clan, upon their arrival at the police department. Uchiha Tenka, age 58, is a ninja who survived the Warring States period. The hardships he endured in his youth have left his hair and beard grizzled, and his face is etched with wrinkles. Yet his murky eyes remain as sharp as a hawk's, brimming with vitality akin to an unsheathed blade. Since Uchiha Madara's defection, the hawkish faction within the clan has faced suppression, allowing the dovish faction to gain prominence. Nevertheless, even as a member of the dovish faction, Tenka embodies the quintessential traits of the Uchiha clan. While he outwardly displays deference and humility towards Danzo, subtle disdain and an air of superiority permeate his words. Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans, and as a distinguished founding member, particularly after the dissolution of the Senju clan, the Uchiha seem to possess a sense of pride. However, Danzo is not fond of the other party's defiant demeanor. I have come to the police department not only to inspect operations but also to discuss a matter with you, clan leader Tenka, Danzo stated, cutting straight to the chase. Please proceed, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Tenka replied calmly, seemingly anticipating Danzo's proposal. What do you think of allowing ninjas other than the Uchiha into the police department in exchange for the position of a captain in the mobile force? Danzo proposed, laying out his offer without pretense. The mobile force comprises 3 squads, each with 300 elite ninjas, holding a status not significantly lower than that of the police chief. Danzo's suggestion was a gesture of substantial goodwill, trading a position of real authority for access to the police department. The police department was established by the second Hokage, and the Uchiha clan deeply appreciates Lord Tobarama's grace. We only wish to manage the police department well to maintain stability within Konoha, leaving us no capacity for other matters. I hope the third Hokage will understand, Uchiha Tenka replied without hesitation, outright rejecting Danzo's proposal. The police department is the Uchiha clan's Achilles heel, impervious to external influence. Even if Tenka is closely allied with Konoha's higher-ups, to simply refuse would have sufficed. Invoking the name of the second Hokage to pressure Danzo was indeed an egregious misstep. In an era where each sovereign brings forth their own ministers, we now find ourselves in the dominion of Danzo. It appears that Uchiha Tenka has yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Seemingly oblivious to Danzo's discontent, Uchiha Tenka continued, Yukino is an exceptional ninja, and the police force is currently in dire need of personnel. Might Lord Hokage consider recalling her? Although Uchiha Tenka's previous remarks were somewhat abrasive, they remained within the realm of negotiation. However, the demand to return Uchiha Yukino was a blatant provocation. Once a gift is bestowed, it is quite unreasonable to expect its return, especially when one audaciously requests it from a superior. This was undeniably disrespectful. Provided that Uchiha Yukino herself is amenable, she could be recalled at any moment. Danzo maintained an inscrutable expression, betraying no anger. As the esteemed Hokage, it would be beneath his dignity to be riled by trivial matters. Yet, despite his calm demeanor, Danzo resolved to deliver a stern lesson to the audacious Uchiha clan today. Chapter 37, The Punishment of Uchiha. Within the training grounds of the police department, dozens of ninjas engaged in fierce combat. Shuriken glinting with a chilling brilliance as various ninjutsu intertwined in a dazzling display. The intensity of the battle was palpable, yet not a single individual sustained injury, a testament to the elite caliber of these ninjas and their meticulous mastery of jutsu. How does the Hokage-sama perceive this? At the entrance of the training ground, Tianhua gestured towards the elite training within, his gaze towards Danzo tinged with a hint of pride. Though negotiations had faltered, Tianhua continued to lead Danzo on a tour of the police department as per protocol. The Uchiha clan stood as the backbone of Konoha, truly a wellspring of talent. Aware that Tianhua was merely flexing his muscles, Danzo responded with an understated smile. During the day, which was typically bustling, The gathering of numerous elite Uchiha ninjas in the training grounds appeared to be a deliberate act. The Uchiha's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, signifies the eye that reflects the heart and significantly enhances the user's perception, enabling the release of various unique ocular techniques. The ordinary Sharingan is categorized into 1 to 3 tomo. The greater the number of tomo, the stronger the ability. Surpassing 3 tomo allows for the evolution into the Meijiki Sharingan, granting powers that are nothing short of extraordinary. Once the Uchiha clan awakens their Sharingan, even the most basic 1 tomo Sharingan is sufficient to overpower an average genin. Achieving 3 tomo bestows the prowess of a genin, and even elite genin strength. Awakening the Meijiki Sharingan can yield combat capabilities that rival the leaders of various villages. Within the training grounds, over 40 ninjas had activated their 3 tomo Sharingan, equating to more than 40 genin. Such a number of genin places them among the elite in the entire ninja world, explaining Tianhua's audacity in disregarding Danzo's authority. After all, the Shimura clan to which Danzo belonged could not muster such a formidable assembly of genin. Hokage-sama. Renowned as a hero of Konoha, I have heard tales of your victory over the second Kazekage in the Land of Lightning. Might you offer them some guidance today? Tianhua cast a discreet glance at Danzo, his words laced with anticipation. Very well, since I have the time today, I shall impart some instruction. Danzo's voice turned icy, shadows flickering across his countenance. What did he mean by I have heard? The fact that Danzo had defeated the Sand Sages had not been refuted even by Sunagakure, so it was hardly the place of the Uchiha clan to cast doubt. The Uchiha were truly arrogant. Today, Danzo resolved to teach these disobedient children a lesson. Raising his hand, Danzo gestured for Hinata Amino to stop, as he entered the training ground alone with Tianhua. The focused Uchiha ninjas seemed oblivious to the Hokage's arrival, only pausing their actions when Tianhua spoke. Today, Hokage-sama will personally guide your training. Who shall step forward first? The Uchiha clan had previously been informed, and now they eagerly anticipated the opportunity to spar with Danzo. There's no need for such formality. Before anyone from the Uchiha could respond, Danzo interjected abruptly. It would be too time-consuming to go one by one. You may all come at once. Tianhua was momentarily taken aback, then stifled a laugh. Hokage-sama. They are all elite genin of the Uchiha clan. Although Tianhua's statement remained unfinished, the implication was unmistakable. How could a single individual like Danzo possibly prevail against more than 40 elite members of the Uchiha clan? Tenka's apprehension grew. What would become of the village if the Hokage were to falter under such overwhelming assault? This rare opportunity beckoned. Tenka, you should also join in. As Hokage, it is imperative to guide your subordinates, Danzo proclaimed as he retrieved the formidable weapons, Songyun and Xiaoyu, from the sealing scroll. Upon witnessing the legendary blades, the Uchiha present cast aside their initial disdain and adopted a serious demeanor. Danzo was not jesting. He was resolute, and it was evident that a bloodbath was inevitable on this training ground. Hokage-sama. Tenka inhaled deeply, his gaze somber as it met Danzo's. Then unsheathed his ninja blade, striking mercilessly at Danzo. The Uchiha clan relished combat. Threats would not deter them, but rather incite exhilaration. The moment Tenka engaged, the remaining dozens of Uchiha swiftly followed suit, launching shurikens and unleashing ninjutsu in a synchronized assault on Danzo. Hokage-sama, be careful. An Umbu ninja stationed at the entrance, witnessing the onslaught against Danzo, grew frantic and attempted to rush in for rescue, only to be restrained by Hinata Ayaman. The Hokage has issued orders. No one is to act recklessly. Danzo could still manage to parry a few strikes from the Uchiha while maintaining the guise of instruction, but should the Umbu intervene, it would escalate into a grave political incident. Danzo merely intended to teach the Uchiha a lesson, not annihilate them. In the training arena, undeterred by the collective attack, Danzo displayed no fear, channeling natural energy to enhance his attributes. Activating the spiral ascension technique, a shimmering white barrier enveloped him, obscuring the Uchiha's line of sight while deflecting incoming ninjutsu and weaponry. The Uchiha ninjas activated their Sharingan, their tomo spinning as they maximized their vision, fixating intently on the barrier. Yet, the next moment, as the barrier dissipated and the Uchiha prepared for another onslaught, they were horrified to discover that Danzo had vanished. Too slow. A sudden voice emerged from behind Tenka. Before he could react, an excruciating pain tore through his back. Tenka shuddered, his eyes widening in shock. And as darkness enveloped his vision, he collapsed to the ground. Within moments of the battle commencing, their clan leader had been slain in a single blow, leaving the Uchiha in stunned silence. Danzo's mastery of sage techniques granted him a speed surpassing even that of the lightning-released chakra mode from the hidden cloud, earning him the title of the swiftest in the ninja world. Those beneath the level of a kage stood no chance against Danzo's velocity, falling in mere encounters. Even the likes of Minato and Namikaze would have to acknowledge his prowess. Sage art, wind release, raging vacuum sphere. Danzo did not cease his offensive, taking a deep breath. He unleashed ninjutsu upon the stunned Uchiha. Whoosh, 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 gale force winds surged forth, piercing through the bodies of several unprepared Uchiha ninjas, rendering them incapable of resistance in an instant. The remaining ninjas, having regained their senses, hastily invoked fire release techniques in a bid to counteract. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Flames erupted, clashing with the high-pressure air bullets Danzo unleashed. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its mastery of fire release techniques, which, in theory, should effectively counter wind release. Consequently, one would expect that such abilities could swiftly suppress Danzo's jutsu. However, to their astonishment, Danzo's chain vacuum sphere remained entirely unaffected by the flames, effortlessly piercing through the firestorm and subsequently injuring the Uchiha members positioned behind. The relationship of elemental superiority is not absolute, moreover. Danzo's integration of natural energy in his sage techniques allows him to entirely disregard such elemental constraints, achieving an inverse effect. How could it possibly be ineffective? With fire release failing to yield results, the remnants of Uchiha ninjas were left in sheer disbelief at this illogical turn of events. As they stood paralyzed with confusion, Danzo descended upon them like a predator among its prey. With a flurry of swift strikes, he dispatched them one by one, easily overwhelming their ranks. Chapter 38. Harvesting peaches with a lack of physical prowess, inadequate ninja techniques, and prolonged casting times in Jinjutsu, the Uchiha clan presented a dismal performance. Dan sheathed his twin blades, casting a scornful gaze upon the fallen Uchiha. He thundered, "Leader of the Amaterasu clan, is the Uchiha not the elite of Konoha? How have you fallen so low?" The combined might of Itachi and Obito was sufficient to obliterate the Uchiha clan, and as the third Hokage, Danzo could not possibly be inferior to such beasts. Without a top-tier wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan to lead, the Uchiha clan was, in Danzo's eyes, utterly insignificant. The leader of the Amaterasu, wounded in the back, gritted his teeth, his weathered face reddening with humiliation as he struggled to rise, only to succumb to the weight of his shame, laying powerless upon the ground. The remaining Uchiha were equally engulfed by indignation, wishing they could bury their heads in the earth. Defeat itself was not the most shameful aspect. The true disgrace lay in the fact that they succumbed without Danzo even exerting his full strength. Danzo had struck with the flat of his blade, allowing the Uchiha to draw breath. Had he employed the sharp edge, they would have been reduced to mere halves. Such is the fragility of a ninja's body. Even a mere ordinary kunai could prove lethal to an unprepared elite. The Hokage is indeed formidable. The Umbu outside the training ground gazed in astonishment at the one-sided battle unfolding within, marveling at the rare decisiveness of the combat. While they were aware of the Hokage's prowess, they were oblivious to the extent of his power. Today, they witnessed firsthand Danzo's capabilities, realizing he alone possessed the strength to annihilate the Uchiha clan. The thought of Danzo as a clan exterminator flickered through many Umbu minds. Such weakness was disheartening. How could they uphold the security of Konoha? Half of the police force shall be reassigned to the mobile unit. I intend to rigorously train them. All vacant positions must be filled by ninjas outside the Uchiha clan within a month. This is the Hokage's command. Danzo issued his orders in a low voice, ignoring the Uchiha who remained on the ground and turned to leave. Initially, Danzo had harbored some sympathy for the Uchiha's plight, contemplating a gentler approach to win them over. However, their lack of gratitude, coupled with their disdainful attitude towards him, left him no choice but to adopt a more severe stance, ensuring they understood the consequences of their missteps. News of the Hokage's brutal handling of the Uchiha swiftly spread throughout Konoha, leading to widespread derision of the Uchiha's folly and overestimation of their own strength. In a rare turn of events, the proud Uchiha refrained from arguing or retaliating against the villagers. Instead, they cowered beneath the scornful gazes, akin to hounds with broken spines. The pressure of their predicament was palpable. The Uchiha were arrogant, but not devoid of intelligence. Upon witnessing Danzo's overwhelming power capable of annihilating their clan, they swiftly capitulated. Not only did they allocate a significant number of elite ninjas to the mobile unit at Danzo's disposal, but they also willingly lifted the restrictions on the police department, opening their ranks to recruit additional ninjas. Observing the Uchiha's newfound compliance, Danzo found himself momentarily taken aback. Had I known this earlier, I would have refrained from engaging in idle chatter with the mercenaries, opting instead to deliver a decisive blow, which would have proven far more effective. It is indeed true that the Uchiha clan possesses an obstinate nature. They refuse to heed reasoned discourse, insisting that only after enduring a severe thrashing will they deign to sit down and listen. When the hidden leaf was established, it was Senju Hashirama who forcefully subdued Uchiha Madara, leading both parties to cease hostilities and engage in negotiations. In later generations, figures like Obito and Sasuke exemplify this tendency, often resorting to the harshest words and the most brutal confrontations. If they are not dealt with for 3 days, they become utterly unmanageable. The prominent ninja clans, including the Senju, Sarutobi, and Uchiha, have all dedicated their shinobi to support Danzo's plans. With these elite ninjas as the backbone, the framework for the mobile force has been nearly completed, with personnel numbers rapidly approaching 700. It is believed that full capacity will soon be achieved. With personnel issues resolved, Danzo began to allocate financial resources to the mobile force, utilizing substantial funds procured from various sources to equip them and arrange for their training. The ninjas typically operate in small teams to execute missions, coordinating minor operations effectively, yet they lack experience in large-scale warfare. During the Great Ninja War, when thousands of ninjas become entangled, chaos is inevitable, leading to disorganized combat with little cooperation. The purpose of the comprehensive training is to clarify the functions of each division to meet the demands of extensive conflict. After 3 months of intensive training, spring arrived in the 17th year of Konoha. Spring, a season typically brimming with vitality, found Konoha shrouded in an atmosphere of martial tension. The elite mobile force, having gathered the essence of Konoha, stood in formation at the village entrance, preparing for the inspection by the third Hokage. This event served not only as a display of might, but also as a mobilization ceremony. Over the past 3 months, the situation in the Land of Lightning had undergone a dramatic transformation. The brothers Kin and Jin had suffered significant defeats at the hands of the Mizukage and Tsuchikage, fleeing once more. The Eight Tails and Two Tails broke free from the ninja encirclement, wreaking havoc across the Land of Lightning and remaining uncontained. The elite forces of Kumobikure suffered devastating losses, leaving the tailed beasts beyond control and rendering the ninja village virtually non-existent. Following the defeat of Kin and Jin, the Mizukage and Tsuchikage reignited their old grievances, engaging in a final battle amidst the ruins of the capital of the Land of Lightning, resulting in mutual destruction. The Wind Shadow, Gaara, was ambushed while pursuing Kin and Jin, sustaining grave injuries, and subsequently encountered the furious Eight Tails, which nearly cost him his life. He perished before he could escape the territory of the Land of Lightning. Thus, all of the second Hokages from the 5 great ninja villages met their demise in the Land of Lightning. Each ninja village suffered grievously, unable to continue the fight. And it was finally time for Konoha to restore order. Kin and Jin's heinous acts led to the deaths of the second Raikage and second Hokage, indirectly causing the demise of the second Wind Shadow, second Tsuchikage, and second Mizukage. Such sins are unforgivable. In the name of the third Hokage, I declare the mobilization of the mobile force to the Land of Lightning to eradicate the rebels and avenge the second Hokage. Danzo's resounding voice echoed at the entrance of Konoha, invigorating all present. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who typically abhorred warfare, felt a surge of anticipation. Avenging Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Kagami had long been Hiruzen's fervent desire, and today marked the moment of fulfillment. He was willing to endure any losses to achieve this goal. The entire army is set to depart. Ryota Nara and Akadu Torifa remained in Konoha while Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi personally led the troops northward. Rather than heading directly to the northern border, Danzo took a detour to visit the capital of the Land of Fire to pay his respects to the daimyo. The daimyo was exceedingly pleased with the arrival of his son-in-law, greeting him alongside numerous nobles and bestowing a significant amount of resources. Danzo reciprocated this hospitality by seizing the opportunity to engage in a private discussion with his father-in-law. The Land of Lightning had been utterly devastated, with civilians suffering heavy casualties and the noble clans of ninjas nearly wiped out, rendering the nation on the brink of collapse, unlikely to recover for decades. Moreover, the ports, mineral resources, and fishing grounds within the borders of the Land of Lightning required development and operation. Naturally, this responsibility would fall to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. While Danzo ostensibly sought vengeance in the north, his true intention was to claim the riches of the Land of Lightning. Indeed, Danzo aimed to reap the rewards. Chapter 39. The division of the Land of Thunder. The mighty forces of Konoha advanced towards the Land of Thunder with unwavering determination, showing no signs of concealment. The ninjas of Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure, who were entangled in fierce battles within the Land of Thunder, grew increasingly wary of Konoha's formidable intervention. They quickly consolidated their ranks and tightened their battle lines in anticipation of the impending onslaught. Upon entering the territory of the Land of Thunder, Konoha's army refrained from rashly penetrating deeper. Instead, they secured several ports in the southern regions as strategic footholds and subsequently dispatched personnel to seek out the whereabouts of the notorious Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Kirigakure's control in the Land of Thunder was primarily concentrated in the southeast, relying on maritime routes for supplies. With Konoha occupying the southern ports and casting a watchful eye eastward, it was as if a sharpened blade was poised at the throat of Kirigakure's forces. Faced with the threat to their retreat, Kirigakure had no choice but to send envoys to negotiate with Konoha. Yet, the outcome of these negotiations was all but predetermined. Kirigakure had suffered grievous losses and was no longer capable of further conflict, while Konoha, having recuperated and prepared, was in an excellent state. For Kirigakure, engaging in battle at this juncture would spell disaster. Unable to confront Konoha militarily and anxious about their severed escape routes, Kirigakure hastily retreated by sea. In their frantic departure, they could only manage to carry away valuable possessions such as gold and silver, leaving behind larger baggage and fixed assets. Before their departure, Kirigakure intended to destroy the ports in the southeastern region to deny Konoha any advantages. However, the mobile units trained by Danzo reacted swiftly, launching an assault before Kirigakure could complete their withdrawal. Fearing encirclement and annihilation, the ninjas of Kirigakure abandoned the ports and fled in haste. Without shedding a drop of blood, Danzo had effectively seized control of the entire southern region of the Land of Thunder while simultaneously expelling a formidable adversary. Iwagakure faced near obliteration, leaving only the alliance of the three great ninja villages as a potential threat to Konoha. With Kirigakure's hasty retreat, the already disinterested Sunagakure followed suit, leaving Awagakure and Konoha in a standoff within the Land of Thunder. Following the death of the second Successor, his disciple Onoki ascended as the third Successor. Onoki, proficient in the bloodline limit of dust release, was equally formidable as his predecessor, possessing exceptional bravery and intellect. He audaciously approached Konoha's encampment with several guards to negotiate with Danzo. Upon witnessing the young man before him, short in stature with a prominent nose, Danzo regarded him with a hint of amusement. You are the Onoki who, according to the second Successor, could single-handedly sweep through Konoha? No. I suppose I should now refer to you as the third Successor. What brings you here? Onoki stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm and composed. That inquiry should be directed at you, esteemed third Hokage. While we battled against the rogue elements of Kumogakure, Konoha stood idly by. Now that the conflict has subsided, Konoha sends forth its grand army. What is your true intention? Konoha has come to eradicate Kinkaku and Jinkaku, to restore peace within the ninja world. Had Konoha not appeared in the Land of Thunder, Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure would likely still be embroiled in mutual slaughter, squandering lives. You ought to be grateful to Konoha. Danzo responded. It was Onoki's first encounter with such a brazen leader, one who could so effortlessly frame the seizing of spoils as a noble endeavor. The three great ninja villages had already intended to cease hostilities. What business did Konoha have in this matter? They did not invite Konoha to mediate the war. Having long heard of the third Hokage's eloquence, I finally bear witness to it today. At this moment, while Konoha stands strong, Iwa is in a state of weakness. And Onoki can only endure his dissatisfaction. Onoki, your audacity to come here alone to meet me is truly commendable. I respect you as a formidable individual. So I shall dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. With the fall of Kumogakure, I initially intended to take down the remaining three shinobi villages one by one, aiming to unify the ninja world and eliminate potential threats. However, upon seeing you, I am compelled to momentarily abandon this plan. The three great ninja villages still possess considerable resources. Konoha would incur tremendous costs to annihilate you, possibly leading to mutual destruction, which is unacceptable to me. Therefore, how about we join forces to eliminate Kinkaku and Ginkaku and divide the Land of Lightning between us? The downfall of the Land of Lightning leaves behind a vast legacy. Neither Konoha nor the Land of Fire can consume such a substantial bounty alone. To prevent Kumogakure and the Land of Lightning from resurfacing, partitioning it is the optimal choice. As for the division, IWA is currently in a weakened state, and discussing distribution now would surely put us at a disadvantage. Yet, Inoki has no choice but to acquiesce to Danzo's demands, for Konoha possesses the strength to overturn the table. Should Inoki refuse, Danzo could resort to force. With a clap of his hands, Danzo summoned Konoha Shinobi to present a map. He casually drew a line on the map of the Land of Lightning, stating, "The entire southern region of the Black Line will belong to the Land of Fire, and the neighboring Suki no Kuni must also fall under the dominion of the Land of Fire." Inoki gazed at the map on the table, his calm demeanor betraying a flicker of unrest. Danzo's appetite was indeed insatiable, as he claimed a substantial portion of the southern and eastern lands of the Land of Lightning with a single stroke. This territory represents the very essence of the Land of Lightning, encompassing roughly one-third of its total area, replete with numerous excellent ports, mineral resources, and agricultural and fishery assets, including the ruined capital of the Land of Lightning. Furthermore, by annexing Suki no Kuni, Konoha would seamlessly connect the newly acquired territory with its homeland, fully integrating the new domain. Is Konoha not afraid of overindulgence by swallowing such vast expanses of land? Even though Inoki had prepared himself mentally for potential losses prior to his arrival, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at this moment. If Danzo's proposal were indeed implemented, the majority of the spoils from the first Great Ninja War would fall into Konoha's lap, despite their minimal involvement in the chaos of the Land of Lightning. To reap the largest rewards without contributing effort would irk anyone. Whether or not they might suffer consequences is our concern and does not require the third Suchikage's worry. Additionally, do not perceive this as unfair. When Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure united against Konoha, they showed no mercy. My actions are not excessive compared to yours. Konoha has not been devoid of conflict. They simply concluded their battles swiftly before the harder ones began. Then, through Danzo's machinations, they successfully evaded various troubles, ultimately surviving to become the greatest victor. Very well. I can agree to Konoha's demands, but you must also concede to Iwa's requests. I desire this region, Inoki declared, picking up a pen and drawing a line on the map of the Land of Lightning, specifically claiming the western part of the Land of Lightning, which lies adjacent to the Land of Earth. In the western region of the Land of Lightning, although less prosperous than the east, the expanse is significantly greater and rich in resources. The territory seized by Inoki surpasses that appropriated by Danzo, matching it in grandeur. There is no issue. The remaining division shall be entrusted to the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Sand. I have but one stipulation. From this moment forth, let the Hidden Cloud and the Land of Lightning be utterly erased from the shinobi world. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Danzo's eyes. With the benefits secured, there remains no justification for sparing the lives of Kinkaku and Jinkaku. The deal is struck. Inoki stepped forward to shake hands with Danzo, formalizing the agreement. With exceptional courage, Inoki led the Hidden Stone in battle upon the lands of the Land of Lightning, earning Danzo's respect while securing substantial gains for the Hidden Stone and the Land of Earth. As for the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Sand, who fled prematurely, they would be left to scavenge the remnants. Chapter 40. The twilight of the Golden and Silver Horns in the Land of Lightning. The most formidable factions reached a consensus, rendering many matters considerably simpler. Within a few days, the whereabouts of the Golden and Silver Horns were reported to Danzo. Severely injured and bereft of their followers after the Great Battle, the duo could only linger in a small border town in the northern region of the Land of Lightning, striving to recuperate and scheme a resurgence. Having waited for an extended period, Danzo had long since lost his patience with the Golden and Silver Horns. Upon confirming the veracity of the intelligence, he promptly led a team of elite Umbu to hunt them down. Simultaneously, he did not forget to send a message to Inoki, inviting the third Suchikage to join this hunt. Inoki readily accepted, immediately leading a select group northward to rendezvous with Danzo. The conference regarding the division of interests in the Land of Lightning effectively resolved the distribution of benefits, and the large-scale conflict had essentially come to a close. The first Great Ninja War was entering its concluding phase, with the most significant advantages in hand. The victorious Konoha and Iwagakure aimed to shape the post-war landscape of the ninja world. Inoki hoped to maintain a long-term, stable, and friendly relationship with Konoha, allowing Iwagakure ample time to assimilate the fruits of victory. The joint eradication of the traitorous Golden and Silver Horns presented an excellent opportunity to strengthen the ties between the two factions. After the two shadows converged, they continued their advance northward, and within days, they had surrounded the hiding place of the Golden and Silver Horns. The dilapidated wooden cabin exuded a sense of decay, reminiscent of an elderly figure approaching death, much like the wavering fate of the Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, amidst the biting cold winds. The golden and silver horns, wrapped in bandages and adorned with broken horns, each having lost an eye, silently regarded the approaching ninjas from all directions. The brothers exhibited an air of detachment, devoid of their former arrogance and ferocity, untroubled by fear or trepidation. They merely observed the ever-increasing numbers of their adversaries, quietly awaiting the fate that loomed ahead. Golden and silver horns, it has been a long time, surpassing the perimeter of watchful ninjas. Danzo approached the golden and silver horns alongside Inoki, his tone calm, reminiscent of a conversation between long-lost friends rather than adversaries. The six paths blades were either shattered or lost, and the golden and silver horns stood empty-handed and grievously wounded, their lives flickering like candles in the wind, no longer posing any threat to Danzo. This realization left Danzo somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated a grand, historic confrontation to mark the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War. Instead, he found himself set to eliminate two feeble creatures. Danzo, it has been a long time. Upon seeing Danzo, the murky, swollen eyes of the golden horn flickered with a hint of revived vigor. The once fleeing boy they had chased in the past had now become a Hokage, such is the unpredictable nature of fate. However, the tone of the golden horn quickly turned icy as he clenched his teeth and let out a low growl. I deeply regret not having killed you back then. Had I eliminated you, and that old fool Sarutobi along with those other insignificant pests, I would not be facing such troublesome circumstances now. A soft chuckle escaped Danzo's lips. But it soon faded, leaving him with a sense of emptiness and disappointment. I overestimated you. After enduring so much, I had hoped you might awaken to reason. Yet you remain as foolish and obstinate as ever. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude to you. Were it not for the two of you, self-righteous fools, stirring up turmoil in secret and undermining the foundations of the Hidden Cloud and the Land of Thunder, how could the remaining four great ninja villages have seized the opportunity so easily? The destruction of the Hidden Cloud and the Land of Thunder is primarily your doing. Today, Danzo has come for vengeance, not only to take lives but to strike at the very hearts of his enemies. The brothers Kin and Jin have long fancied themselves the saviors of the Hidden Cloud, pledging to eradicate pests and restore the village's former glory. However, Danzo has laid bare the stark reality before them, rendering their self-deception and self-pity utterly futile. They are not saviors but rather the great sinners behind the ruin of the Hidden Cloud. Everything they have done, all they have clung to, is but a farce. They are merely two misguided jesters. I shall slay you. Kin roared in fury, charging at Danzo. In a swift motion, Danzo unleashed a blade infused with fierce wind chakra, effortlessly reducing the weakened Kin to a mist of crimson. Having expressed all that needed to be said, there was no reason to squander time on these two imbeciles. At the same moment, Inoki raised his hand, employing dust release to reduce Jin to mere particles, one by one. In the collaboration of the third Hokage and the third Successor, the treacherous Kin and Jin, who had plagued the ninja world for so long, finally faced their demise. With the culprits eliminated, the two leaders formally announced before all present ninjas, the First Ninja World War has concluded. Damn it, those scoundrels from Konoha and Iwagakure. How dare they mock us so? In the distant land of water, atop the office of the Mizukage in the Hidden Mist Village, the newly appointed third Mizukage, Kankuro, slammed his palms on the desk in anger, leaving deep imprints. Kankuro had served as a guard to the first Mizukage, succeeding to the role after the second Mizukage, Yagura, perished in a devastating clash. Although he was typically composed, the deeds of Konoha and Iwagakure ignited his fury. They unilaterally decided the fate of the Land of Thunder without consulting the Hidden Mist, effectively relegating them to the ranks of the defeated. Please, Lord Third Mizukage, calm your wrath. The Hidden Mist Village has suffered greatly and is ill-prepared for further conflict. Moreover, the probing actions of the second Mizukage have already provoked Konoha. If they were to seize this opportunity and ally with Iwagakure for an assault, what would we do? Our priority now must be to consolidate our defenses and safeguard the Hidden Mist and the Land of Water. As for vengeance, let us address that at a later time. The two advisors of the Hidden Mist Village, fearing Kankuro's impulsive rage might lead to folly, hurriedly stepped forward to counsel him. What do you propose we do now? Kankuro glared at the two advisors, his tone rigid, clearly still seething with anger. I've heard that the third Hokage and Princess Haim share a deep bond. Before the advisors could finish, Kankuro interjected, a splendid idea. I shall send someone to invite Princess Haim to visit the Hidden Mist. I am certain that the third Hokage considering his affection for his wife, will reconsider the request of the hidden mist. That is utterly inadvisable. The two advisors were utterly alarmed and hastily grasped Kamakura's hand. Pleading earnestly, "Your Highness, one must not act recklessly given your esteemed status. The title may be but a facade, yet the Hokage is far from trivial. Should Kamakura dare to orchestrate the abduction of Princess Ichiki, Danzo would undoubtedly lead an army to retaliate against the Mist Village, resulting in an irreconcilable conflict. We cannot stand idly by as our village is threatened by the Water Shadow's impulsive actions." "What do you imply?" Kamakura had long surmised the advisor's intentions. Yet he was unwilling to capitulate to Konoha so easily, thus adopting a reckless stance to exert pressure. "What we propose is to fortify the ties between the Mist Village and the feudal lord of the Land of Water. Perhaps Lord Third Mizukage should consider marrying a princess?" Initially, the advisors had intended for the Water Shadow to lavishly bribe Ichiki for peace, but given the steadfastness of the Water Shadow's position, they were compelled to seek a more pragmatic approach to stabilize the domestic situation. Chapter 41. Are you also to marry a princess? The Land of Lightning stands as one of the 5 great nations, characterized by its vast territories and abundant resources, the essence of which requires considerable time and effort to harness. Fortunately, Danzo need not concern himself with such matters, as his esteemed father-in-law will adeptly manage the minutiae of post-war affairs. After concluding the handover with the officials of the Land of Fire, Danzo retained a contingent of ninjas to assist in maintaining public order, while he himself led the majority of his forces back to the Land of Hot Water by Sea. This maneuver was plainly designed to intimidate the restless Mist ninjas. As for the western village of Sand, it would be dealt with by the formidable Anoki. The alliance between Konoha and Iwagakure traversed the continent, effectively isolating the southwestern Sand Village and the Mist Village, which was suspended in isolation over the sea, preventing them from uniting their strengths and compelling them to acquiesce to the post-war redistribution plan. As the Konoha fleet sailed southward, passing through the archipelago of the Land of Hot Water, a vessel from the Mist Village rapidly approached from the east. The ninjas of Konoha immediately readied themselves for combat, aware that the Mist ninjas excelled in water techniques and were formidable in aquatic environments. However, Danzo, observing the solitary small boat upon the sea, calmly commanded his subordinates to lower their defenses. The arrival of a single small boat indicated that the Mist did not come to wage war, but rather to negotiate. As the two vessels drew closer, Danzo discerned a young man with long black hair standing at the bow of the small boat, eyes closed, hands clasped behind his back. Could this be the third Mizukage, Lord Kagura? With a single remark, Danzo unveiled his identity. Kagura slowly opened his eyes, shedding his pretense, and greeted him with a courteous gesture. "First meeting, esteemed Third Hokage. In the vast expanse of the ocean, we meet here. A realm neither belonging to the Land of Fire nor to the Land of Water. Thus I shall forego the customary hospitality. If the third Mizukage has matters to discuss, let us proceed to converse ahead." With a graceful leap, Danzo alighted upon the water's surface, his chakra allowing him to traverse the waves as though on solid ground, undeterred even by the rolling tides. "Very well," Kagura replied. Though surrounded by so many Konoha ninjas was hardly a comfortable situation. The two moved slightly away from the fleet, pausing upon the shimmering sea surface. "What brings the third Mizukage to seek me?" Danzo had anticipated this meeting, yet he could not predict the significance of the Mizukage's intentions. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The balance of power lay firmly in Danzo's hands, rendering any strategy futile in the face of absolute might. "I come to seek your presence at the wedding, as I am preparing to wed Her Highness, the daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Water, Lady Arashika. The demise of the entire family of the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, with their ashes lost to the winds, continues to resonate profoundly across the 5 great nations in the entire shinobi world. The ensuing crisis of trust between the noble factions and the ninjas has plunged the nation into turmoil, a most pressing issue indeed. In a bid to placate the noble class and stabilize the internal situation swiftly, Kagura found himself compelled to accept the counsel of his advisors and marry a princess." "Oh," Danzo chuckled suddenly, inquiring, "I have heard that Lord Kagura is already married and has a daughter with his wife. Although the 5 great nations do not impose a strict monogamous structure, what role does he intend for Lady Arashika? Will she be the primary wife, a secondary one, or perhaps a concubine?" Since the establishment of Konoha, it has faced relentless imitation from its peers. From the system of one village, one country to the ninja academy, and even the Umbu, all have been subjected to plagiarism. It is astonishing that even the matter of Danzo marrying a princess is something they wish to emulate. However, Those who mimic without considering the practical implications often meet with dire consequences. Kamakura's expression darkened, yet he quickly composed himself and replied in a grave tone, "Princess Erika, given your esteemed status, is naturally destined to be the principal wife." In truth, Kamakura held no affection for the ornamental daughters of the feudal lords. But for the sake of the village's future, he felt compelled to endure an unhappy marriage. Lord Kamakura is truly heartless. To elevate a high branch while demoting his lawful wife to a concubine is indeed despicable, Danzo admonished with righteous indignation. Kamakura, already wed. Welcoming a princess was far from a prudent decision. No matter the course taken, others would seize upon flaws. Should the princess be elevated, it would be seen as a rejection of loyalty. Should she be relegated or treated as an equal, it would imply an oppressive disregard for nobility. Caught in a dilemma, he was essentially inviting trouble. Lord Third Hokage, this matter is personal and seems to have no bearing on you, Kamakura said, his body trembling with anger, wishing nothing more than to shatter Danzo's contemptuous face with a punch. If it does not concern you, why have you sought me out? Are you here merely to mock me? Danzo's voice grew colder, his gaze filled with derision as he observed Kamakura, suppressing his ire. Today, I come as the third Mizukage to discuss matters with you, esteemed Third Hokage. Shouldn't you, as a village leader, prioritize the interests of the village over trivialities? Kamakura attempted to extricate himself from his unjust actions by invoking the village. My wife and children are understanding individuals. They welcome Princess Erika and hope she will become my legitimate wife. They are not opposed to it, he insisted, even as he felt revulsion at his own words. No one in the Mist Village, including Kamakura, welcomed Erika. His family despised the intruder to the utmost. Yet before Danzo, Kamakura had to delude himself and maintain an indifferent faade. As Hokage, I will send an envoy to extend greetings. However, I shall not entertain further discussions. In this age of the ninja world, no one could afford to defy Danzo, not even Oenoki, and certainly not Kamakura. The northern territories of the Land of Lightning still held ample land to be allocated to the Land of Water. But Mist would have to exchange their mission area in Bear Country to secure it. Agree to the exchange or henceforth Mist Village's ninjas would be barred from stepping foot on the Land of Lightning. Bear Country, a small nation bordering the southeastern frontier of the Land of Fire, offered little in terms of commissions, and Konoha would reap minimal benefits. The impoverished northern territories of the Land of Lightning were already designated for Mist. Yet Danzo sought to extract a hefty price from Kamakura and deliver a harsh blow to Mist, reminding the isolated village abroad of their precarious position. Konoha was not to be trifled with. Kamakura remained silent for an extended period, suppressing the impulse to confront Danzo with all his rationality. Agreed, he finally managed to utter, his dark eyes swelling with restraint. The disparity in strength between the Mist and Leaf villages was one matter, but Kamakura's inability to contend with Danzo was another. His capabilities paled in comparison to those of the likes of Suigetsu, and engaging Danzo would likely result in his immediate demise. Having begrudgingly reached an accord with Danzo, Kamakura prepared to take his leave when he was suddenly halted. There is one more thing. I am not only the Hokage of Konoha, but also the Lord of Hot Springs. You ought to address me as your highness, Danzo insisted, leaving Kamakura on the verge of internal injury from the pressure. However, given the circumstances, he could only swallow his pride and bow respectfully in farewell. Your Highness Danzo, I take my leave. Chapter 42. Victory and display. As Kamakura departed, a group of fog-hidden ninjas concealed beneath the ocean surface several kilometers away emerged, closely trailing the third Mizukage as he vacated the scene. Danzo, fully aware of the ambush awaiting him, pondered why he would provoke the third Mizukage. Saratobi Hiruzen, having appeared at Danzo's side, inquired languidly. The mobile unit included members of the Hyuga clan, rendering any ambush within several kilometers irrelevant to them. Danzo had been aware from the outset that Kamakura had stationed personnel on the periphery. Yet he commanded his subordinates to lower their guard and engaged in negotiations with an almost provocative demeanor. This left Hiruzen perplexed, for confrontation seemed improbable. Stationing an ambush on the outskirts indicated fear. It suggested a cowardly pretense, as Kamakura sailed over in a small vessel, attempting to maintain a faade of strength despite being internally weak and lacking the courage to initiate conflict. True danger lay in the audacity of Enoki, who would brazenly infiltrate enemy headquarters, genuinely risking his life for the village's benefit. Among the three great shinobi villages of the Land of Fire, Danzo held Enoki in the highest regard, refraining from commenting on the third Kazekage, while he held the least respect for Kamakura. Lacking the resolve of a warrior willing to die for his cause, and devoid of the composure and charisma of a true leader, Kamakura languished in mediocrity, eliciting disdain rather than admiration. While it was true that Inoki was a rare hero in the shinobi world, it was also unfair to overlook Kamakura's own burdens. Once the battle concluded, Hiruzen's tendency to be overly accommodating resurfaced. Danzo found it incomprehensible that a group of merciless assassins would fixate on mutual understanding, even seeking to comprehend their enemies, as if such understanding could dissolve all conflicts and resolve every issue. Unbeknownst to them, the most admirable enemy was the one who had perished. Hiruzen, who do you suggest we send to attend the third Mizukage's wedding? Danzo, realizing he could not alter Hiruzen's philosophical outlook, refrained from engaging in fruitless debate and shifted the conversation towards forthcoming tasks. How about I go? Hiruzen volunteered, hoping to utilize the opportunity to mend relations between the two great shinobi villages. No, there are numerous matters to address back in the village post-war, and your presence would elevate the status of the mist. Let us send Hayashi and Koharu instead. They can return to the village once their mission is complete. Midogate Hayashi and Tenketsu Koharu had been on guard against the rock and mist for some time, yet had not engaged in battle, earning only toil without merit. This mission would allow them to garner some accomplishments, justifying their return to the central authority. Having lingered at the border for so long, it was time for them to take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ever mindful of bringing his old classmates back to Konoha, naturally accepted Danzo's proposal. The Konoha Expeditionary Force sailed into the bustling port of Reijin, greeted by a throng of citizens who had long awaited their return. Under the guidance of the staff, the crowd erupted in cheers, welcoming the heroes home. The atmosphere was electrifying, filled with the sounds of drums and jubilant celebrations, as the entire Reijin came alive. Standing at the bow of the flagship, Danzo observed the grand spectacle with Hiruzen at his side, a sense of fulfillment washing over him. In the past, Konoha had also held welcoming ceremonies upon their return from expeditions. However, the population of Konoha is sparse, and the scene lacks the grandiose impact of Hatsu. How about it? These arrangements were all made in advance by Ichiki. Soon, the news of our triumphant return will reverberate throughout the Land of Fire and even the entire shinobi world. At that time, everyone will know of our heroic deeds. This ceremony was meticulously orchestrated by Danzo, serving both as a reward for the expeditionary forces and as a political spectacle. Rijan finally grasped the situation. No wonder so many people had gathered at the docks today. It was not spontaneous but prearranged. Might this be too ostentatious? Ninjas operate in the shadows, and appearing so openly in the public, I felt somewhat disconcerting to Rijan. Yet, one must be flamboyant in victory. Otherwise, who will acknowledge your achievements? This time, we have secured a resounding victory, garnering immense benefits for the entire nation and establishing our significant contributions. If we fail to promote such achievements, they will inevitably be obscured. Moreover, this political display is immensely beneficial for the Land of Fire. We must instill confidence in the populace that their lives and properties are well protected. Only then can they live and work with peace of mind, generating more taxes to support Konoha and training ninjas. The stronger Konoha's ninjas become, the safer they will feel. It is a virtuous cycle. War is an extension of politics, and the two are inextricably linked. Winning battles without managing politics can only be deemed a half victory. Although Rijan did not fully comprehend Danzo's theories, he did not disdain the feeling of living in the sunlight. No one desires to be a rat scurrying in the shadows. Upon disembarking, Danzo was finally reunited with his long-missed wife. After several months apart, Ichiki had shed her youthful naivety, becoming more mature and alluring, with the most notable change being the further enhancement of her figure. It seemed Danzo's relentless labor had borne fruit. "Welcome back, my husband," Ichiki exclaimed, holding a bouquet of pristine white flowers. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, she excitedly embraced Danzo. "Let me have a good look at you. You've lost weight while we were apart." Danzo cupped his wife's face in his hands, studying her intently, his expression revealing concern. "You have endured much during this time." While Danzo fought in the Land of Lightning, it was Ichiki who managed the rear, continuously supplying resources from Hatsu to ensure the front lines operated smoothly. After the war, it was also Ichiki, alongside the daimyo, who dealt with the aftermath. One could say that the complete victory in this battle was largely due to Ichiki's efforts. It was not difficult at all, not in the slightest. "It is you who has borne the burden," Ichiki replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she managed a faint smile. Throughout Danzo's expedition to the Land of Lightning, Ichiki had been unable to ease her worries, praying day and night to the gods for her husband's safe return. Fortunately, the campaign concluded successfully, and Danzo returned unscathed. Otherwise, Ichiki could hardly fathom what she would have done. Though Ichiki held a noble status, she was merely an ordinary person without martial prowess. Aside from managing the territory and providing financial support for her husband, she possessed little else in terms of ability. Well, am I not back safely now? Do not fret. Your husband is the Hokage, the most formidable ninja in the world, and they cannot harm me. Danzo gently caressed his wife's back, soothing her with tender words before turning to exchange pleasantries with the daimyo and various nobles of the Land of Fire. This resounding victory has filled the coffers of the Land of Fire, and many nobles have reaped substantial benefits. Naturally, they are quite favorable towards Danzo. Compared to the other village leaders, Danzo is remarkably amicable. At least he would not quietly annihilate a nation's daimyo and noble class without a word. Thanks to the propaganda from Konoha, the heinous crimes committed by Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure in the Land of Lightning have long since reverberated throughout the ninja world. Trust is akin to a glass vessel holding water. Once cracks appear upon its surface, mending it becomes a formidable challenge, as the water will continuously seep out until it is entirely drained. Chapter 43. The arrival of the underling Heim. During the day, there was a welcoming ceremony, and in the evening, a celebratory banquet. Danz remained occupied until the late hours of the night, finally finding solace in the company of his wife. Heim, I have brought you a gift. Tell me if you like it. Danz gently presented a lacquer box tied with a red silk ribbon to Heim. After being away for such an extended period and reaping numerous benefits, it would be utterly inconsiderate not to bring back a token for his beloved wife. Heim cautiously accepted the wooden box and, upon opening it, discovered a resplendent gold necklace adorned with a dazzling array of gemstones. The chain, crafted from pure gold, featured a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg, glistening as if it could weep crimson tears, surrounded by an exquisite assortment of rare stones. The weight of the necklace in her hands was immensely satisfying, even causing Heim, accustomed to luxury, to gasp in awe. It's beautiful. Do not be too hasty in your joy. This is merely an appetizer. The main course awaits, Danz remarked, smiling at his wife's astonished expression as he retrieved a document from his breast pocket. All the gemstones of this necklace are sourced from a mine in the eastern region of the Land of Lightning. The entire mine is now yours. Heim, momentarily dazed, stared wide-eyed at her husband, her lips pursed in disbelief as she pointed to herself. For me? Indeed, it is a gift for my dearest wife, Princess Heim. Danz affirmed with a slight nod, stepping closer to embrace her gently. Heim wholeheartedly supported Danz. Spending 30 billion ryo was but a trivial matter, and a mere mine held little significance in comparison. Upon hearing his words, Heim remained silent, burying her head deeply in her husband's embrace. Their bond was so profound that uttering a thank you felt rather formal. She understood that Danz did not seek gratitude. After a moment of affection, Heim lifted her head, a mischievous smile gracing her face. I, too, wish to present you with a gift. Please wait for me in the room. With that, Heim stepped back, escaping her husband's hold like a nimble little fox. As she closed the door, she playfully admonished, "No peeking." Danz chuckled softly, settling back onto the bed, eagerly anticipating the gift Heim would bestow upon him. His wife's occasional display of playful innocence added a delightful charm to their marital life. Before long, the bedroom door swung open, revealing a kunoichi in a high ponytail, clad in the attire of the Leaf Village's combat uniform. Is there something urgent? Danz asked, merely glancing at her attire, his voice tinged with irritation. After a grueling day, he had finally reached a moment of respite, only to be disturbed by work once more. The mood he had cultivated with his beloved wife was now completely dissipated. To his surprise, the kunoichi entered with her head bowed, remaining silent. Whether out of fear of Danz's stern tone or some other reason, his annoyance grew, and he sat up, his voice becoming increasingly severe. If you have something to say, speak quickly. If not, return whence you came. But as he finished speaking, his gaze faltered, and he fell into a stunned silence. The female ninja bore no trace of fear upon her countenance. Instead, a triumphant smile graced her lips as she cheekily stuck out her tongue at Danzo and knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Lord Hokage, I, Chunin Ichiki, report for duty." Danzo was momentarily stunned, utterly unprepared for such an extravagant gesture from his wife. How thrilling! As he gazed upon the enchanting beauty before him, he couldn't help but marvel at her exquisite features, which were accentuated by the sleek ninja attire that highlighted her elegant poise, starkly contrasting with her usual gentle and intellectual demeanor or her playful and adorable charm. The only flaw lay in the snug fit of her clothing, which rendered certain areas uncomfortably tight. "Rise," Danzo commanded, beckoning Ichiki to stand. He circled her, suddenly adopting a stern demeanor. "Who is your instructor? How did you manage to graduate from the ninja academy? This is nothing short of disgraceful." With that, he delivered a sharp slap to her rear, causing her to shudder slightly. "If you cannot stand steadily, how can you be a ninja? Your physical skills are inadequate, your ninjutsu is lacking, and your genjutsu is utterly subpar. You are not fit for duty at all. Return to the academy for retraining." Ichiki furrowed her brow slightly, feigning terror as she timidly pleaded, "Lord Hokage, I beg you for a chance. I have already delayed my graduation for several years. If I cannot graduate this year, my husband will punish me." As she spoke, she grasped Danzo's hand, pressing it against her chest, tears glistening in her eyes, evoking a sense of pity. "Considering your plight, I shall take the time to guide you tonight. If you perform well, I may grant you your graduation. Otherwise." Danzo's hands roamed over Ichiki's creamy skin, his expression turning avaricious, as if he were about to devour her whole. "Lord Hokage, I am already married. Such things are forbidden." Ichiki suddenly broke free from his grasp, retreating a step while clutching her chest, curling her body. "I cannot betray my husband." "Silence." An irked Danzo seized Ichiki's hand, effortlessly pinning her to the bed, sneering. "I am the Hokage, and you are a ninja. You shall obey my commands unconditionally, without resistance. Do you understand?" He grasped her chin, planting a forceful kiss upon her delicate cheek. But, Ichiki struggled to protest, only to be interrupted by Danzo's harsh tone. "No buts, Chunin Ichiki. Tonight, you shall accept my guidance." With that, Danzo lowered his head, capturing Ichiki's luscious red lips, denying her any opportunity for further argument. Thanks to Danzo's long-term nurturing, Ichiki's physical condition had improved considerably, ensuring she would not succumb to unconsciousness mid-training. Satisfied, Danzo reclined with his beloved wife on the bed, while her tattered ninja attire lay in tatters around the bedroom, silently protesting. "Lord Hokage, do you treat your female subordinates this way regularly?" Ichiki cast a playful glance at her husband, as if uncovering a significant secret. After Chunin Ichiki's deployment, the Hokage appeared particularly exhilarated. "Indeed, I relish the opportunity to educate mischievous and disobedient female subordinates like you." Tuanzong gently pinched EG's arm. After a period of absence, EG's skin had become even more smooth and delicate, captivating Tuanzong. "While engaged in battle, I found no inclination to ponder other matters. Furthermore, the female ninjas in the village, upon seeing me, resembled mice encountering a cat, not daring to overstep their bounds. There was not a hint of romance in their demeanor. How could they compare to you? In the realm of ninjas, it is not beauty that matters but combat prowess. During warfare, others will not show leniency simply because of one's attractiveness. An overly striking appearance may instead render one a target for concentrated attacks by enemies. For instance, Tuanzong often faced relentless pursuit from ninjas of other villages due to his handsome visage. "I am well aware of how deeply you cherish me, my husband." EG nestled closer into Tuanzang's embrace and earnestly declared, "I hope you will grant me one request." "What request?" "Regardless of how many wives you take in the future, I wish to remain the primary spouse." Chapter 44. Confession. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The renowned clans of the four nations are all interrelated, and Ichiki, of the Water Shadow Kamakura family, is undoubtedly aware of the scandal involving her cousin, the princess of the Land of Water, Erishin. Upon hearing that her cousin is to marry a man already wed, Ichiki is initially taken aback, soon succumbing to an unsettling anxiety. Her concern, however, does not lie with her cousin but rather with her own marriage. Ichiki's union with TZ is one forged out of political necessity, with little prior connection between them, almost as if they were hastily assembled. Although they currently enjoy a harmonious and affectionate relationship, the prospect of sustaining this bond in the future remains uncertain. The fate of Kamakura's marriage serves as a poignant reminder. He and his wife, having cherished a deep bond since childhood, supporting each other through the trials of being ninjas, eventually became husband and wife and welcomed a daughter. Their relationship appeared unbreakable. Yet, Kamakura callously cast aside his wife for the sake of personal gain, demoting her to a mere concubine. Devoid of any regard for their shared history, Ichiki and TZ lack the profound affection of childhood friends, the indelible memories of shared peril, and they have yet to bear any offspring. Should TZ ever choose to reduce Ichiki to the status of a lesser wife for his own interests, how could she possibly endure such a fate? TZ gazes intently at his anxious wife, a storm of emotion swirling within him, uncertain of how to provide comfort. Yet, it is Ichiki who, resigned, lets out a gentle sigh and offers a wry smile, saying, "I apologize for my insensitive remarks. The one who should be apologizing is I." "Ichiki, can you forgive your slow-witted husband?" TZ takes Ichiki's hand, tenderly squeezing it. "You shall always be my legitimate wife, my princess, and the love of my life." Their romance is rather unremarkable, devoid of any grand, earth-shattering experiences. Nevertheless, TZ continues to cherish his wife, regarding her as the most precious treasure in existence. For Ichiki is TZ's first woman, his first wife. The impression left by the first is always indelible, enough to eclipse all future attractions. Is that truly so? Ichiki exclaims, her eyes sparkling with delight, swiftly transforming her sorrow into joy, a triumphant expression gracing her face. TZ, undeterred by her small ploy, affirms, "Indeed, it is true. Yet, I must confess, my physical skills, ninjutsu, and genjutsu are all subpar. I am unable to alleviate Lord Hokage's burdens at all." Reassured by his words, Ichiki regains her vivacious spirit. "It's all right. You are a non-combatant, and your beauty suffices." Even if Ichiki possessed combat prowess, TZ would be reluctant to allow her to face the perils of battle. "People age. What if I grow old and lose my beauty?" she muses. Time is Ichiki's greatest adversary, as youth is fleeting and hard to retain. "My dear, there is something I have long wished to share with you. Please do not be upset upon hearing it." TZ leans closer to Ichiki, lowering his voice. "After our marriage, I discovered a technique that can enhance the vitality of the human body and significantly delay the aging process. You won't hold it against me if I use it on you without your consent, will you? Ninjutsu is truly wondrous. It can summon fire and water. So it is not surprising that it can also delay aging and preserve youth." In order to make matters more comprehensible for Yuki, Danzo shifted all the issues onto ninjutsu. Yuki was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence for a brief moment before her vexed fist struck Danzo's chest. "No wonder it had grown larger. It was all you're doing." I thought. The more Yuki spoke, the redder her face became, ultimately retreating into her husband's embrace, unable to face anyone. "Lord Hokage, how long do you intend to stay in Heatwave this time?" Danzo had been elusive for several days, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to visit him in person out of growing anxiety. Sitting beneath the grape trellis in the courtyard, Danzo smiled slightly, gesturing for his dear friend to take a seat and to speak at his leisure. Hiruzen, feeling somewhat helpless, sat on the stone bench opposite Danzo, his hands clasped in front of him, exuding a sense of unease. "Hiruzen, please have a cup of tea first." Danzo poured a cup of tea for his friend and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Nothing significant has transpired recently. The village's trivial matters are being managed by Ryota." "Why the rush?" Hiruzen took a hearty gulp from the cup and retorted, "But as Hokage, you cannot simply remain away indefinitely." "Hiruzen, do you know how many ninjas are currently employed in Heatwave?" Danzo did not directly answer Hiruzen's query, but posed an irrelevant question instead. "I do not know." Hiruzen was aware that many ninjas had come to work in Heatwave, yet he was not privy to the exact number. A total of 4,065, plus our expeditionary force of 752. Currently, there are 817 ninjas from Konoha in Heatwave. Danzo remained unfazed, while Hiruzen displayed a look of astonishment. How can there be so many? During the First Great Ninja War, Konoha suffered heavy casualties, even with urgent reinforcements. The numbers had yet to return to their former glory. The current total of ninjas in Konoha is approximately 9,000. The fact that Heatwave has gathered over half of Konoha's ninjas is astonishing. Heatwave boasts a flourishing economy, convenient living conditions, and stable employment. Although the income may not rival that of the more perilous endeavors, it affords more time to spend with family, making it a more appealing choice for those lower-ranking ninjas lacking significant combat prowess. Danzo's policy of redistribution has proven to be even more successful than anticipated. Ninjas who prefer to earn a modest living without the desire to engage in relentless battles flock to Heatwave for work. Meanwhile, elite ninjas accustomed to the thrill of danger remain in Konoha, taking on various high-difficulty missions. Both factions coexist without interference and are quite satisfied with this arrangement. A few days ago, lower-ranking ninjas working in Heatwave presented a joint letter, hoping I would permit them to relocate their families there and to establish a ninja academy for their children's education. Of course, this is not for combat training, but for vocational skill training. Danzo revealed another piece of information that left Hiruzen staggering, his breath quickening. At this rate, wouldn't Konoha be effectively divided in two? Hiruzen keenly discerned the crux of the issue. Both elite and lower-ranking ninjas were content with Danzo's distribution. Yet this method indeed led to a significant rift within the ninja village. Over time, the ninja accustomed to battle and the ninja accustomed to a life of ease may become estranged, finding it increasingly difficult to maintain the profound bonds of camaraderie. With my presence, division shall not occur. Let it not be forgotten that I am not only the Hokage of Konoha but also the Lord of Reijin. Wherever they may be, they are bound to heed my command. Nichiren's pupils constricted as he gazed in disbelief at the man leisurely sipping tea beneath the grape arbor, an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity washing over him. It was not that Danzo had changed. Rather, Nichiren had come to the unsettling realization that he had never truly understood Danzo. What, exactly, are your intentions, Danzo? Danzo has meticulously positioned himself into an almost irreplaceable role within Konoha, garnering a prestige and authority far exceeding that of the previous two Hokage. It is evident that he harbors grand ambitions, and Nichiren cannot bring himself to believe that all his machinations are merely aimed at improving the village. Chapter 45. The Hot Springs Police Division 1 aspire to establish a permanent residence in the vibrant city of Reijin, where I intend to found a ninja training school dedicated to providing a viable path for those ninjas who are less adept in combat. With unwavering resolve and sincerity, Danzo met the scrutinizing gaze of his close friend. Chakra is a formidable force. It bears no inherent good or evil, but rather, it is contingent upon the intentions of its wielder. Rather than perpetuating endless conflict and destruction, I yearn for chakra to be harnessed for constructive endeavors. This, I believe, is the true pathway to peace within the ninja realm. What about our village? You are the Hokage. We cannot afford to lose you, Hizashi implored, his fists clenched in desperation, fearful that Danzo might abandon them. The Leaf Village emerged as the greatest victor of the First Great Ninja War, a triumph meticulously orchestrated by Danzo himself. Despite his frequent grievances, Hizashi held a profound respect and admiration for the third Hokage, far surpassing that of anyone else. In both public and private spheres, Hizashi was unwilling to part with Danzo. Your words are rather dramatic. I am merely remaining in Reijin, not bidding you a permanent farewell, Danzo retorted. Following the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War, tensions among the nations have eased, ushering in a rare period of peace. Consequently, the demand for peacekeeping missions will diminish. It is imperative to identify alternative livelihoods for the ninjas facing unemployment, a responsibility that falls squarely upon my shoulders as Hokage. As for the affairs of the village, I am confident that the three of you can manage adequately. Should an insurmountable issue arise, you may simply send for me. Danzo had resolved to stay in Reijin, and no amount of persuasion from Hizashi would sway him. Reluctantly, Hizashi conceded, seeking to ensure that the Hokage could at least return to the Leaf Village for a brief visit. Such a significant matter necessitated a discussion with the higher-ups in Konoha, even if it was merely a formality. After a prolonged period of hesitation, Hizashi finally escorted the esteemed third Hokage back to his loyal Leaf Village. The village held a warm welcome ceremony for the heroes of the expedition, though it could not rival the grandiosity of Reijin's festivities. The participation of numerous families imbued it with a sense of warmth and harmony. Thanks to Danzo's astute timing, the expedition incurred minimal casualties. Only 16 lost their lives, while dozens sustained injuries, most of which were minor. Despite the limited losses, Danzo still deemed it necessary to hold a solemn memorial for the fallen and to provide their families with generous compensation, hoping that material wealth might alleviate their sorrow. Once these duties were fulfilled, Danzo and Hizashi slowly made their way back to the Hokage building to attend the regular meeting. Significant matters would be addressed in smaller gatherings, while trivial issues would be discussed in larger assemblies. Danzo had already managed the wartime accomplishments and compensations, leaving only inconsequential matters for the meeting, formality overshadowing substance. His absence from Konoha had been prolonged, necessitating a soothing of the village's officials and representatives of the ninja clans, as well as a subtle observation of their sentiments. The results of his observations confirmed that these individuals were, indeed, paper tigers, easily intimidated. Upon Danzo's triumphant return, they became increasingly subservient, harboring no thoughts of contesting the Hokage's authority. Particularly, the Uchiha clan, having been thoroughly chastised by Danzo previously, had undergone a change in leadership due to fear. Replaced them with a younger, more moderate faction, eager to align themselves with the village. It seems that the Uchiha clan has indeed learned their lesson. Lord Hokage, may I inquire if there are any issues with the work of the police department? Uchiha YG, who was in the midst of reporting, felt a shiver under Danzo's watchful gaze and cautiously asked. The Uchiha clan had always been aware of the village's lingering distrust towards them. What they were unaware of was the village's capacity to easily annihilate them. Danzo helped them confront this harsh reality, leading them to express gratitude towards the third Hokage. Willing to serve in any capacity. There is nothing amiss. You are performing admirably. The entirety of Konoha appreciates your contributions to maintaining village security. Currently, there are 4,000 ninjas stationed in the land of hot water, and their safety urgently needs to be ensured. Might Chief YG be able to fulfill this requirement? With a larger number of individuals comes increased complexity. Most ninjas dispatched to the land of hot water possess lower combat capabilities. Yet they are still far superior to ordinary folk due to their ability to use chakra. These ninjas also require careful management and restraint to prevent any adverse effects on the local populace. Supervising them necessitates considerable strength and a willingness to offend others. The Uchiha clan is well suited for this task. Absolutely, no problem at all. YG was momentarily taken aback, but quickly agreed, though his heart was bleeding. Many elite Uchiha ninjas had been conscripted into the mobile unit by Danzo, leaving the remaining clan members struggling to manage the police department. Diverting more personnel to assist in the land of hot water would likely stretch their resources thin. The situation was challenging. Yet YG dared not refuse and could only grit his teeth and proceed. The representatives of the other clans, witnessing the Uchiha clan's predicament, remained silent, stifling their laughter. After all, it was their own folly that led them to challenge the Hokage. Who else would they be reprimanded for? Yet, before they could revel in their amusement for long, the flames of trouble reached them as well. The land of hot water is vast and populous, teeming with millions of inhabitants. Relying solely on the Uchiha clan's manpower would be inadequate. I propose this. Let the other clans also provide some personnel. Danzo's proposal caught the clan leaders off guard. This time, it was YG who struggled to contain his laughter. The Uchiha clan reluctantly agreed. And the other clans had little choice but to follow suit, painfully sacrificing some of their own to appease Danzo. While they felt the sting of loss, the majority of clan leaders harbored no resentment towards Danzo. They feared him, but more importantly, they recognized that he was not unkind to his subordinates. As long as one was willing to exert effort for the Hokage, rewards were plentiful. Members of the mobile unit participating in the expedition to the Land of Lightning could attest to this. As long as the Hokage had sustenance, he would never allow his subordinates to gnaw on mere bones. After a tour of the Land of Lightning, they earned more than they had in the past few years and were well fed. Satisfied, they wished to convey but one sentiment to the Hokage: loyalty. Observing Danzo successfully recruit another wave of workers for the land of hot water, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt deeply frustrated yet powerless to intervene. As companions depart in different directions, it appears that Konoha may soon become a mere shell of its former self. The recent conflict has inflicted grievous losses upon the village, resulting in a significant decline in its population. I intend to allocate funds for the reception and resettlement of orphans from various regions, thereby replenishing Konoha's populace. Hizashi. I entrust this task to you. Hizashi, who had been enveloped in melancholy, felt a sudden surge of spirit as he cast a profound glance at the figure seated in the main position, Danzo, and resolutely nodded in response. Lord Hokage, I assure you I shall fulfill this mission. It is no small feat. Indeed, it is exceedingly challenging. At long last, Danzo has undertaken a task that pleases Hizashi. The resources must come from within. Konoha is Danzo's plentiful source. Recently, the exploitation has been rather intense, and it is essential to provide the sheep with ample feed to prevent their demise. Chapter 46, The Blood Red Wedding Part 1. As the meeting concluded, the attendees gradually dispersed, leaving Danzo and the three Hokage advisors to continue their deliberations regarding the future strategies of Konoha. Danzo first expressed his commendation for the two advisors who remained in Konoha, acknowledging their efforts in stabilizing the rear during the Great War. After exchanging pleasantries, they shifted to the main topic. I have already informed you of today's agenda, Danzo stated, so I shall be succinct. I propose promoting Sarutobi Hizashi to the position of acting Hokage, remaining here at the Konoha headquarters. I will lead the majority of the mobile forces stationed in the Land of Hot Water to suppress the newly acquired territories in the northern region of the Land of Fire. Having collaborated closely for some time, the four had established a solid trust, allowing Danzo to speak candidly. The northern territories were reclaimed through Danzo's strength and were being developed with funding from the feudal lord's estate. A significant portion of future local tax revenues had already been allocated to Konoha for military expenses. This was, aside from the feudal lord's estate and the Land of Hot Water, Konoha's most crucial source of income. No one could dispute the importance of safeguarding this financial lifeline. Danzo's strategic deployment of elite forces in the Land of Hot Water effectively countered the threats from the Land of Water to the east, provided immediate support to the northern territories, and secured the feudal Lord S estate to the west. This defensive arrangement encompassed the primary economic zones of the Land of Fire, showcasing an astute strategy. However, every advantage carries its disadvantages. While Danzo's actions protected the economic core, they also left Konoha's headquarters in a precarious position, lacking personnel and resources, making it difficult to uphold any semblance of moral authority. "Do you have any objections?" Danzo inquired gently, tapping the table as he noticed the three advisors remained silent. No objections. Danzo's resolve was unwavering, and his course of action indeed served the survival of most ninjas in Konoha. Though Azashi was reluctant, he felt compelled to be the first to voice his support. "We also have no objections." Nara Ryota and Akimichi Torikes exchanged glances, sighed, and raised their hands in agreement. With no dissent among the three advisors, the resolution passed smoothly, awaiting only the announcement to implement the plan step by step. "Hokage-sama, the Konoha headquarters is short-staffed and requires a significant recruitment effort. We hope you can provide appropriate financial assistance." Sarutobi Hizashi respected the Hokage's choices, yet he held firm to his own principles, determined to maintain the village's operation. To ensure that the orders of the acting Hokage were effectively communicated, adequate funding was essential. Unlike Danzo, who was adept at financial maneuvering, Hizashi felt compelled to seek assistance from his good friend. "Not a problem. The funds previously allocated remain unchanged, and I will set aside an additional 500 million ryo as emergency funds. This should suffice, correct?" Danzo reciprocated, ensuring that his old friend would not face undue hardship. This sum was initially intended as a hush money for Hizashi and the others, making it an appropriate time to present it. "It is sufficient, though a few 100 million more would be even better." Begone, begone. What do you take me for, a wealthy landowner?" Danzo retorted with an exasperated click of his tongue, eliciting laughter from the three advisors. "Indeed, you are quite the wealthy landowner. Perhaps we should now address you as Lord Danzo." As a profound transformation unfolded within Konohagakure, the wedding of the third Mizukage, Kamakura, took place as scheduled in the Hidden Mist Village. Delegates from the 4 great nations and the remaining 3 ninja villages attended to extend their congratulations. Sitting aboard the vessel bound for the Hidden Mist Village, T-Rin Koharu and Mido Gate-In gazed at the tumultuous sea, their hearts stirred with a surge of emotion. Serving at the borders was traditionally a grueling task, and the two had weathered many hardships, appearing as though they had aged a decade. Fortunately, they were finally on the cusp of a breakthrough. If they successfully completed their diplomatic mission, they would return to the heart of Konoha and reclaim their esteemed positions. With the conclusion of the Ninja Wars, peace reigned, and the Hidden Mist had no intention of troubling the arriving guests. The fleet from Konoha smoothly docked at the harbor of the Hidden Mist Village. Upon disembarking, the two were warmly welcomed by the villagers. Despite the historical rivalry between Konoha and the Hidden Mist, courtesy prevailed, and even a semblance of hospitality was maintained. Both experienced ninjas, T-Rin Koharu and Mido Gate-In, quickly sensed an underlying tension in the Hidden Mist Village. The wedding venue was elaborately adorned, indicating the significance attached to the event by the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist and the feudal lord of the water country. However, the faces of the Hidden Mist ninjas revealed little joy, instead exuding an air of impatience and discontent. A flicker of confusion crossed their minds, but they soon realized the root of the discontent. The bride, a renowned beauty within the Hidden Mist, was highly esteemed among her peers. It was no wonder that they could not celebrate the union of their beloved flower with an outsider. "And, do you feel it?" T-Rin Kohara leaned closer to Mido Gate-In, whispering. "Indeed, the atmosphere in the Hidden Mist is quite tumultuous," Mido Gate-In replied, his gaze deepening. This was a rare opportunity. Given the discord between the Hidden Mist and Konoha, the potential for conflict loomed on the horizon. T-Rin Kohara's instincts as a ninja prompted her to seize this moment to gather intelligence while the Hidden Mist was in disarray, simultaneously laying the groundwork for her return to the core of Konoha. Enduring hardship at the borders yielded little reward, without sufficient merit. How could one gain influence among Konoha's elite? I recognize this is a prime opportunity, but we are not tasked with gathering intelligence on this occasion. If we are caught by the Hidden Mist, it could lead to complications, Mido Gate-In cautioned, his desire for achievement tempered by a more conservative outlook. One cannot capture a tiger without entering its den. You cover for me while I act. Should anything arise, I will take full responsibility, T-Rin Koharu declared. Weary of the burdens of border duty, She was determined to take a risk and secure her standing within Konoha's upper echelons through this endeavor. Witnessing her resolute determination, Midogate wavered, gritting his teeth. Let us not speak of such things. We are comrades, and we shall share the weight of any consequences. I will provide cover. You seek your opportunity. Resolute in their decision, the two swiftly put their plan into action. As the wedding commenced and the hidden mist ninjas busied themselves with the reception of guests, T-Rin Kohara seized the moment under the pretext of visiting the restroom. Using a shadow clone as a diversion while her true self stealthily infiltrated the depths of the hidden mist village to gather intelligence. The hidden mist lacked the Byakugan, which could easily see through shadow clones. With Midogate protective cover, T-Rin Kohara's covert actions went unnoticed. Soon, the wedding commenced in earnest. The Lord of the Water Nation personally assisted Princess Erika, adorned in her pure white kimono, as she made her entrance. The dignified Mizu no Kage Kamakura, draped in a dark kimono, approached to greet her. Both parties wore smiles, their demeanor respectful and fitting, evoking a sense of harmonious unity. However, just as the officiant was about to recite the vows, a mist-hidden ninja burst into the ceremony in a flurry, disregarding all decorum. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the attendees, he shouted, "It is Dire, Lord Koi and Miss Futaba." The guests, upon hearing this, were largely bewildered, while a few who recognized Koi's identity, along with all the mist-hidden ninjas, displayed expressions of shock. "What did you say?" Kamakura, abandoning the bewildered Erika, turned to confront the intruder, angrily pointing and exclaiming before rushing outside in a frenzied haste. Chapter 47, The Blood-Red Wedding Part 2. At the wedding venue, the groom, the third Mizukage, abandoned the bride and a multitude of guests, fleeing in haste. The Princess Erika, her face ashen and biting her crimson lip, clutched the hem of her garment, unsure of how to proceed with this already ill-fated ceremony. The guests, recovering from their shock, erupted in a cacophony of whispers and speculation. On the very day of the third Mizukage's wedding, the original wife and daughter, who had been relegated to concubines, had suddenly perished, inevitably stirring a tempest of controversy. Everyone weighed the pros and cons, contemplating whether they would be swept up in the impending turmoil or if they could seize an opportunity for personal gain. Among the crowd, Mizuno Kato, gripping the hand of his shadow clone, felt an acute anxiety, yet he endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. In such a precarious moment, panic was not an option. Should the villagers of the hidden mist detect any anomaly, it would spell disaster. Moments later, as anxiously awaited, he suddenly heard a whoosh. The shadow clone he held dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Instantly, all eyes in the venue turned towards him, captivated by the commotion. Seize him. The hidden mist village was not lacking in ninjas. Even in the absence of the third Mizukage, there were still capable individuals to manage the situation. The moment the shadow clone of T-Rune Koharu was revealed, the hidden mist ninjas reacted swiftly, directing their focus towards Mizu no Kato. Confused and alarmed by the turn of events, En was further unsettled by the encroaching wave of hidden mist ninjas. Without a second thought, he activated his body flicker technique and darted towards the exit. In this sensitive period, he could not afford to be captured by the ninjas of the hidden mist. Otherwise, every accusation would be hurled at him and his companion. Should they find themselves ensnared, they would bear the weight of all blame alone. En's flight only served to confirm suspicions against him, prompting the ninjas of the hidden mist to pursue him relentlessly, vowing to capture him. Amidst the chaos, ninjutsu was unleashed, sending the guests into a frenzy as they scattered in all directions. On the stage, Princess Erika and the daimyo of the Land of Water stood frozen in terror, unable to move. The clash of ninjas and the untimely death of a daimyo had already served as a grim reminder to the noble class. The treacherous ninjas could indeed strike down a daimyo. Faced with this threat, the ninjas of the hidden mist, maintaining their composure, abandoned the pursuit and returned to protect the daimyo and his daughter. The union between the third Mizukage and Princess Erika was intended to ease the tensions between the ninja and noble ruling factions. Should any misfortune befall the daimyo of the Land of Water within the hidden mist, the ninjas and the noble class would find themselves irreparably divided, losing their last vestige of reconciliation. No one could bear such guilt, especially not the ninjas present. Thus, under the cover of chaos, Mizu no Kato fortuitously evaded his pursuers and fled the venue. Once temporarily safe, he dared not linger and immediately made his way to the port, intent on escaping the hidden mist. As for T-Rune Koharu's fate, he could hardly afford to dwell on it. He resolved to devise a rescue plan after securing his own escape. Upon reaching the port, before En could catch his breath, he was struck by the sight of the Leaf Village ships already far from the harbor, rapidly disappearing from view. Damn it! Midoriya, filled with fury, shouted as he hastily pursued the retreating figure. After a strenuous effort, he boarded the vessel back to Konoha, only to find that Haru was commanding the navigation aboard. Upon seeing Midoriya return safely, Haru was momentarily taken aback before her face lit up with joy. However, just as she was about to express her greetings, she was cut off sharply by him. You should contemplate how to explain this to Lord Hokage. What began as a mere diplomatic mission had devolved into utter chaos due to Haru's imaginative whims. Abandoned, Midoriya was now burdened with shared responsibility alongside her, pushing him to the brink of despair. Unfortunately, neither Haru nor Midoriya could return to their beloved village of Konoha. As their ship entered the territorial waters of the Land of Fire, they were intercepted by Konoha shinobi and subsequently escorted to meet with Lord Hokage. Within the residence of the Hokage, the third Hokage, Danzo, the acting Hokage, and two Hokage advisors gazed sternly at the two kneeling culprits below, their eyes flickering with suppressed rage. Acting Hokage, did I issue a command for these two to engage in espionage activities in the Hidden Mist Village? Danzo inquired, his voice devoid of reproach yet laced with gravity. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, his complexion darkening. Under normal circumstances, they would have been celebrating together in Konoha. Yet they had managed to create this monumental disaster. Was that your directive? Danzo turned his gaze to Nara Ryota and Akimichi Torikase. No, both denied vehemently, recognizing the magnitude of the turmoil that had ensued. Then it appears you acted independently, Danzo scoffed, a sound that sent shivers through Midoriya and Haru. Lord Hokage, we silence. Danzo's commanding voice interrupted their defense. Do you know what the Hidden Mist is saying? The Konoha voice, Midoriya and Haru allegedly conspired to murder the third Mizukage's wife and daughter, fleeing in fear of retribution. The Hidden Mist demands the heads of both of you and a compensation of 10 billion ryo, or they will declare war on Konoha. Once Danzo finished, he let out a heavy sigh, closing his eyes as he asked, what do you believe we should do? His question was directed at the acting Hokage and the two advisors, while Midoriya and Haru were regarded as mere corpses, having caused such a calamity. If the Hidden Mist did not execute them, Konoha would be expected to demand their ritual suicide as atonement. Hiruzen's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed sorrowfully at his two old comrades, gritting his teeth in anguish. During the First Shinobi World War, Konoha suffered immense losses and has yet to recover. It is truly unwise to mobilize forces now. I believe these two should offer an apology to the Hidden Mist. Hiruzen wished to plead for his old friends, seeking to secure them a chance at redemption. However, in the grand scheme of Konoha's interests, their lives paled in comparison. They may commit seppuku as an apology, but the compensation must be renegotiated. 10 billion ryo is exorbitant. Konoha cannot afford such a sum at this time. Even if we could, it would be unwise to provide it to the Hidden Mist, as that would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Ryota pondered briefly before voicing his opinion. The financial resources of Konoha have long been allocated, unless Danzo intervenes. It is impossible to squeeze out a sum of 10 billion ryo. The combined bounty for Mido Gates Inn and T-Rin Koharu does not exceed 10 million ryo on the black market. They are unworthy of such a valuation. I concur with Ryota's perspective. Akimichi Shukoff also wishes to rescue his old classmates, yet he is acutely aware that the two truly deserve their fate. The wife and children of the Water Shadow could no longer endure his coldness and the oppression of Princess Erika, leading them to a tragic demise in the sea. A fact I witnessed clearly. How can this incident be blamed on us? We are unjustly accused. Upon realizing that he was to be sacrificed, T-Rin Kohara trembled in fear, hastily defending himself. Chapter 48. Death sentence avoided. Hardship unrelenting. The once composed Konoha ninja, Sukun Kamatsu, was now in a state of utter disarray. His reason abandoned as he uttered words that could scarcely be deemed a defense, instead serving as a tacit admission of his guilt. You were present at the scene when the wives and daughters of the third Mizukage met their demise. Who else could be blamed but yourself? Is this all you have to offer in your defense? Danzo's frigid gaze bore down upon the kneeling figure of Tsukun, his patience waning in the face of such folly. Perhaps it would be judicious to heed the counsel of Hiruzen and sever their heads as a grim example. The Hokage's patience was thin. Those who defy orders and act independently must face dire consequences. The malevolence of the Mist Village, with its provocations against the authority of Konoha, was an undeniable truth. While the lives of the two men were trifling, allowing such transgressions to undermine Konoha's resolve would be a grave error. I beseech you, Hokage, grant us an opportunity to atone for our sins, to fight for Konoha until our last breath, leaving no room for regret. Midogate's flame was indeed far stronger than Sukun's. After a prolonged observation, he finally grasped Danzo's intent. As the staunchest hardliner in Konoha, Danzo had led the village with an iron fist since becoming Hokage, rarely bowing to any adversary. He was equally disinclined to yield to the Mist Village this time. Thus, if Mido wished to survive, he needed to devise a rationale that would persuade Danzo to spare their lives. Indeed, I implore you, Hokage, grant us a chance to redeem ourselves. We pledge to fight valiantly for Konoha, shedding our last drop of blood. Sukun hastily echoed his sentiment. There was a semblance of reason in their plea. What do you think? Should they be afforded this opportunity? Danzo once again sought counsel from the three advisors. Having stalled for so long, the advisors were acutely aware of the Hokage's thoughts. Akimichi Torif let out a slight sigh of relief as he stepped forward to plead for his old comrades. The cultivation of ninjas is no easy feat. The resources expended on their growth were substantial. To execute them outright would indeed be a waste. Though Torif did not explicitly call for their clemency, the implication of his words was unmistakable. Once the door was ajar, Nararita and Saratobi Hiruzen also subtly indicated that the punishment of the two should be approached with caution. Hiruzen valued camaraderie. He would not wish to execute two old friends unless absolutely necessary. They were all students of Senju Tobarama and were meant to support one another, not turn against their kin. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that your insubordination and the instigation of conflict between the ninja villages are capital offenses. However, taking into account your years of service to Konoha, I shall temporarily suspend your death sentence. While you may escape the ultimate penalty, the hardships remain. You are hereby ordered to pay a fine of 10 million ryo to the village within 1 month. Furthermore, you are to personally apologize to the Mizukage for your disrespectful behavior at the wedding and provide appropriate compensation, regardless of whether the Mizukage is willing to reconcile. Both of you are to establish a forward base in the land of crafts, ever prepared for the potential assaults from the mist. Danzo was not a man who indulged in unreasonable demands. He would not coddle those who erred, yet he would not permit anyone to cast aspersions upon his subordinates. Should the Mist Village insist on waging war against Konoha in light of the third Mizukage's family tragedy, Danzo would be resolute in his response. Among the 4 great ninja villages, Konoha stands as the mightiest, and Danzo harbors no fear of engaging in battle with the hidden mist. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for your mercy. Midogate Flame and T-Rune-K Haru bowed repeatedly to Danzo, expressing their profound gratitude. All beings possess an innate fear of death. To survive is far preferable to demise. Although paying the penalty would nearly leave the two destitute, it was a small price to pay to preserve their lives. As long as they breathe, hope remains. One day they may rise again and return to Konoha. Mido and T-Rune were unceremoniously dismissed from the official residence by the impatient Danzo. After their departure, Saratobi Hiruzen inquired in a somber tone. How many ninjas does Lord Hokage intend to mobilize to establish a forward base in the Land of Crafts? The Land of Crafts, situated in the southeastern region of the Land of Fire, is a modest island nation with limited resources, renowned for its artisans who forge weapons and military supplies, serving as a buffer zone between the water and fire nations. Should Konoha engage in conflict with the Hidden Mist, the Land of Crafts would be the first to bear the brunt. The Konoha forces stationed at the forward base in the Land of Crafts would confront the enemy directly. A perilous endeavor. I have made myself quite clear. I did not instruct those two criminals to establish a forward base in the Land of Crafts with the assistance of ninjas from the village. Danzo's words left the 3 advisors utterly astonished. How could such a pair withstand the might of the Hidden Mist's forces? Was this not a directive to march them to their doom? They must clean up the mess they have created themselves. I shall not dispatch personnel to aid them, but neither shall I hinder their own recruitment of allies. Furthermore, I do not expect them to withstand the full might of the Hidden Mist's army. It suffices if they can endure the initial onslaught, buying time for Konoha to assemble its forces. Danzo, unyielding in his resolve, would not easily pardon Midogate Flame and T-Rune-K Haru for the calamity they had wrought, since they professed their willingness to fight for Konoha to the death. Danzo would grant them that wish, providing them with an opportunity to sacrifice themselves for the village. Saratobi Hiruzen pressed his lips together, intending to intercede on behalf of his old comrades, but ultimately fell silent. Danzo's assertions were not without merit. Granting them a chance at survival was already an act of leniency beyond the norm. Without stringent consequences, how could one ensure the loyalty and obedience of all? Meanwhile, the guests attending the 3rd Mizukage's wedding had yet to disperse, yet a palpable sense of sorrow pervaded the Hidden Mist village. A chilling grief akin to the depths of winter. Following the deaths of his wife and daughter, the third Mizukage had isolated himself within his chambers, refusing to see anyone. The two advisors from the Hidden Mist who sought an audience were similarly rebuffed. Kamakura was tormented and filled with remorse. Had he not heeded the advisor's counsel and disregarded his wife's feelings in marrying Princess Erika, this tragedy might have been averted. Life cannot be restored once lost. Kamakura could only kneel before the corpses of his beloved wife and daughter in profound sorrow, overwhelmed by despair. Kamakura longed to end his own suffering with a blade to his throat, to escape to another realm where he might reunite with his beloved. Just as Kamakura prepared to take that fateful step, a powerful torrent of water shattered the door, and two advisors along with several Umbu infiltrated the room, subduing him. "What are you doing, you fool? You are the Mizukage, the third Mizukage of the Hidden Mist. Have you forgotten the final wishes of the second Mizukage? How dare you abandon your life and forsake your responsibilities?" The two Hokage chastised Kamakura vehemently, holding him firmly. "Then what do you suggest I do?" Kamakura glared at his two advisors with bloodshot eyes, his voice emerging in a hoarse whisper. "It is all the fault of these two old fools. Had it not been for their coercion, Kamakura would never have wed a woman he does not love, nor would he have descended into a state of ruin and despair. If he possessed the requisite strength, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. The deceased cannot be resurrected, no matter how profoundly one mourns their loss. Does one not spare a thought for the living while lamenting the dead? The Hidden Mist village lies in disarray, and the land of water is fraught with peril. These challenges await your resolution as the Mizukage. Will you truly choose self-destruction and allow the Hidden Mist and the land of water to face obliteration? Awaken, gather your resolve. You are the Mizukage, the leader of the Hidden Mist. All the ninjas of the Hidden Mist are watching you. Chapter 49, The Couple Father, Let Us Return. Princess Araheim implored, as the wedding was abruptly interrupted, leaving her and the Lord of the Land of Water stranded in the Hidden Mist village. 3 days had elapsed. Yet Mizukage Kamakura remained elusive. Araheim, already disheartened by the marriage, could no longer endure the judgmental glances of the village's ninjas. She beseeched her father to postpone the wedding and retreat to the Lord's castle for further deliberation. The Lord of the Land of Water gazed at his daughter with compassion. And after a moment of silence, he resolutely pried her hands apart. Gently stroking her disheveled hair, he spoke earnestly, "Araheim, refrain from such foolishness. The moment you stepped into Hidden Mist Village, you became the wife of the Mizukage. Your duty is to remain here, bear children, support your husband, and nurture the relationship between the ninja village and the Lord's estate. This is an inescapable responsibility and mission befitting your status as a princess." But Araheim's voice faltered, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She was but a naive and powerless girl, distressed by the forced union. Little did she know that the wedding would be marred by such calamity. Now, the ninjas of Hidden Mist Village cast blame upon her for the deaths of Kocho and Futaba, deeming her the harbinger of misfortune. Having been raised in comfort, Araheim found it increasingly difficult to endure the scorn directed at her. If this continued, she feared she would be driven to madness. There is no but. Araheim, hold on. As long as you persevere, happiness will surely come to you. Your cousin Ichiki married a shadow and enjoys a blissful life. You too can achieve that. As the highest authority in the nation, the Lord of the Land of Water had many pressing matters to consider and would not alter his plans for the sake of a single daughter. Not even the intolerable existence in Hidden Mist Village could sway him. Even if Araheim were to perish, it would not stir his heart. With a sense of defeat, Araheim let her hands drop, her gaze vacant, her movements stiff like a marionette. Her father's coldness filled the young princess with profound despair. Ichiki possessed the prosperous territory of Yojin as a dowry, granting her the confidence to stand tall before the third Hokage. What did Araheim have? Nothing at all. Alone in a foreign land, wed to a complete stranger, subjected to scorn and bullying, her existence felt like a living torment. The hour grows late. I must take my leave. Rest well and await the summons of the Mizukage, declared the Lord of the Land of Water, abandoning his daughter to return with his retinue to the Lord's estate. The nation still required his attention for numerous pressing affairs, and he could not allow his daughter's wedding to impede the state's business. After persistent persuasion from his two advisors, the despondent Kamakura finally regained his resolve after 7 days. He summoned his staff to rearrange the venue, preparing to continue the wedding with Princess Araheim. The sorrow of Kocho and Futaba's demise was indeed heart-wrenching, yet it could not be deemed entirely detrimental. Firstly, with the death of the primary wife, the greatest obstacle between Kamakura and Araheim had been removed, allowing them to start anew as a loving couple and solidify the bond between Hidden Mist Village and the Lord's estate. Secondly, The tragedy could be leveraged to apply pressure on Konoha for compensation. Hidden Mist had suffered grievously in the First Shinobi World War. Had it not been for a meager portion of the leftovers from the Land of Lightning, their fate would have been even worse than that of Sunagakure. Due to the rebellion in their territory, the noble class of the Water Nation has seen a significant decline in income, making it challenging to provide substantial financial assistance to the Hidden Mist village. If the village wishes to recover swiftly after the war, it must devise its own means of generating funds. Kamakura has consented to proceed with the wedding, but before the ceremony, he must first conduct a funeral for his wife and children. Erika, as Kamakura's wife, is also expected to observe a moment of silence for the deceased mother and daughter, Kodo and Chio, at the funeral. The collision of the wedding with a funeral is unsettling, yet the seasoned ninjas, accustomed to navigating the grim realities of death, remain unfazed. The only unfortunate soul in this scenario is Princess Erika. Encountering a corpse for the first time nearly causes her to vomit, and only through sheer will does she manage to suppress her nausea amidst the disdainful gazes of the surrounding ninjas. She endures through the ceremony, her face pale as parchment, barely able to stand. Kamakura, preoccupied with thoughts of his wife and children, remains oblivious to Erika's discomfort, failing to offer her any words of consolation despite her evident distress. Had it not been for a kind-hearted female ninja's assistance, Erika would have faced considerable embarrassment before her wedding. Ichiki, do you think Kamakura is devoted or callous? The wedding between Kamakura and Erika was primarily a spectacle for outsiders, with no attempt at concealment, and all information swiftly reached Danzo's ears. I have yet to meet Lord Kamakura and am unaware of his character. However, I fear Erika's cousin may soon endure hardship. Ichiki reclined in her husband's embrace like a gentle kitten, stifling a yawn, her expression devoid of sorrow. Though the feudal lords of the four nations are relatives, Ichiki has never met Erika nor maintained any correspondence, rendering her unfamiliar with the situation, much less empathetic. Kamakura is an indecisive figure, and indeed, Princess Erika will suffer marrying such a man. Yet, our Ichiki is fortunate, wedded to a good man, possessing everything she desires. Danzo playfully grazes his wife's chin, eliciting a light, irritated hum from her. Yes, 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 my husband is the best. Ichiki plants a fervent kiss on Danzo's cheek, playfully requesting, Lord Hokage, since we have time, could you guide me in the ways of a genin? Are you referring to that kind of guidance? Danzo supports his wife, his eyes glinting with greed. No, Ichiki shakes her head, speaking earnestly. I wish to learn how to refine chakra. I want to master ninjutsu, seek strength, and become an asset to Lord Hokage, not a burden. Ichiki trusts her husband, yet Erika's tragedy serves as a warning bell. As Hokage, Danzo will oversee Konoha and potentially the entire Fire Nation, thus he cannot always be by her side to care for and protect her. In his absence, Ichiki must learn to safeguard herself, ensuring Danzo remains untroubled. Being a ninja is not a noble profession. The path of learning ninjutsu is arduous, demanding careful consideration. Danzo refrains from teaching Ichiki ninjutsu, not out of fear that one day she might surpass him, but rather out of compassion, wishing to spare her from suffering. The training of a ninja is neither easy nor gentle. It is often brutal and perilous, even in times of peace. Numerous ninjas sustain injuries or even lose their lives during training. I have made up my mind. I will learn, no matter how difficult or exhausting it may be. Please, Lord Hokage, supervise me. If I become lazy, I implore you to show no mercy and to rigorously urge me on. Sensing his wife's determination, Danzo ultimately nodded in agreement to her request. While he did not anticipate that Ichiji would become a formidable ninja, it would be beneficial for her to strengthen her body and acquire some self-defense skills. Very well, I shall personally instruct you, declared the Hokage. However, before embarking on the journey of learning ninjutsu, tuition must be paid. Danzo embraced his wife with a mischievous grin and said, to strike others, one must first learn to endure blows. The resilience of a ninja is of utmost importance. Let us commence our training from this point. It was still daytime, and they had just. Before Ichiji could finish her thought, her lips were silenced. Thus began the second round of instruction for the Genin Ichiji. Chapter 50. Internal Strife. Danzo, engrossed in the pleasures of his marital life, paid no heed to the warnings from the Hidden Mist. This negligence distressed the three advisors significantly. The third Hokage had only dispatched Mito Kazan and another to the land of the craftsmen to scout ahead, without making any further military arrangements. In the event of an unforeseen outbreak of war, how could Konoha adequately respond? After a heated discussion, The three advisors decided to approach Danzo at the Hot Springs Mansion to offer counsel. Having just finished instructing a lower-ranked ninja, the third Hokage, feeling invigorated and in good spirits, listened to the report from the three advisors with a slight smile and spoke calmly. There is no need for concern. The hidden mist is merely posturing. They dare not engage in warfare. With a recent major conflict concluded, the morale among the populace had stabilized. Konoha had no desire for war, and the heavily burdened hidden mist was even less inclined to engage in battle. The internal turmoil within the land of water was still unresolved. Even if Kamakura resolved to wage war, he would struggle to gather sufficient military resources in the short term. If only small-scale forces were to invade, the mobile unit stationed in Hot Springs would be more than capable of repelling them. In Danzo's view, the three advisors were suffering from post-war anxiety, perceiving every incident as a precursor to conflict. However, the hidden mist was far from prepared to initiate war. Large-scale confrontations were unlikely, yet minor skirmishes would undoubtedly occur. It was Mito Kazan and Tsumuji Kamachi, monitoring the hidden mist in the land of craftsmen, who should remain vigilant. Without orders from Kamakura, the ninjas from the hidden mist would still seek to provoke them. The forthcoming minor assassinations would be plentiful. They should prioritize their own safety, engage with the enemy in the land of craftsmen, and retreat to their homeland if the situation became untenable. Upon hearing that two of his old classmates were in danger, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze dimmed slightly. Yet, understanding that this was a consequence for their actions, he could only silently pray for their well-being. The hidden mist required an outlet for their pent-up emotions, while Konoha needed to discipline disobedient ninjas as a cautionary measure. Caught in the middle, Mito Kazan and Tsumuji Kamachi could only bear the burden in silence. I will personally handle matters regarding the hidden mist. You need not worry, Danzo stated. There are numerous affairs at Konoha's headquarters that demand attention. If there are no pressing matters, you may return today. The three had lingered in Hot Springs for several days, not only intruding upon Danzo's personal life but also risking disorder at Konoha's headquarters due to their absence. It was time to send them back to their posts. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not dismiss the threat posed by the hidden mist, but as the Hokage, he had no choice but to adhere to the orders given. The daimyo of the land of craftsmen was quite perturbed. In recent days, a contingent of Konoha ninjas had taken residence in the capital of the land of craftsmen under the pretext of aiding in the defense against the invasion from the land of water, and had also taken a considerable amount of the nation's weapon stockpile. The silver lining was that the Konoha ninjas had not taken the equipment without compensation. They had paid for it at market value. The ominous news, however, was that should hostilities arise between Konoha and the hidden mist within the territory of the land of craftsmen, the daimyo would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the repercussions for supplying arms to Konoha. The hidden mist ninjas were notoriously overbearing, indifferent to whether they were acting under Konoha's coercion or not. The daimyo, caught in this precarious situation, could only pray for a decisive victory for Konoha, hoping that, in light of the assistance previously rendered, they might spare his family from the ensuing wrath. Since the noble class of the Land of Lightning was obliterated during the First Ninja World War, the status of nobility across the nations had become increasingly precarious. Rebellions erupt, and the situation grows increasingly tense, with several minor lords meeting untimely ends, their assassins' identities still shrouded in mystery. The Lord of the Craft Nation harbors a deep-seated fear of meeting a similarly obscure demise. Life for the Lord of the Craft Nation is fraught with difficulties. Both Mito Gate Inn and Tanuki Kohara find themselves in a state of torment. The penalties imposed by Konoha have depleted their savings, and their deployment to the defensive village in the Craft Nation has yielded no financial support. Presently, they command a little over 20 individuals, most of whom are reinforcements from their respective families, alongside a few newcomers lured by reputation, whose effectiveness on the battlefield remains uncertain. Given our limited manpower, how can we possibly contend with the Mist Ninjas? I suggest we merely gather some intelligence, put on a show, and then retreat back to the Land of Fire. Tanuki Koharu proposed, currently residing temporarily in an inn within the Craft Nation. With just our 20-odd men, we wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps against the mist. Staying here is tantamount to courting death. Smack. Mito Gate Inn remained silent, delivering a merciless slap across Tanuki Koharu's face that echoed sharply. Koharu, clutching her face, gazed in disbelief at her longtime companion. You dare to strike me. Smack. The audacity of her words only fueled Mito Gate Inn's fury, as he retaliated with another resounding slap, grinning malevolently as he declared, "What of it? If you dare to sow discord among the ranks, I will have you executed on the spot. Remember, I am the leader now, and you will follow my orders. Do you understand? Mito Gaiden had been enduring Tsunuki Koharu's foolishness for too long. Had it not been for this imbecilic woman's reckless behavior, they would not have fallen into the trap set by the Mist Village. Causing trouble was one thing, but Kohara had the audacity to abandon him and flee alone. Were it not for Mito Gaiden's formidable strength allowing him to escape amidst the chaos, he would have been mercilessly dispatched by the Mist Ninjas. Every misfortune stemmed from this wretched woman. To this day, she still dared to incite unrest. Retreating to the land of fire would be tantamount to signing their own death warrants, already burdened by guilt. Defying the Hokage's orders by unilaterally withdrawing their forces would render them beyond salvation. No resurrection by Senju Tobarama could preserve their lives. Not only would they face execution, but their families would also bear the consequences. Their sole avenue lay in remaining in the Craft Nation to fight to the death, shedding their last drops of blood for Konoha. This would appease the Mist and provide Konoha with a measure of satisfaction, allowing their families to continue thriving within the village. Striking me? How dare you strike me? Tsunuki Koharu, dazed from the 2 slaps, absorbed none of Mito Gaiden's subsequent words. Her head bowed as she muttered incessantly. From being a promising young ninja under the tutelage of the second Hokage, with limitless prospects in Konoha, she now found herself trapped in this minuscule nation, deemed a criminal. The immense disparity in her status had driven her to desperation, teetering on the brink of collapse. Mito Gaiden's betrayal, embodied in those 2 slaps, shattered the last vestiges of her mental fortitude, plunging her into utter madness. Do you understand? Observing the disheveled and distracted demeanor of Tsuji Haru, Mito Munin's irritation reached a boiling point. He seized her collar with fervor and bellowed, "You wretched fool! I shall not relent." As if a switch had been flipped, Tsuji Haru suddenly erupted, raising her claws to swipe at Mito Munin's face. The unexpected assault caught him off guard, leaving several crimson scratches across his visage and marring his countenance. Feeling the warmth of blood trickling down his cheek, Mito Munin's ferocity intensified, and he tackled Tsuji Haru, leading them both into a tumultuous struggle upon the ground. Both renowned ninjas possessed remarkable strength, and in mere moments, they had reduced the inn to rubble. Fortunately, after their arrival, the other guests, wary of the ninjas, had vacated the premises early, ensuring that the collapse did not result in any casualties. Meanwhile, the team members who had ventured out to gather information rushed back upon hearing the commotion, only to find their leaders grappling amidst the debris, leaving them in a state of panic, uncertain whether to intervene. Chapter 51. Lone Struggle. I believe it is prudent for us to withdraw. This is not a mission assigned by the village, and there is no necessity for us to remain here and fight desperately. The internal strife between the lead and deputy leaders had already sown discord among the remaining Konoha ninjas, whose morale had plummeted and fighting spirit dissipated. Ultimately, they had come to achieve glory, not to court death. Given the disheartened states of Mito Gaiden and Uzumaki Koharu, it seemed more sensible to retreat swiftly. The ninjas of the Mito Gate clan and the Uzumaki clan exchanged glances, and under the influence of foreign ninjas, thoughts of escape began to surface. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon, one Konoha ninja fled the scene, darting toward the land of fire. Meanwhile, Mito Gaiden and Uzumaki Koharu were preoccupied with their quarrel, entirely oblivious to the defector. Even if they had noticed, they were too engrossed to intervene. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce struggle, unwilling to relent until one was vanquished, with one individual fleeing and the leader failing to intervene. The remaining ninjas followed suit, breaking away from the ranks. In the end, even the Mito Gate and Uzumaki ninjas, disheartened, abandoned the 2 talented individuals from their clans and retreated to the land of fire for self-preservation. The clash between Mito Gaiden and Uzumaki Koharu intensified, escalating from the city into the wilderness, from day into night. Both fought without reservation, yet instinctively avoided targeting each other's vital points. It was less a battle and more a cathartic release, expressing grievances, venting anger, and confronting helplessness. Exhausted of their equipment and energy, they merged into a singular entity, ultimately leading to Mito Gaiden's victory due to his superior strength. Both fell to the ground, utterly drained, and succumbed to a deep slumber without a care. They awoke only when the sun ascended, having enjoyed the most peaceful rest since the passing of Senju Tobarama. Their minds were blank, devoid of worries, leaving only tranquility, a profound serenity. However, such tranquil moments are fleeting. As they rose to gather their belongings, they discovered that their subordinates had all fled. Mito Gaiden felt no surprise. Given the chaos of the previous day, such abandonment was to be expected. The only unfortunate twist was the presence of several chakra signatures rapidly approaching from the distance. Unmistakably, these were not reinforcements from Konoha, but enemies from the hidden mist village. Koharu, prepare for battle. Mito Gaiden seized a kunai, taking a defensive stance in front of the still organizing Uzumaki Koharu. Understood, leader, came her calm voice from behind. Devoid of resentment or submission, as if responding to an unfamiliar superior. Filthy mist scum, Mito Gaiden of Konoha stands before you. Prepare to meet your demise. The war belonging to Mito Gaiden and Uzumaki Koharu had officially commenced. All who had previously come to assist had withdrawn, leaving just the two of them to combat the mist ninjas in the land of crafts. Upon receiving the report from his subordinates, Danzo's expression remained placid, betraying no sign of joy or anger. His index finger rhythmically tapped the surface of the desk, seemingly contemplating some matter. Lord Hokage, should we impose punishment on the ninjas who returned without authorization? Uchiha Tenyu, the Minister of Police, cautiously inquired. Mito Minyan and Tkash Jun are disciples of the second Hokage and classmates of the third Hokage, their identities being of a distinctive nature. Even if they were to commit grave offenses, they would not be trifled with by ordinary ninjas. There was no obligation. Konoha did not assign them combat missions, and their journey to the land of crafts was purely voluntary, allowing them the freedom to come and go as they pleased. The village had no grounds to punish them. The misfortune of being forsaken was a consequence of their own choices, and this was a matter of their own making. Danzo had no intention of interceding on their behalf. He instructed the Konoha ninjas stationed in the land of bears to remain vigilant regarding the movements in the land of crafts, ensuring that adequate personnel were prepared for their potential retreat. Once they secured the mission area in the land of bears, Konoha's influence would extend directly to the land of crafts. The escape route for Mito Minyan and Tkash Jun remained unobstructed, as the Mist Village had not dispatched large-scale forces to mount an offensive. As long as they did not fall into the enemy's encirclement, their chances of survival were considerably high. Yes, Lord Hokage. Under Danzo's investment and development, the region of Hzu was visibly flourishing. The enhancement of infrastructure significantly promoted agriculture, industry, and commerce, coupled with the presence of elite ninjas from Konoha stationed there. Hzu had become one of the most stable regions in the Land of Fire and the entire ninja world, attracting merchants from various places to engage in trade. The influx of outside population and capital further stimulated Hzu's commercial potential, facilitating rapid regional development. With thriving industries and commerce, the income consequently increased, thereby augmenting Danzo's resources and reinforcing his dominion over Konoha. The villagers grew increasingly apprehensive of Danzo. A considerable influx of outsiders had raised concerns about the presence of numerous foreign spies among them. The recent buzz of flies had become overwhelming, necessitating their removal. The Land of Fire is the mightiest nation in the ninja world, and Hzu is its core stronghold. Regardless of their intentions, various ninja villages and nobility would dispatch spies to investigate the situation in Hzu, including the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The sheer number of spies made it impossible to apprehend them all, yet regular strikes were essential to deter them from engaging in actions that could destabilize Hzu. Lord Hokage, I acknowledge my oversight. The police department has already gathered substantial intelligence on the spies, and I shall dispatch personnel immediately to apprehend them. After a few reprimands, the Uchiha clan appeared increasingly fearful before Danzo. When Danzo inquired about the spies, Uchiha Tenyu mistakenly believed that his performance had displeased the Hokage. Hzu's population was vast, and it was not solely a matter of spies. Other public safety issues were also prominent. Relying solely on the limited manpower of the police department made it arduous to maintain order in Hzu. I will allocate additional funding to the police department, so they may recruit robust ordinary citizens and provide them with basic physical training to help uphold civilian safety. The police department of Hzu comprises only 300 to 400 ninjas, which is manageable for a town with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, but inadequate for a metropolis with millions. Moreover, the elite forces of ninjas should focus their efforts on significant threats to regional safety, rather than expending energy on trivial daily matters of the civilians. Upon hearing that Danzo intended to recruit ordinary individuals into the police force, Uchiha Tenyu felt a sense of perplexity. Rather than enlisting commoners for training, it would be far more prudent to allocate those funds towards recruiting additional shinobi. Trained ninjas possess a significantly higher efficiency in carrying out tasks compared to their ordinary counterparts. However, as the esteemed Hokage had personally issued the command, Uchiha Tenyu dared not voice his dissent. He resolved to internalize his concerns and later discuss the implementation with the members of the police force. Meanwhile, Midogate and T-Rin Koharu, who had defied the Hokage, were valiantly fighting alone in the land of crafts. Uchiha Tenya had no desire to join them. "Please also summon the head of the ninja vocational school to meet with me," he said. Just as he was about to take his leave when Danzo suddenly issued another instruction. The ninja vocational school was a key project spearheaded by Danzo in the Land of Heat, aimed not only at training ninjas for production roles but, more importantly, at researching chakra technology to facilitate the civilian application of chakra power. Chapter 52. Miracles Through Effort. The chief administrator of the Ninja Technical School is named Nara Issei, another unfortunate soul from the Nara clan who has been conscripted by Danzo into arduous labor. Since Danzo's ascendance, the various ninja clans have not faced oppression, rather. They have been entrusted with significant responsibilities. Among them, the Nara clan has garnered the most favor, whether in the Konoha headquarters or in the Land of Hot Water. The presence of the Nara clan can be felt in numerous critical administrative positions, their influence surpassing even that of the Shimura clan to which Danzo belongs. While being favored by leadership is ostensibly advantageous, the Nara clan finds little joy in it, burdened instead by considerable anxiety. Setting aside the notion of attracting unwanted attention, the sheer weight of their responsibilities leaves the Nara ninjas gasping for breath. The third Hokage treats them not as individuals but as mere beasts of burden, relentlessly exploiting their labor. Upon arriving in the Land of Hot Water, Nara Issei toils day and night. Scarcely able to scrape together a full day off in an entire month, his body nearly melting under the strain. Nara Issei yearns to present his resignation to the Hokage and retire to his homeland. However, upon standing before Danzo, his words of resignation falter at his throat, transforming instead into the familiar cadence of a work report. Lord Hokage, the main construction of the Ninja Technical School has been completed and is officially operational. The first batch of students has commenced their lessons. The chakra-powered generator is in its testing phase, expected to be fully calibrated within a month and ready for mass production within 3 months. The power transmission lines in the core area of the Land of Hot Water are still under construction, anticipated to be completed in 3 months. The carbon fiber light bulbs have been successfully developed and are in mass production. As Nara Issei relayed his updates, Danzo's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, a satisfied hum escaping his lips. Miracles arise from tremendous effort. Under Danzo's unwavering support, the chakra technology of the Land of Fire has exhibited exponential growth, transitioning from the era of firewood to the threshold of the electrical age within a mere year. Danzo finds no astonishment in this. The Hokage's obsession with technology is well understood. Various techniques for genetic modification proliferate, capable of even resurrecting the deceased, yet they remain unable to produce electronic communication devices. Ninjas still rely on scrolls and secret codes to convey information. It is baffling what they are truly endeavoring to create. The prototype of the telegraph machine has been completed and is currently undergoing experimentation. Suddenly, Danzo opened his eyes wide, fixing his gaze on Nara Issei, and in a grave tone asked, "What did you just say?" Nara Issei, startled, nearly dropped the documents in his hands. Trembling, he looked at Danzo and cautiously replied, "The telegraph machine is undergoing testing. Does Lord Hokage wish to inspect it?" "Not for now. Inform me once results are available." Danzo waved his hand dismissively, returning to his stoic posture in the chair. "Ah, so it is not that the ninja are incapable of developing electronic communication devices. Rather, they have simply not pursued such innovations. If Danzo were to allocate sufficient manpower and resources, results would surely follow swiftly." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Nara Issei, having been interrupted, took several deep breaths to regain his composure and continued his report. Once he had successfully conveyed all pertinent updates, Danzo opened his eyes once more and sighed deeply. The ninjas of the past few centuries truly are a hopelessly foolish lot. Tuanzo's words were astonishing, leaving Nara Issei utterly dumbfounded. For centuries, ninjas have existed. Yet the Hokage had just condemned the very ancestors of all ninjas. Although the ninja code does not emphasize filial piety and virtue, such statements were indeed blasphemous. Nara Issei wished fervently to cover his ears, pretending he could not hear. No, he ought to excavate this dialogue from his mind and bury it deep underground. This would prevent Tuanzo from sensing the disquiet and dragging him, the informed one, away for a grim fate. What expression is that? Am I mistaken in what I said? No, it's not. Nara Issei's tongue became tangled. He could neither affirm nor deny, his anxiety manifesting as beads of sweat on his brow. Those imbeciles only wield chakra's power for destruction and carnage. failing to comprehend its potential for creation and productivity. Just look at how fruitful and magnificent your recent research results are. Utilizing these techniques to enhance productivity could yield enough resources to sustain the entire ninja realm. Harnessing chakra to forge a more blissful and prosperous future is the true essence of the ninja era. Nara Issei was struck dumb. Not due to a lack of understanding of Danzo's words, but rather because he fully grasped the implications therein. He was awed by the Hokage's grand ambition. Ninjas toil in arduous tasks to earn their rewards, which are then used to procure the necessities of life. Yet, when self-sufficiency in production becomes more convenient than mere procurement, the foundational order of the entire ninja world would face a tremendous upheaval, potentially leading to its collapse. If ninjas could survive without completing commissions, would they still be considered ninjas? Nara Issei dared not ponder further. He was merely a lethargic ninja yearning for early retirement and a leisurely life. Such monumental changes to the world should rest upon the shoulders of the Hokage. Within the office of the Mizukage in the Hidden Mist Village, the despondent Kamakura was also listening to reports from his subordinates. However, unlike Nara Issei, the Mizukage Zambu did not bring him the favorable news he sought. Mizukage, the several elite ninjas we dispatched to the Land of Crafts have been defeated by Mito Gate Un and Toritsun Koharu. Should we send additional forces to eliminate them? Kamakura was acutely aware of the cause of his wife and daughter's demise. He did not perceive Mito Gate In and Toritsun Koharu as vengeful foes. It was the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist who regarded them as enemies, and as the Mizukage, Kamakura was reluctantly compelled to issue assassination orders. What are the opinions of my two advisors and all the officials? Who supports elimination, and who opposes it? Kamakura rested his chin in his hands, half-heartedly leaning on the table, appearing like a wilted eggplant, drained of vitality. The direct Umbu of the Mizukage understood this reaction well and felt a sense of sympathy. Anyone would be deeply affected by the sudden loss of a wife and daughter. Both advisors advocated for battle, and the heads of the administrative and financial departments similarly supported mobilization, albeit with a request for delay. The village's finances had yet to recover, the injured required treatment, the deceased needed compensation, and orphans required care. Financial resources were urgently needed in every aspect. Yet, the support from the Land of Water's daimyo was delayed, leaving no funds available to dispatch more ninjas for the hunt. The Umbu of the Mizukage expressed their helplessness. A desire for postponement was, in essence, a stance of opposition. Indeed, following such a monumental conflict, the entirety of the Hidden Mist Village's resources and manpower have been nearly depleted, leaving little to no capacity to engage in further hostilities against Konoha. The most prudent course of action now would be to recuperate and restore the economy. For instance, the Land of Fire, under the leadership of Danzo, has fully transitioned into a period of peace, vigorously fostering production and revitalizing its population. I am confident that it will not be long before Konoha can reclaim, or even surpass, its former glory. However, if the Hidden Mist continues to procrastinate, it will only find itself increasingly distanced from Konoha, with the gap widening ever further. Why has the support from the daimyo of the Land of Water been so delayed? Kamakura posed a rather superfluous question. He was well aware of the situation with his father-in-law, more so than anyone in the village. Yet, there were certain matters that he, as the Mizukage, found difficult to articulate, necessitating that others convey them instead. Chapter 53. Transition between the old and the new. The turmoil within the Land of Water remains unresolved due to the ongoing rebellion, resulting in a failure to collect taxes. The Lord has repeatedly urged the village of Kirigakure to dispatch troops to quell the insurrection and restore peace to the Land of Water. However, an abundance of recent events has caused delays in action. The tone of the Umbu ninja, speaking on behalf of the Mizukage, became cautious as he elaborated. The depths of the internal strife within the Land of Water are profound. The rebellion is merely a facade, concealing the tug-of-war between the noble factions and Kirigakure. The aristocrats exploit the rebellion as a pretext to diminish financial support for Kirigakure, tightening their fiscal control to secure their own safety. In response, Kirigakure raises its demands, insisting on greater financial contributions from the nobles in exchange for military assistance against the rebellion. The discord between both parties remains acute, undiminished by the recent marriage alliance between Kamakura and Araika. At this juncture, Kamakura inquired about the reasons behind the discord, likely already devising his own strategies. The Leaf Village ninjas have caused considerable unrest in Kirigakure, and this grievance cannot go unaddressed. With both of his advisors mobilizing troops, the task of eliminating Mito Manin and Suinai Koharu is entrusted entirely to them. He cautioned them to exercise restraint and avoid escalating the conflict. for Kirigakure is ill-prepared for an all-out war with the Leaf Village. Additionally, he instructed one of his advisors to visit the Lord's residence and deliver a letter on his behalf, indicating his imminent visit to discuss the rebellion. Kamakura paused, biting his lip as he reluctantly commanded, "Prepare a banquet. I wish to dine with Her Highness Arika this evening." Since becoming the third Mizukage, Kamakura has faced considerable constraints from both advisors and numerous elders of Kirigakure. His tenure has been marked by a series of tragic events, having yet to savor the fruits of power while losing his wife and daughter. To placate the noble factions, he must endure the distasteful existence of sharing a roof with a woman he does not love, which is profoundly stifling. Even more infuriating is the necessity to bow to the very woman he detests, seeking assistance from the corpulent lord. Kamakura feels his spirit twisting in torment. He quietly vowed that once he secures true power and asserts dominion over Kirigakure, he would ensure that those scoundrels, including Arika, the lord of the land of water, and the disobedient noble factions would pay dearly for their transgressions. The Umbu, being directly under the Mizukage's command, represent the few trustworthy allies Kamakura can rely upon within Kirigakure. Any confidential matters are entrusted to the Umbu. Once the Umbu ninja exited the office, Kamakura sighed deeply, reclining in his chair, lost in thought, exuding an aura of profound despondency. The efficiency of the ninjas is remarkable. Shortly thereafter, Kamakura's plans and the letter to the Lord of the Land of Water were delivered to the desks of his two advisors. Without hesitation, they opened the envelope and perused the contents, emitting heavy sighs. The third Mizukage is still too young and impulsive. In such circumstances, conceding to the Lord of the Land of Water and agreeing to dispatch troops to quell the rebellion renders all previous negotiations futile. A single retreat leads to further retreats. Once the conditions set forth by the feudal Lord of the Land of Water are acquiesced to, it is feared that the noble factions will annually diminish the military budget of the ninja village under the pretense of rebellion. The ninjas of Kirigakure have incurred considerable casualties to safeguard the security of the Land of Water. How can the Lord be so oblivious to our sacrifices? Instead, we are regarded as adversaries, which is truly bewildering. The Shadow's dark division, listening to the complaints of the two advisors, felt beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, unable to utter a word in response. Although everything is ostensibly for the benefit of the village, contravening the orders of the Mizukage is far from prudent. Very well. You may withdraw for now. The Mizukage's advisor returned the letter and casually tossed it to the Dark Division ninja, gesturing for them to leave. The Dark Division ninja, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, hastily departed, disappearing into the shadows. No, we must not yield to the feudal lord so easily. It seems necessary to initiate our plans ahead of schedule, to stoke the flames even further in the feudal lord's direct territories. While the two advisors cannot prevent Kamakura from meeting with the lord, they possess ample means to exert pressure on him. Why has Kirigakure, despite its strength, been unable to quell the insurrections within the Land of Water for so long? Because a significant portion of the insurgents are supported by Kirigakure itself. A failure is labeled a rebellion, while success is termed a revolution. Should the feudal lord refuse to comply, the two advisors would not hesitate to consider a replacement for him. The world is tumultuous, yet we are fortunate to have the illustrious third Hokage. Under his leadership, the Land of Fire flourishes in prosperity and peace. Currently inspecting the ninja technical school, Danzo gazes with unblinking eyes at the impassioned teacher delivering an eloquent lecture to the earnest students, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Ichizii, it appears your teaching has been remarkably effective. The school officials trailing behind Danzo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Education is the focal point of the ninja technical school. If students are dull-witted and unable to produce commendable results in a short time, they can only perform for the Hokage's benefit. Thankfully, they have managed to scrape by. It is all due to the Hokage's astute guidance and the students' diligent study. We merely fulfill our responsibilities. The credit belongs to our leaders, not to ourselves. After spending considerable time in the heat of affairs, Nara Ichizui's eloquence has notably improved. Hokage. In this era of world peace, the current focus in the Land of Fire is development and construction. The theme of sacrifice and dedication encapsulated in the Will of Fire no longer aligns with the present-day ninjas. We unanimously believe that a new spirit should be introduced as a guiding principle for ninjas. Nara Ichizui beckoned, and soon a subordinate presented a thin booklet emblazoned with the prominent title, Danzo's Will. Please review and amend, Hokage. Danzo did not immediately accept the booklet handed to him by Nara Ichizui. He pondered for a moment before stating, the Will of Fire was established by the first Hokage. It is the very foundation upon which Konoha stands. The school officials behind Nara Ichizai collectively gasped, their hearts racing. How should they remedy a situation that has been overstepped? Had they known better than to trust Nara Ichizai's enticing words in drafting such a document, they would have refrained from signing it, while others were engulfed in trepidation. Nara Shikamaru remained composed and unperturbed, fully aware of the underlying truths. He understood that he was merely a pawn in this grand performance. The director of today's spectacle stood right before them. However, your words hold considerable merit. Danzo seized the book with a swift motion and exclaimed, Ninjas must learn to adapt to the times. The first Hokage established Konoha to ensure the survival of ninjas. Upholding this principle is the true homage to the first Hokage and to the heroes who sacrificed their lives for the village. Let this guide the new generation of ninjas. Of course, the name needs to be revised. This is not solely my wisdom and achievement. It is the culmination of the thoughts and practices of countless contemporary ninjas. I propose we rename it to New Ninjaism. Chapter 54. The Three Ninjas and White Fang. The economic foundation determines the superstructure. The prosperous growth of the economy. The continuous increase in taxation and the significant rise in the income levels of the lower-ranking ninjas are the very pillars that embolden Danzo to challenge the will of fire. A transformation in thought can not only render ninjas more adaptable to the demands of production and construction, but can also further elevate Danzo's prestige and power, while diminishing the influence of the first and second Hokages, steering Konoha onto the correct path. In strict adherence to the Hokage's decree, Nara Shikamaru took the lead, and the assembled school officials echoed his sentiments in unison. Amidst this harmonious exchange, the shift in Konoha's guiding ideology was proclaimed. Once the Hokage's inspection was concluded, a collective sigh of relief enveloped the others. However, Nara Shikamaru remained burdened with heavy thoughts. He was acutely aware that the Hokage's actions would incite tremendous turmoil within Konoha, and being forced to endorse the new ideology would undoubtedly render him a target of widespread criticism and vitriol. The repercussions could tarnish his reputation irreparably, leading to a fate worse than death. Yet, Nara Shikamaru found himself trapped in this predicament. The threats looming in the distance paled in comparison to the immediate presence of the Hokage. Should he fail to comply? He feared he might not even live to witness the day of his condemnation. Moreover, he harbored a more profound concern. He recognized that the original will of fire was fraught with significant flaws. Its principles lacked clarity, often presenting ambiguous and contradictory directives and practical applications. For instance, when faced with peril during a mission, should one choose to abandon the task to save a comrade? Or should one resolutely prioritize the mission over a comrade's life? This dilemma could not yield a definitive answer within the framework of the will of fire. Whether one forsakes a comrade or the mission, reproach is inevitable, rendering the choice a perilous conundrum. The new ninja philosophy provided a clear resolution to this issue. When ninjas undertake daily assignments primarily for monetary gain, their foremost obligation must be to ensure their own safety, as life is far more precious than wealth, and compensation should be commensurate with one's capabilities. During wartime, the primary objective for participating ninjas is to fulfill their patriotic duty, prioritizing the execution of commands and engaging in battle without fear of death. Under the premise of completing their tasks, they should strive to safeguard their own well-being, thus avoiding unnecessary sacrifice. Nara Shikamaru found this revision admirable. Being a ninja was merely a profession, and risking one's life for a meager salary was hardly justifiable. Why should he, in service to Danzo, be compelled to work to the point of self-destruction? At times, even he struggled to comprehend why he had plunged into such murky waters. Perhaps it was due to the Hokage's trust in him. A warrior dies for those who understand him. Not only Shikamaru, but the entire Nara clan had garnered the Hokage's esteem, entrusted with significant responsibilities. Out of gratitude for this recognition, one ought to be willing to devote oneself to fulfilling the tasks and missions assigned by Danzo. Shikamaru? His reverie was abruptly interrupted by a stern voice. He looked up in confusion, only to realize that the crowd had dispersed, leaving him and Danzo standing alone. I apologize. Hokage-sama. No need for apologies. I understand the immense pressure you are under. The daily operations of the ninja vocational school and today's matters rest solely on your shoulders. You have worked hard. Rest assured, I shan't let you bear the burden of the new ninja doctrine alone. I have already conferred with Ryota, and both Kazekage and Nijan have expressed no objections. As long as they refrain from causing disturbances, no one within Konoha dares to oppose. You need only to proceed methodically and diligently fulfill your responsibilities. Your contributions will undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of history. Danzo's position within Konoha has become unassailable. Unless the first Hokage is resurrected, no one can thwart his reforms. Whether it be systemic or ideological reforms, everything lies firmly within Danzo's grasp. Hokage-sama. I merely wish to live out the remainder of my days in peace. Matters of historical significance should be left to others. For a ninja, excessive fame is not necessarily advantageous. Nara Ikuzen fears retaliation from his peers and simply wishes to live a few more years in tranquility. Some matters cannot be evaded by mere desire. Ikuzen, have you not heard the call of the times? With arms raised, Danzo gazes into the distance, enticingly proclaiming, "It is the era that has chosen you. I implore you to persevere and not betray the expectations of both the era and the nation." It is no simple task to find reliable allies. Danzo will not allow Nara Ikuzen to abandon ship easily. Is this the bustling city of Hatsu? It is quite lively, far more populated than Konoha. Ah, look, there are casinos. A golden-haired little girl surveys the commercial street with keen curiosity, accompanied by a delicate-looking boy with long hair who is busily writing. Behind them stands Sarutobi Nijan, the acting Hokage, who sighs in exasperation. "Tsunade, can you not behave?" Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, is Konoha's premier heiress. Yet this princess has inherited her grandfather's gambling tendencies. Becoming overly excited at the mere sight of a casino, eager to indulge without a hint of decorum. "Hokage-sama, is it not permissible to merely observe?" Tsunade widens her bright, watery eyes, her rosy fists clenched adorably against her chest as she pleads with Sarutobi Nijan. "I am merely the acting Hokage." Nijan corrects her title, then turns to the white-haired boy perched atop a telephone pole and shouts, "Jiraiya, come down at once." "Uncle Nijan, what is all this commotion?" "I am gathering intelligence." Nijan, unable to contain his frustration, leaps up and forcibly drags Jiraiya down from the pole, then mercilessly pounds his fist against his temples. "What are you investigating? Are you scrutinizing the figures of passing women? Look at that drool nearly spilling from your lips. How dare you try to argue?" "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Jiraiya cries out in pain. Nijan releases him with a weary sigh, saying, "Could you not take a page from Shikamaru's book and ease my burden?" Suddenly, Nijan becomes aware of something amiss. Wait, where is Shikamaru? Scanning the vicinity, he quickly spots the figure of Nara Shikamaru at a nearby bookstall. The boy, also with white hair and wearing a Konoha forehead protector, is engrossed in a booklet on the ground. Nijan's keen eyesight soon reveals that Shikamaru is fixated on an adult novel. "Jiraiya, how could you corrupt Shikamaru like this?" Sarutobi Izashi turned to Jiraiya, delivering yet another round of admonishments. "This has nothing to do with me." Jiraiya protested vehemently, his pitiful demeanor eliciting hearty laughter from Tsunade. As the group engaged in their playful banter, a contingent of ninjas clad in uniforms approached them briskly. The leader, adorned with a fan emblem on his attire, was unmistakably a Uchiha ninja. "Lord Izashi, the Hokage has been awaiting your arrival at the residence for quite some time. Please accompany us." "Very well. We shall go at once." Hizashi's party had indeed come to visit the third Hokage. Had it not been for Tsunade and Jiraiya's antics, they would have already reached the residence by now. Chapter 55. An introduction from Lord Hokage under the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The four children bowed in unison before Danzo. "Rise," Danzo commanded, gesturing for them to stand. "Hiruzen, you are well aware that I have little patience for such formalities." He then scrutinized the four young ninjas before him. These children represented the finest of the new generation in Konoha, having graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 6 and advanced to Chunin through rigorous examination. In times of peace, such accomplishments are exceedingly rare, highlighting their extraordinary talents. However, Danzo remained unimpressed. The ninja world was rife with prodigies, many of whom had failed to flourish and ultimately perished. Moreover, without the requisite gifts, how could one aspire to be a disciple of the third Hokage and penetrate the echelons of power within Konoha? "Let us commence with introductions," Danzo suggested, feigning ignorance of their backgrounds. "Before we proceed with our self-introductions, perhaps you should introduce yourself first." "Lord Hokage," the blonde-haired girl boldly retorted, her gaze fixed defiantly on Danzo, who sat regally on his throne, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. The other three children cast astonished glances at Tsunade, and Hiruzen felt a headache brewing, preparing to admonish this disobedient child. The first and second Hokage had long since passed. To exhibit such disrespect before the third Hokage was a grave misstep, one that the esteemed Uzumaki Mido would not tolerate. "You make a valid point. It is indeed appropriate for me to introduce myself first," Danzo replied. rising and slowly approaching the four children. His demeanor remained composed, devoid of any sign of anger. I am Shimura Danzo, the third Hokage of Konoha, and I also serve as the Lord of the Hot Springs region. If it pleases you, you may address me as Lord Danzo. I can bear it. Tsunade scoffed softly, muttering, Lord? As if he were some sort of aristocrat. Tsunade, Lord Danzo truly is of noble blood, Jiraiya whispered, covering his mouth to suppress his laughter. Silence. Speak another word, and I shall strike you. Tsunade threatened, raising her fist, prompting Jiraiya to hastily fall silent. Tsunade possessed immense strength. A single blow could easily shatter Jiraiya's frame. Danzo disregarded the children's antics and continued, As for myself, I am male and have a penchant for the fairer sex. My most beloved is my wife, Ikkyu. As for those I detest, they have all met their demise by my hand. His voice turned cold at the last, an icy aura of lethal intent emanating from him. The four children felt as though pricked by needles, quickly standing at attention. Even the previously unruly Tsunade dared not act out. After all, the Hokage was the Hokage. Despite Danzo's current amiable demeanor, he was known for his mercilessness in battle. I have concluded my introduction. Now it is your turn, Danzo said with a slight smile, adopting a gentler tone, startled by the intensity of Danzo's presence. Tsunade stepped forward first to be evaluated by the Hokage. I am Tsunade, though my surname has been lost. I am currently a chunin of Konoha, specializing in taijutsu. If you wish, you may call me Princess Tsunade. I can bear that title. Tsunade declared with a casual air, the term princess in the ninja world implying nobility, suggesting her unresolved feelings toward the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hizashi's countenance darkened, and he found himself sighing inwardly. Danzo had always favored the soft approach over the hard. Those who dared to challenge him rarely met a favorable end, while it was unlikely he would trouble the children over such a trivial matter. Tsunade and the others were likely in for a rough time. Next, Jiraiya and the others took turns introducing themselves, sharing their specialties, interests, and aspirations. You four should be well aware of the purpose of your presence here. I shall refrain from unnecessary words, and we will discuss matters further at the training ground. Practical combat is the finest means for ninjas to understand one another. Without a demonstration of strength, these four proud children would remain obstinate and unyielding. After Danzo settled in Hot Springs, he transformed the private garden north of the mansion into a training ground. The entire area was enveloped in a barrier to prevent any leakage of ninjutsu that could lead to unforeseen incidents, and the internal facilities were fully equipped. Upon arriving at the target range, they beheld a striking woman with a high ponytail practicing the art of shuriken throwing. Her technique was precise, though not particularly polished. Yet each shuriken found its mark with uncanny accuracy, embedding itself in the vital points of a wooden dummy. Yuki, Danzo called out to his wife with a wave. Princess Yuki, Hizashi greeted with a bow, then turned to urge the children, you should quickly pay your respects to Princess Yuki. Among the four, Orochimaru and Kakashi obediently complied, while Jiraiya stood entranced by Yuki's perfect figure. Tsunade, however, merely pouted and remained motionless, feeling no compulsion to bow to another princess, especially when she perceived Yuki's strength as inferior to her own. Move along. Hizashi nudged Jiraiya playfully. Why must I always be the one to suffer? Jiraiya lamented, snapping back to reality and offering a bow to Yuki. My dear, greetings to you all, Yuki said, wiping the sweat from her brow before affectionately linking her arm with Danzo's and exchanging pleasantries, then approached the stubborn Tsunade, bending slightly to scrutinize her before breaking into a chuckle. You must be little Tsunade. Hey, don't add little in front of my name, Tsunade exclaimed, her gaze filled with a mix of envy and indignation as she compared her own slender frame to Yuki's ample figure, feeling a sting of humiliation. How adorable, Yuki remarked. By lineage, you ought to call me aunt, but that would make me seem too old, so let us stick with sister instead. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire was a cousin of Senja Hashirama, making Yuki and Tsunade relatives, though Tsunade was reluctant to acknowledge this connection. Who needs a sister like you? Step aside, Tsunade retorted angrily, revealing her small fangs, which lacked any real threat and instead rendered her quite endearing. You wound me with your words. I had intended to present you with a token of our meeting, Yuki said, pulling a thick stack of bills from her pocket with a light sigh. But if you are unwilling, then it shall be as you wish. In that moment, the sight of the money caused the eyes of the other three to widen in astonishment, excluding the still uncomprehending Tsunade. Just the sheer amount and thickness indicated it was a sum of 100,000 Ryo, enough to cover the reward for an S-rank mission according to current market rates. Upon regaining her senses, Tsunade slightly parted her lips and licked them, her expression shifting instantly. That, Elder Ichiki, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. Such is the power of your Highness Ichiki's monetary prowess. From an early age, Tsunade has harbored a penchant for gambling, and since becoming a ninja, she has squandered all her earnings at the gaming tables, accruing not wealth, but rather substantial debts. Presently, she finds herself in dire need of funds. The absence of money is, in fact, the true reason she was merely observing outside the bustling casino. Should she secure this sum, she could revel at the tables once more tonight. In comparison, a modicum of dignity pales in significance. A ninja with wealth has no need for pride, does she? Isn't that right? Ichiki raised the money, casting a fleeting glance at Tsunade. MMM. Oh, Sister Ichiki, my dear sister. Tsunade's gaze followed the fluttering bills, her eyes glimmering with desire. In truth, I was jesting with you as well. Ichiki tucked the money back into her pocket, looking down at the eager blonde girl. In an instant, Tsunade felt petrified, only to be seized by a surge of indignation thereafter.